he can come in here and play my game. Let's go. He knows nothing. Let's go!
Tyler 1, you're done.
This is my ladder. You can't climb it.
It's better than being hard suck at Masters.
You're going too far now.
Your eyes buggy. Your elbows ashy.
That airline, that's an L airline.
Somebody better hold me back.
Okay, yeah. Do something then.
Raw energy. Half and blow the house down.
You look nervous.
You look short.
Everything's good?
Mm-hmm.
Fight.
Okay.
Do you really need the wraps?
Yeah, that feels like overkill to me.
Je suis prêt, c'est parti, voir où m'emmène la vie. Chrome sur mon green, tu m'entends quand je respire. Top le veston, jamais dit, jamais fine. Trop de pas, big plan, j'ai fait changer toute la piste. Regarde ma pêche, pour ce pas j'attire. Je coupe la line, laisse la qui laisse frémir. Nouvel état, new name, toujours fluide dans le move. Main en l'air quand je rentre dans le groove. Garde ce regard, je suis déjà posé. Deux pas je tourne, glace dans mes yeux figés. Beat encore, puis je prends tout ce qui est à moi. Trop vite, trop fort.
Play is in our DNA. Whenever we let it out, it becomes our superpower. Now imagine an entire city being built to supercharge it. Kadir City, powered by Play.
Je suis prêt, c'est parti, voir où m'emmène la vie. Chrome sur mon green, tu m'entends quand je respire. Top le veston, jamais fait une trop de pas. Big plan, j'ai fait changer toute la piste. Regarde ma pêche, pour ce page à dire. Je coupe la line, laisse la qui laisse frémir. Nouvelle état, new name, toujours fluide dans le move. Main en l'air quand je rentre dans le groove. Garde ce regard, je suis déjà posé. Deux pas, je tourne, place dans mes yeux figés. Ligne, beat encore, puis je prends tout ce qui est à moi. Trop vite, trop fort.
Good morning, good afternoon, good evening, or if you're just topping off the top of the head here, get yourself a little haircut because I need one for sure. Welcome in, folks. It's Rocket League LCQ here for a couple of days of hot Rocket League action. Sure, why not? That's the adjective we'll go with. I'm Spaceman, joined by Lemon Kiwi as always. Welcome into the early morning broadcast. We hope you're having a fantastic day. Lemon Kiwi, welcome in.
Yeah. Good. You're lacking in the space department for.
Yeah.
But I need height. I look like I'm 4 foot. But hey, we got some stiff competition joining us for this LCQ. Guys, only one team out of so many teams that are joining us are making the big leagues. So this is going to be an insane tournament. This is going down in Paris, by the way. As you could tell, we are in the Abyss. So thanks for joining us, everybody.
This is the capital of the Abyss. Paris here. That's right. She was absolutely right, though. It is happening down in Paris. Again, we have 3,000 teams today we're going to be going through, talking about all the different rosters we have for you and those who are competing in this LCQ. And of course, only a handful select players will be able to go on to the World Championship, which comes up in like 3 weeks at this point, which is absolutely nuts. Without even diving into that detail, let's take a look at the bracket format, I should say, as we get into our first couple of looks at the tournament today. It will be 128 teams over the next 3 days or so, 4 groups of 32 teams. Top 4 of each group will advance to the playoffs, and the playoffs consist of 16 teams, with first place advancing to the EWC main event. So a lot of this is kind of a marathon sprint. It's a bit of an oxymoron, but the paradox is you have a couple of days of action, but you have to be ready to grind. And unfortunately for a lot of players, it's going to be a real test of mental here, Lemon Kiwi. They're going to have to figure out if they're capable of being able to go the distance.
Hey, they went the distance just traveling to Paris, all right? I know the flights could be a little cooked every now and then, but hey, yeah, 4 teams per group, and that's not a lot, but it is double elimination per group, so you get that second chance, but there's some really insane teams. I don't know if you guys got to look at the bracket, and maybe Space and I can just go through some of our favorites while our first match is getting ready. Of course, you have teams like Man City, Gen G, so many that we could just spend the whole podcast talking about.
There is a significant amount of RLCS B stream teams here. And by B stream, I just mean simply if we had enough slots, obviously we would put them all in the World Championship, but we can't. So we have to relegate some squads out of here. And we're looking at the World Championship specifically. I know we're talking about EWC here, but when we're looking at like Worlds coming up, that is the big ticket item. But this is how players, one, soften the blow of not being able to finish in the top 4 at Worlds, and 2, this is what it all comes down to for a lot of teams. Is this is the big step up, this is the next leg. So specifically, let's take a look at the bracket as well, like Lemon Key we just mentioned, because she's absolutely right. We have teams like Man City Esports, Gen G, BS Competition, you have Dignitas, M80, Lanimals, etc. There is a variety of high talent in here in Rocket League, and even some younger squads like Chippy Chaps, who have Chippy, Thoa, and Red Bob. These are teams who have been able to form around one, top 12, top 16 professional player, and it's up to them now to show that amateur talent can be enough to carry them over the finish line, Lemon Kiwi.
Yeah, and I know there's so many teams, so we might not even have the graphic ready for all of the groups, but we can just kind of verbal it through the different groups. Like starting with, because today we're just going through Group A and Group B. Tomorrow is Group C, Group D, and then last day on Monday, I believe. Sunday, Monday.
That's right.
Time zones. We're going to be crowning that one team that gets out of this last chance qualifier. So just for Group A, Man City is the big one. Acro, Edgeby, Seiko. That's the one everyone is looking at. And of course, there's Novo that has Gyuk, Rezi, and Nico. I think those are the 2 favorites, but of course, there's 4 teams that make it out. So there's other ones to look at, like TRKF, which has Astral, Prosy, and RizFox. That's another one people are looking at. But solid teams all around. But it's like you're getting your feet wet in this group stage. One
team I didn't hear you say, which is a bit unfortunate, is the Magic Bear, Frosty, and Evo squad, of course, Gen G Mobile 1 Racing, but also Boot Esports, Cheese, Chronic, Justin. This is the 2/3 of the original Gen G roster that now rounds out with Chronic, so get a little bit more firepower in their second striker there.
I was just talking about Group A, we
need to talk about Food Esports and Gen G Mobile 1 Racing. I mean, what do you think we're doing here? I mean, come on. Virtus Pro, maybe talk 2-piece. There is so much talent. M80 as well, Goff's Mech, Force, Dignitas, who I think is maybe one of the not only fan favorites, but also like community polls for the whole gauntlet. Dignitas, who has been kind of on a tear recently, and I was seeing some memes yesterday of apparently Jack getting the treatment that LJ got at Worlds on Twitter. Okay. So I'm hoping that 5 Up and Bora can bring through the clutch. But that's the thing, is that there is 3 days of action, and on 128 teams, and we only get one person out. I mean, it is a battle royale, do or die. And for a lot of these players, this is the most amount of money they're going to be competing for a long time.
Yeah, and for teams like some of the ones you mentioned, like Gen G, M80, PCS, Dignitas, they don't even play till tomorrow, including VP. So they get to kind of sit back and let everybody else guinea pig the setups and maybe kind of get a look at the competition. And all the nerves are going to be on. Actually, Food is going to be playing sometime today. We're going to wait till maybe they get deeper into the bracket. I have no doubt in my mind that Food can qualify. If anything, people are thinking that they could be the ones that make it out of this whole LCQ and do get that one spot, so that'll be really fun. But I think teams like Man City are still trying to go against everybody, and Alpha's team, that'll be the one to see if they can rise above the rest. That's GK with Tempo, Mitzer, Alpha. That's a really good team I've loved watching this season.
There are so many teams, and the only way that you can get involved outside of being your wonderful best is to continue to engage. If you're here in the Twitch chat, make sure you follow the channel here on EWC at EWC_plus_EN2, and also tweet out your favorite players of the match, or let us know your predictions in chat. Use those channel points, and whoever gets the most channel points, whoever this weekend gets all of the channel points, we will be giving the reins of one team that wins this whole thing. You get to own that squad for the next 24 hours and decide all of their financial decisions. No.
Yay!
Of course. M80, of course, we talked about earlier. Lanimals, Joyo, Razier's, Rise. This is one of the first times in, I want to say now 4 years, where Rise just looking ahead to the World Championship. Rise is not going to be playing at the World Championship. His team did not qualify. And Rise had kind of a bit of an up and down last 2-3 years. I would say since 2023, he's at his stint with NA Rocket League, at least with Oxygen, it seemed like they were turning a page and then things kind of fell apart. Rise is in an interesting spot with this tournament because, again, like you get 2/3 of the old Moist roster. We're thinking, okay, Razier's kind of rounds out here, and it's a bit of a slower back end. But Lanimals do also have a chance to really upset some squads. So we take a look inside the venue. Yesterday, we saw the Counter-Strike boys playing, boys and gals. And this is another instance where, again, you're on LAN, and for a lot of players, if you're kind of in this like dream hack environment, it is a bit overwhelming to see this many people all in one venue.
Yup, and I know they had the CS2 setup here, so there was a ton of people set up as we have our first match ready to go very soon. In terms of Group B, the top teams that we're looking at are, of course, Food is going to be in this BS Plus competition, so we got some SAM representation. That's CRN, KV1, and Wisty, so KV1's kind of with this new squad. GK is also part of Group B. Remember, that's Tempo, Mitzer, Alpha, and some other ones that are going to be having to rise from the ashes, because there's some, I would say there's some strong 4 favorites from each of the groups. So looking to see if there's going to be any upsets here on day one.
Oh, of course there's going to be. It's day one. I mean, what better way to begin a last chance qualifier than getting yourself a little bit of a testy situation? Sure. Let's get into our first match of the day. It's going to be a long one, folks. Strap in, get ready, get your popcorn, or go ahead and take a pause and go to the bathroom, because we're going to make sure that all the players are good to go. And of course, if you are curious about what today's matches will look like, we'll be keeping you updated throughout the majority of the stream. And this is a opportunity for players at LAN to show what they got on the biggest stage. Lemon Kiwi, obviously hundreds of thousands of dollars on the line coming up. We know that this is all about the push for Paris. We know this is the push for one of the biggest LAN tournaments in the world. Got to think that pressure at some point starts to make or break some squads.
I'm just, reading faces and wow, hand gestures, and it's gonna be about trying to hear each other through the chaos that is, I don't know, I wouldn't say probably closer to 100 people in this venue, but hey, we've had a lot of esports going down, different LCQs. I know, like I said, CS2 was just around here, so now making sure everybody can hear each other, get settled in. But hey, at least on the left side of things, they're looking comfortable, they're looking excited, fueled, and apparently not jet lagged. On the right, we're locked in or nervous. I don't know what vibe I'm getting from the right side.
I'm getting hedge fund meets early flight, but still feeling good about it, against soccer troop that's very, very excited on the left and could quite quickly get on top of these boys. I don't know. Again, this is winners round 1. We still have quite a bit of the matches to get there. Winners round 1, we got the winners quarters, winners semis, so on, lower round 1. Bunch of matches today for teams that are trying to qualify for the main event. Again, Cuisine versus AW67. I'm not saying the actual meme. RNT versus Lionera. Sinner Esports versus Galaxy. TRKF Esports versus Iran Esports, so on and so on. Manchester City waits in the winners quarterfinals for the winner of this matchup you're about to see on your screen. All best of 5s until that grand finals, which is a best of 7. So this is going to be a gauntlet for teams coming into this weekend. Pacing is obviously the name of the game, but also we're sitting in what the month is now, August. So there is really no excuse for mistakes that usually plague teams at this time of the year. Defense to also rear its ugly head back out here knowing how much money's on the line.
Hey, you're the one who spoke the double commits into existence on social media, so
I don't even remember that. It was like 5 minutes ago. Yeah,
I saw it. and I'm
Thank you.
gonna speak it out now.
Okay.
Because it's the caster curse. It's not really the caster bless. Okay. And also wondering if we're getting some local talent cuisine. It's very French. If I heard some inklings of French on the left side. So hey, if we're feeling right at home, hey, that home ground advantage is so real.
I'm trying to work on my French. I'm worried that I said cuisine and it's actually cuisine or something.
Cuisine. Yeah, you know, it's a little twang.
Yeah, so the Texas of Europe. Let's get into it. Q, AW67, it works out. Don't think about it. Just don't worry about it. We're getting into game number 1. It's a best of 5. And already, man, what a dream. Early morning Rocket League. It's going to be fun.
I haven't worked with you since Optic was a thing, so I'm like super stoked.
Hey, call me old again. Good Lord.
I know, right? I got my cane out and everything.
My goodness.
Hey, so far so good. On the left side, AEW 67, as you don't want us to say.
I'm not saying.
It's early or late enough, depending on what side of the coin you want to be on. But
that's true.
Oh, that's okay. We got a good pass. We're going down, but Cosmos is gonna pop it up. And look, Inferno and friends of AW making some space. They're going down, backboards being protected. But this is the type of early pressure that sets the tone and kind of gets your opponents to wake up and smell the coffee like we should.
Oh man, get a little bruise going. I can only imagine what time it's probably in London, Paris. Good Lord, it's what, like 11, 12 noon. Sure, time zones, that works out.
Yeah.
Gotta think that the players are all warmed up. If not, first match of the day, always a good shout and a good little flip up the midfield as we get ourselves going early with proceedings. AW67 will score first.
Yeah, Cosmos just trying to get back in time, but had no boost. Almost had a hand up, but man, when AW get the ball rolling, it is hard to stop them. So you kind of need more of that resistance in the midfield here by the boys from Q. That demo, unfortunately, does not net them the ball to try and find that response, because that was a solid demo in front of the net. That could have been a big gap opener. That could have been a big shot, as Cosmos is denied.
That's going to roll in off the post. So close. Thought you were going to get a little cheeky shot there, didn't you, Chad? Didn't you? Double commit. Leaves way to an open field. Juggling. Backboard open. Reset there as well. Double will be taken away, and into the corner we go. Offense moves up as Q get their first real look at things. Shout out to production on the back end. Has been working so hard all night long and been able to get all these players in the right spot. And, of course, everything moving forward. We're going to kick this one back downfield. 2 minutes burn here in game number 1. A best of 5 on your screen. Still the winner's bracket. And in the group stage is this one ricochets into the corner. A 1-0 lead for AW67.
I'm really seeing Q struggle to just get control of boost. It seems like they're lacking on their end in the moments that they need to go for a big play. And you just find yourself out of position and not in the critical spots to contest this possession. And I'm liking what Yezo's doing now. You're seeing some activity. You're seeing a shot from Cosmos. And he's had a few opportunities. I would say I could count them on one hand. But Q still have not struck gold, as ATY will send it towards Yezo and wanted to bump Inferno there. But hey, some good defense from AW so far, but it's up to Fireman in this 1v2, and Inferno gets involved.
The only question was just when is that path going to lead to bigger paths for Yezo and the rest of the offense? Seemed they were a bit stalled in that offensive third. That does seem to be the case now. Second man will pick up that full tank. Gets a demo for his efforts, but a stalled touch into the corner leads way to a dead ball, and surely an AW67 push, never mind. Plays it around 1 through the 50 and back up for Q. It's to the midfield we go. Cosmos, nice little give and go special. Slow floater off the crossbar and kicked away again, but low boost still remains a problem for Q as they look down to the other side of the field for a counterattack. AW67 trying to break out now.
Yeah, EW can have sometimes some shaky defenses. Saw that double commit, the 2 flips, no contact on the ball, and Q still haven't taken advantage of these lapses from the defense. And I think this is going to be some momentum that generates. It's a whole best of 5, by the way, folks, going through all these double elimination group stages. So a lot of time to get your footing as Yezo is trying to delay and ends up fumbling the bag and gives AW a goal.
Yeah, they call that the Corelli defense right there, where you get set up in position and then you just forget to turn on the controller. Happens to the best of us. Little pass in the box. Nobody tell him, and never, ever, ever repeat it. Okay? Let it be.
Don't tell him the stream exists.
The less he knows, the better. Yeah, that's really how it goes. This is going to be a tough one, though. A 2-0 lead to start game one. We know that in best of fives, Jen, that up. Oh, okay. 2-1. Never mind, but come back to my point later. ATY takes advantage of some UE3 physics.
That just deposits in.
That's an adjective, yeah.
That just deposits. And after all the effort, sometimes it's just like the easiest goals that somehow go in. So, like I said, AW, sometimes their defense can be a bit wobbly, but it's their offense that I think really shines. Like, they will chase Q, and you can't even get comfortable. If you miss that first touch, if you're not confident, AW are all over you. And this guy almost just slotted in the upper 90s. So AW are kind of heated after that one.
Yeah, I can tell that it's early match because some of the defense so far has been, we're still figuring it out. We're putting our shoes on. We're tying our laces. We're getting there. You are down within one. And now a chance for an ASMR special. It's AWC 7 and Q. Go right back to a 1-goal lead. We'll see if they can tie this one up or notch it within the next 30. Try to squeeze it under the crossbar. Not going to happen this time. Defense will be there to commit. Third one gets out. Plays slow onto the ground. Flips it up towards his teammate. Wing was nowhere to be found. And into the orange half again. 22 seconds to go. Will AW67 be able to push this one forward?
It's going to be about better control of boost. You had that double commit from AW, and then you ran out of boost. You couldn't even follow through on the ball. So a big moment for Q as they go downfield to the back of the net. 12 seconds left, and we have a tie. Exciting times here in the LCQ for game one.
Oh, little musty pass. Look at that. Nice demo to open up the box. Defense had no chance. And we have ourselves a tie. 12 seconds to go in game one. You thought it couldn't get any better? Just hold your noggin. Here we go. Defense trying to get to the backboard. They will. Stalling out for golden goal opportunity. Game one, long way downfield. Play it up. Keep it up. There we go. Full court. Fireman. Into the corner. Doesn't quite get the touch they wanted. Inferno going to play around, and it will touch. It's an overtime for game one.
And crazy for Q to be in this position after being down 0-2 in goals, looking like AW was controlling the whole field, but if Cosmos got a touch on that, that could have been deadly. AW just seems so stunned in fear to even be put into this position, as all three will collide here from Q to build that wall, but no possession, as now they're at a standstill, a deer in headlights, and this sits at the goal line as game one was almost under fire.
Yeah, come on. We're talking about reset to the opposite corner. What are we doing here? Granted, still game one, but what a way to come back in the last 30, able to tie up the game and begin our last chance qualifiers. Good Lord, I think I'm having an aneurysm, man. It's 40 seconds in, and already some fiery action here for the start of the day. Still best of five. ATY, the pass into the box, kicked out across. The redirect tried to be Zen for a second, almost worked out. Backflips it still into the play. Cosmos going to try to play it with that, but actually gets beat to the ball, and so the offense for Q will try again now on their second possession.
Hey, half the battle is just believing that you're Zen. Trying to actually execute it is the next step. Confidence is what is key, and you're seeing that really blossom on the Q side. I mean, they're a lot more active. They really got a handle of their boost. They're getting involved, and Inferno is just trying to make space, collide with the enemy now as Skag will go forward. But it's just tough to kind of get a good setup now that Q are all part of this backboard and the bottom 90. Finally, AW get the job done.
They do, and I was right. It's like the reaction of the hedge fund boys. They're like, that my portfolio went up a little bit. We like that. Big fan. I know it's not the lowest Corelli 45. I know. It's also 6:13 a.m. So, we're warming up the gray matter, if you can catch my drift. It's very fast out here, but that is a game one win. AW67 take advantage of some lackadaisical defense there in the overtime, but a nice sneaky shot to begin proceedings. And again, great follow-up defense from the second man to start off our first game.
Okay, not too busy on this side. We got some nice social distancing. Hello, people in Paris. I hope the croissants are pretty good. I hope the weather is nice, too. I feel like it's rainy in Europe. I feel like it rains there. What do you think?
Well, all I know is that they don't have freedom weather, so I'm going to say...
Okay, that's true. Caca, I can't do an eagle.
There. Did you say caca as an eagle?
Well, what
point,
sound? What sound is that?
Well, okay, I can. Well, here's the thing. Production will know as well. At some point, we will get the sound of the eagle to come out of either of us, but it's gonna take some time to warm up. We're gonna have to
That's a screech, bruh. That's a screech.
Yeah, I can do that. I mean, especially if I'm in that venue, I gotta be honest, 11. If we're in that venue and we're playing and I scored an overtime goal, I'm 100% screeching like a banshee out of hell.
Yeah.
No, like let's go, just real loud.
Oh my god.
Yeah, what do you think about that? Yeah, it's gonna be. It's a long day.
It's gonna be a morning.
Be a long day for the other team too.
It is, and hey, we got a banger. I'm not gonna lie. The how this game started, it was not indicative of high level, but it did get to that level in the end. And I think it's kind of the nerves setting in. You're in a different setup. Things like just the desk height, what equipment you're using, can you even hear your teammates? The chair, of course, the secret labs are looking good, but this is where the comfort is key. And you can see that AW were comfortable out of the gates, but Q finally started to push back.
If I'm not sitting like a shrimp and ruining my spine, then it's not quite comfortable enough for me.
Right?
You know, it just takes a little bit of adjustment. Somebody play some defense. Oh, God, we're already getting some of the Johnny special off the opening kickoff. AW67 say, who cares about that overtime?
Right.
Thank you.
All right. Lovely kickoff. I don't think, K Corp level, it's not a K Corp level of kickoff. It's simply making contact. So
it's LG level. Yeah, you're right.
Hey, you got a bit of a head start, if you will, as that net's just open. Wow, Yezo gets back in time. I was worried for a second.
I told you, I said so. RLCS level Dunkel bits. Am I wrong? It's only...
Not wrong. Never wrong.
Thank you. We'll see how the predictions fare for the rest of the day. Opposite corner, look for far post. And now the defensive Q will get their first swing in the match here. And map number 2 for Forbidden Temple, all the way downfield. Counterattack begins, AW67, encroachment into the corner, picked up full boost. First striker goes, wins a round 2, double, and can't quite finish the play, but it was a valiant effort to keep it alive.
Hey, but Inferno almost 1v3. That was kind of crazy. Now he just sliced it through the defense like butter. You love to see it. You got to go for it sometimes and get physical with it. Cosmos off the backboard, sending it away. But you got that midfield too from AW67. You got also Bubs and Demos midair. That's just an open net. And AW will dunk on him.
All right, 2-0 lead. Following the same sort of script we had before. Air dribble bump or demo. It's cringe. Who cares? It's an open net. Low boost. Nice plays all the way around. That off-ball offense, again, going to be a factor for teams here this weekend who are playing against some of the best strikers in the world, fighting through a last chance qualifier, knowing what's on the line. Double, absolutely not. Nice little touch, though. Looked like it was Rise setting it up off the back wall. Counterattack does get out now on the ground game. Cosmos looking for the pass, playing the 1v1 to the box, tries to sneak it in. Not going to happen. To the midfield we go, and Skagsketh might have an open look at the net, but a takeaway from the defense keeps this one still at 2.
And these rotations from Q are being stretched, but hey, if you're gonna, you could try to punish AW just getting desperate, trying to send all 3, and they're almost, you can take advantage of also teams that are too confident, and Q were able to find some punishes. I mean, their first goal of game 1 was off of a mistake, where even we were surprised that the ball went in like that, so Fireman already locking up ATY in the corner. AW67 waiting for their moment to strike as this ball feeds out to the midfield. And these 1v1 opportunities could be huge for Q.
Yeah, they could. It's just whether or not they capitalize. Again, could be said about many different facets of the qualifiers this weekend. It's right over. That looks like me on the back line. Tough read for sure as ATY will punch it in. Cuts the lead down to 1. It was set up off the sidewall, and a nice play by Cosmos not to extend that up towards the ceiling. Allows his teammate to do their job, and he does his.
Yeah, just enough height on that shot. So love that Q can kind of pull back the defense and just have it sail right over their head. And this is the exact kind of deja vu point of AW being up by 2, and then Q started to creep back into the match, but now even more time. AW, we're just all over them, even from the moment of kickoff. But Inferno, he really likes to push their buttons, go for these 1v2, 1v3 scenarios, and Q are more aware of it now.
Yeah, pushing the buttons is definitely the adjective I'd be going with as well. I mean, nuisance, sure. Also, how I'd be playing as well. Second man will get a touch on it. And it kicks right across again to the offensive third we go. Yezo now going to take possession. We'll play off the sidewall with this one. Picked up by Cosmos, but now 2 games in a row now where this team offensively has been struggling to hold on to boost past the midfield line. First man does get a look, and they'll break out to man now into the corner. And taking away the challenge does work for Inferno. A 50 down to his teammate that leads way to an extension and stalls still. They get to the midfield. Great pass. Better block off the backboard and kick down again. So many times for Q. It looks like they're starting to get a drive going, Lemon Kiwi, but they just can't quite find the rhythm.
I like the ideas behind these passes, though, from Q, but AW67 are just on top of it really quick to those interceptions. So kind of a scuffle for that midfield as ATY just tries to get below it to avoid the challenge. Both really missing out on boost and really punching power as it's kind of at a standstill in the midfield. And Q just need one, and AW are just playing as conservative as they can to minimize risk and ideally any mistakes that could lead to a tie game.
Trying to keep the defense honest, right off the ceiling, and threatens for a second demo, but the spawn will be there close, and with it, the extension leads way to, again, another tough challenge for the ball. And picked up by ATY off the sidewall from the ceiling, long stretch downfield. This should be an opportunity now for CUE. Don't know why I felt the need to spell it out. ATY, backboard, all the way down to the offensive third, but nobody was in position. Second man was too busy playing man-to-man. It kicks it off the back wall again. So many times, Q's offense has been ready for the pass, but the wing just not in position to follow.
I really like that Gezo's been the tip of the spear, like the spark plug. He gets his speed going, tries to get some power behind it. He's got AW67 trying to get a hand up, but they're just so kind of turtled up in front of their net that Q just haven't been able to make the space.
That's a good rip. That's all I got. Back to the midfield.
All right, back to you.
I mean, yeah, let's kick this one around a couple of times. I'm just waiting for somebody to get aggressive, Jen. It feels like we're playing a little timid to start today. I know it's first match, but you know what I'm waiting for, Jen? I'm waiting for, oh, what a shot. I'm waiting for the Magneto to realize that they can be the front line and not be scared. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Thank you.
I know it got serious when we went from Lemon to Jen. So now we got to really lock in, guys. 5 seconds left. Can Q get the tie? They have to go from coast to coast. Now to the blue side, off the corner. Jonas feeding it to his teammate. Thank God for that. AW67 will confirm that second game. But hey, they had us. They had us in the first half. I'm not going to lie. A whole 2.5 minutes for Q to try and find that second and tying goal and just couldn't do it.
Just couldn't manage it. Granted, first match of the day, we're on the winner's side. You could ask the question, okay, is it simply temperance to begin for a long marathon? Sure, but the hedge fund does not count whether or not you are ready for the day. They just roll the dice and short the market, and right now they're winning by 1 goal apiece. EWC Esports currently up 2-0 in the series. Cuisine still hunting for their first real good opportunity, it seems, of this best of 5. They did have some quality counterattack for the last two minutes of that game. After that, though, not so much to be said on either end. The defense really didn't show up. The offense, pretty quiet as well. This is going to be a tough order for sure. Still the winner side. Winners round 1 of the lower, good Lord, last chance qualifiers. I swear to God, as we get into today, I will be more salient. But 4:58 is when we began the action here on the opening kickoff. And from there, AW67 started to control and then started to lose said control.
And no updates on any other matches going down besides, I guess, a forfeit. Some team forgot to show up. Oh, just kidding. I don't really know. But judging by the bunch of empty seats, people are still showing up to the venues. So we are bright and early, at least on our side of things.
Yeah, we are.
Paris, somewhere in the afternoon. Don't know.
What time is it right now? Like 4 a.m.?
Like 3:30. But hey, it's shot o'clock for AW67 in terms of getting balls at the back of the net.
Damn right. I mean, all right. That's I don't understand. AWC7 kickoff goals. It works. Are those fireworks or are those warning signs? I don't know. We'll see how long this one lasts. By this, I mean the lead, because good Lord, the offense needs to produce a little bit more into Shogun's #1 map. Cosmos will go ahead and play on low boost. What else is new for this Q offense? They continue to find success downfield, still hunting for what seems to be a clean 50. We'll play the catch. Not so much. Maybe I lied. And here comes the offense again. The boys in blue are pushed up. They have space. They have over the crossbar and a booming demo that leads way to nothing.
And just a reminder that this is match point. for EW67 in this BO5. We'll correct that in a second, but this is where Q, I think they've been just so close, 1 goal away, one of the games in OT. And you can tell how fired up they are to try and avoid that lower bracket. Reverse sweep, hey, that would be some cinema, but watch what Jonas is doing. And see, every time you do the bang sound effect, they absolutely whiff.
Yeah, that's kind of the magic of the bang is that you say it when it's the worst possible shot. And sometimes it does go through. To put it into Overwatch terms for those of you who are interested, it's you should have picked Mercy, and if you didn't, then get off the game. I need a healer. And I also need a double from Cosmos, or at least some more boost than 0 would be nice. ATY, we're just going to keep it rolling. All the way to Yezo. Yezo, sidewall. Continues. Actually uses a chain dash to get in front of the ball. Okay, starting to see a little bit more of the mechanics here for Q to bring out in the offensive third. Only question was, where's that second man? There it is. Biz of the back pass. SSG 2022. But still, that ball does not advance. Questions again. Can Q get a little bit more selfish with their possession and start ripping the shot?
I just like that we've been on the blue half for this long. That's the type of like pressure that was really nice for Q. And I mean, if AW were just going to walk it down, I was about to walk out. I can't even lie. So Q, I want to see them be able to maintain that, but not with panic. See, that was the wall. But hey, at some point, it's going to be right. But Jonas is also just taking out everybody in his path like a bulldozer. And AW have started every game up a goal. So Q got to wake up or see the lower bracket.
They do. They got to wake up. To put it into CS terms, it's time to spend. Screw the eco round, pull the op out. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Are you feeling me, chat?
First Magneto, now the op.
Yeah, I mean,
where is this guy?
Hey, look, I put Overwatch in there too. Let's put some respect on the culture a little bit. You know?
Oh, I missed that one.
Wow, the resident Overwatch god.
Oh, you did say mercy.
Yes, thank you.
Show them no mercy. Score a goal. Yeah, I tried to do
now
my
you sound like
impression.
Corelli when we play Rocket League.
Oh, yeah, I think so too, yeah. So EW67 have 2 minutes left now to close things out. And Yezo, okay, did not make contact with the balls there. So Cosmos either.
Like that.
I call it how I see it.
Oh, it's like watching like a little toddler out in the field and like they're like, oh, they're trying. They're out there. I'm being mean. It's a 1-0. It's a 1-0 game, but also you're down 2-0. Got nothing to lose at this point. Q and AW67. We'll see if we can battle them to a game 4. If not, sweeps to begin the day. Here we go. All the way down to the ground. Sweeps. Second, pulls the reset. Nice little catch, though. Plays it still back into the corner. And Alive extends the play. Nobody around. Okay.
I didn't really get a vibe of a sweep, though, just with how close Q have been playing. Like, game 1 went to OT. The second one, we were 2.5 minutes to get that tying goal, and Q had so many close calls. How about now? Demo's in front of the net, trying to connect on the pass, not able to place a shot on target, and Inferno won't get a second chance at Glory. So, minute left, and it's do or die for Q.
It is absolutely that. If they lose this, they are kicked out of the venue, even though they're currently up 2-0. We'll see how it goes. I lied. EWC7 holding on to the lead as Q will try their best to push this play downfield. Counterattack. When will it blossom? Biggest question so far of the morning. Skagsketh. Good Lord, my American brain is thinking of all the references with that one.
We're barely literate.
Yeah, that's true. My dyslexic self. Here we go. Pass it all the way up to the box. Come on now. Try to punch it in. So close. 30 seconds to go.
What a low ball play there from Q, just lacking boost to bring it up, and a double to end it all. That would have been sick. Now, Skag, just so close. No cigar. Look at all the space. He's got time. He's got moves. He's going up to the wall, not on target. But where's the follow-up? You just keep it by 1. That's all you need. Now Inferno just plays keep away. Don't let Cosmos get a chance. Skag off to the side. Inferno will gatekeep, and Girl Boss and Q will lack a goal in this game 3 and will take a visit to the lower bracket.
That is a firm, clean dap up a GG's little shoulder shrug. You know, warm up those muscles. I cannot tell you how important it is to stretch before your series. Let me tell you right now. EWC67 will take it 3-0 to begin the day. Winners round 1. Gotta be honest, you know, a lot to be desired still for a lot of these teams. And for this first matchup, still getting the jitters out, shaking off some of that rust for a lot of squads. The one thing, though, to say is, look, if you're young and this is one of your first LAN experiences, which I don't know entirely if it will be their first, but they are young, this is still a learning opportunity. And for a lot of teams, the best way to figure it out on LAN is to get your stuff pushed in. And so we'll see if this team can bounce back moving forward for Cuisine. They still have a bit of a road in front of them to go. But again, the opening match of the day does not favor that squad. AW67 will take it 3-2, 3-2, 1-0 and close out this series in a sweep.
And best of luck, because they have Man City as their next opponent. And that was a nice warm-up match, but how are you going to do against Acro, HB, and Seiko? That is a serious squad looking to go all the way with some serious top EU talent. But AW67 definitely started to combine their forces like the Avengers, if you will, and mainly started to minimize the mistakes on the defense, because that was kind of what led to even an overtime situation in game one.
Yeah, I mean, it really seemed like as the stretch was going, as the game was extending, all of a sudden the confidence, at least for the 50 game, was certainly there for both teams. But definitely still a bit to be desired. It is only game one, of course, but that is the Group A upper bracket. Still, winners round one, still round 16. Again, we're kind of just initiating teams into this last chance qualifier today with $100,000 on the line for that main event slot as well. Across the board, we'll be giving out prizes from first place all the way down to 13th through 16th. So if you show up today and you get to top 16, solid day, solid weekend in the building for some Rocket League. But again, that number one spot, that main event slot, is what all these teams are currently fighting for. And Lemon Kiwi, you start your day with a 3-0. You can't really ask for much more for AW67. Confidence at all-time high. And, the morning vibes are good.
Yeah, you could ask for some water, some snacks, and who's next? Which we winners quarterfinal is going to feature Man City AW67, but we're actually going to take a visit to the other match. We have Antique Esport versus RNT that took also their match in a sweep. RNT 3-0'd Leonera Esports. So we already have Cuisine and Leonera Esport in the lower bracket when it comes to Group A, and I'm excited to see how those teams are going to go. But first, we're throwing it to a quick break to get our new team set up in their stations and in their secret lab chairs and whatnot. So grab a snack, grab some popcorn, and we'll see you after this.
I'm gonna just Welcome back, folks, to the Last Chance Qualifiers here for EWC Rocket League Edition. Best of fives on your screen. I'm Spaceman. That is Mr. President. Lemon Kiwi, welcome in. So happy to have you. After our first match of the day, we had a quick sweep, a 3-0. Now we get ourselves set up for the next match. Jen, how you doing?
Good. I'm glad that production is going to keep me unmuted because I got a bit of the French twang. I could say the teams correctly.
Okay.
Because we got, guess what? Antic versus RNT. That is our next winners quarterfinal going on here in Group A. And now there's some more familiar names, at least on the Antique side of things. We have Anori, Skyrix, and Mako. And I remember casting Anori and Mako when it comes to ERA Esport, which was in a regional most recently at some point, and super solid group of young players. And I'm excited that they're in the LCQ. They got a different third now. I think they were the season in that regional at the time, and now they're with Skyrix. So very mechy kid to bring on.
For those of you who are astute learners, number one, those of us domestically here in the United States, beautifully pronounced by Jen, it's antique for all of us here who are American.
Yeehaw.
Number two, that's right, Sazen, as well, a player who at one point was on Vitality in 2023 in the Winter Major. At one point was looking like the one player fighting for a last chance spot on that squad before Zen turned 16 and then competed in the next major in Boston. We all know the history from there. So a guy who's had a lot of experience, not only playing in RLCS, but also playing around young talent, playing in an environment where, again, the pressure's high at all times. Let's keep that in mind. So as we move forward here, again, still best of fives as we continue on, and this is going to be our next round of matchups over towards our winners quarters finals. Again, we're looking at sort of a Group A upper bracket round 8, as well as some of our lower bracket matches. We'll keep you updated on for lower round 1. Cuisine sitting down there with Lionera, Galaxy, and Iran Esport. Aran, I should say Aran, it's not actually Iran. Aran Esport down there in Q spot. They'll play the loser currently of Manchester City AW67 Esports, which will be quite a fascinating match. But as we continue to whittle it on down, again, all these teams fighting for the LCQ main event. We're fighting through the opening couple of matches, and once we qualify our 4 teams from this group, we keep that going with every other group.
Yeah, no surprises in terms of our first round of sweeps. So now our upper quarterfinals does have, like we said, a Man City versus AW. We are tuning into that second match, Novo versus Snur, and Volair versus TRKF, which is another favorite team that I'm expecting to qualify out of this group. But hey, to find yourself for the rest of the teams that got swept, to be in that lower bracket after a sweep is definitely devastating after probably making quite a long trip to get all the way to Paris. But hey, maybe you make the most out of it, because sometimes, you know, your expectations, I mean, ideally you want to be the number 1 team, the only team to make it out of LCQ. That is a tough task to do with some of the top EU RLCS teams that are currently joining us. But I think it's also a nice flex to say how deep into the LCQ you got, because now you're starting to kind of set your horizons on what teams you could be joining next.
That is a really important point to bring up, Jen. I'm glad you did, because a lot of this, you know, at least in modern times for esports, I'd say like post-COVID era, is we've seen more obviously events come back as the world's opened up. And the changes of rosters has become more prevalent, more common for teams. But one thing that doesn't get often mentioned, which I'm glad you did, is that also as well, yeah, you're coming to LAN and you're playing with your squad, but a lot of this is also individual stock. You are showing what you have in these environments. Sure, in these events, you are playing for what could be a potential squad down the line moving forward. That is also as important. And for a lot of players, this is their first real time not only getting on broadcast, but getting to play in this kind of event. So if they have a good weekend, it could completely change the trajectory of their career.
And I know when it comes to Mako and Anori, they've usually had teams with coaches, so I'm wondering if that's a gentleman behind them that's acting as their coach right now. I know they had Beast Brown back in the day, but hey, at least Anori and Mako, I know they've been able to make regionals quite a few times. They were definitely on the come up. They were sitting top 20 to top 40 when it comes to the regionals, but then rose to that occasion. I think they were in EU Open 5 back when I was casting that. And they really impressed a lot of people, even being on previous orgs like Caliente, which unfortunately not French, but still very cool sounding. So I think there's some recognizable fresh talent on this squad, and we'll see how the other side does.
We will indeed, as the venue starts to fill up more for today. Last chance qualifiers on your screen. Rocket League on one side, CS on the other side. That's kind of where the dreams were made. Having multiple esports in the same venue, it brings us all the way back to earlier days when the world felt simpler, and nice to see that Rocket League again getting this kind of support at this level as the game continues to grow with UE6 on the horizon. I will not tell you when. I will not leak it. That's all I can say. Nope.
Make it up.
Nope, I don't need Epic with a sitting outside with a Fortnite sniper outside of my house, watching me as I get my mail, because they will absolutely clock me. But just gotta say,
not the op.
Yeah, no, not the op. No. I mean, the Fortnite sniper is, don't ever compare the Fortnite sniper to the op.
Oh my god.
Oh, are you kidding? The Fortnite sniper mops the op. What are we talking about? Oh my god.
I was just looking at the headsets. I see shiny and I already got distracted. I'm like a squirrel, so those Legion headsets are looking really solid. I think they say Steel Series on them as well. So you got the gold, trying to go for gold. I like it.
I like that too. That's the best of my analysis I can give to you right now.
All right, back to you.
Antique.
Antique. You're trying to say it that way every time.
I mean, look, I'm going to be saying that in this series, so if you happen to pick up the twang, I will not stop you. That's what I'm saying.
Yeah, I thought that one player had like a jersey on, and I was like, yes, we're getting to the serious car ball, but here that's football. So,
hey, listen, two things can be true at the same time. Number one, clean jersey. Love to see it. World Cup, again, just concluded. And shout out to Argentina for winning. That's going to rage somebody in the chat. Number two, also, we're getting to closer as well to more of like other affiliated Rocket League events that I won't say because we're here on EWC. But did you see that they are coming out with like official Adidas jerseys for a lot of these teams? I mean,
wow, cool.
We're getting serious here now, folks. We're getting real deal.
Hey, serious enough that the ref is here trying to be like, get in the lobby. Sometimes we're not the only ones illiterate and we have to figure out how to spell the lobby code, get all up in there, figure out what else is wrong with the PC. Hopefully nothing, but I always think of that meme when the ref is like leaning over, that DJ meme. I can't remember.
Oh, see, now I'm rattling.
There's no way we're doing that right now. Okay. See, they did it before you.
Wait. Now I have to know what this means because it's going to bug me for so long that I don't even.
Because they're in the DJ booth or the sound production booth. And one guy's leaning over the other guy.
Oh, you mean, oh, yeah. You mean, that wasn't Young Thug. It was, yes, I know what you're talking about. Yeah, it's when we have a Protocol 5. Yeah, absolutely. Okay.
And it's like when the ref is like leaning over like that. I just think of that meme.
Yeah, absolutely. Okay, I'm with you now. So yeah, no, you're absolutely right. I mean, again, shout out to everybody on the floor, to all of our ops team, referees, admins who will be keeping this event running smoothly for the rest of the weekend. For those of you who are wondering where the other matches are, again, we will keep you updated as we get information in from Manchester City. EWC Esports currently in their first match against each other. Again, we have expectations for how that one will go over on the east side for winners quarters finals. That's just above. Novo Esports, Center Esports currently in map 1. And same with Volair TRKF, which currently is in an overtime and just crossed the 10-minute mark. Unless I'm blasted and it's just counting the
10-minute overtime. What?
It's either that or this is just telling me the current length of the series, which is also likely the case.
That's
that's
dude,
probably
10-minute OT is record breaking. Or maybe no one's driving because there's no shot.
True. Great point. Also entirely possible. We'll make sure all the players are good to go.
Lobby test.
Hey, listen, the servers are servering. If you know, the last couple of days have been a bit awkward for at least for the U.S. East and U.S. Central. Rocket League's been struggling a little bit, but credit where credit's due. The back end there for Psionics has been so quick this year to being able to fix and push out patches for the servers, especially with some of these big events coming up. So hopefully all things are good to go. Stay hydrated, keep drinking water, and we'll see how things look and fare out down the stretch. I mean, we don't often do predictions here on this side of the broadcast because they're illegal, but I do want to break the rules here. Are we going 5?
No, back to you.
Okay, thank you.
All right, no sip of water for you. Okay, I'm just kidding. I
took that as like that's fine. Yeah, you know what? That's fair play.
So yeah, I mean, I've talked a lot about antique, as NA would like to say, but RNT, Riho, Thider, and Nowasaki. And usually, you know, when you combine the first letter of all of your names, there's chemistry, there's synergy, there's hope for you. So I know you have to think about it.
Wait, you can't say it because you can see me in the camera.
See you in the webcam.
No, don't do that. No.
Thinking a little too hard about it.
Yeah.
But
well,
I've definitely casted at least Thider and Nowasaki at some point, either an open, like a regional, a Swiss. So they've been around the block. So coming into a land like this, it may be their first time, or it may be a first time in a long time. So this is where you got to settle in. And you got to look at these tech issues like don't let it tilt you, lock in, and hopefully everything will be okay.
I mean, this pause is just extra tactical timeout for the squads. This is a chance to go over the game plan, make sure obviously the vibes are there, hit your training packs if you need it.
Training packs.
I mean,
With the most serious lobby test going.
Yeah. I mean, listen, people laugh at the training packs until they hit the crossbar.
What's the sweatiest thing you've done in a lobby test?
Join the other team. Actually, sweatiest thing I've done in a lobby test? Ooh. I mean, tried to play the game normally. I mean, I think the closest was Rival Series. I joined in on a lobby test and was getting smoked, so I tried to go for demos, and I ended up wasting about like 2 minutes of the break time. But other than that,
yeah.
What about you?
I saw a thumbs up from a ref, so I just got really excited, but that was a one-sided thumbs up, so we are not R yet. For me, I spawned in with my Canadian Mountie build, where I just had the Canadian Mountie hat, I had the Canada flag, I was all red, and I just drove laps around. I think Corelli was there, and he was actually trying to play, and I was just driving. I was just cruising.
I think that you did the right thing by not engaging with him and also just taking that moment of zen to sit, breathe. We'll give you his updates as quickly as we can. Still upper bracket, side of the bracket, lower. Good Lord, last chance. Round 8. We're getting there. We're getting there.
We have just begun, and we are beginning. We are starting even. So we have RNT versus Antique. Hopefully not a lobby test. Hopefully the real deal. I'm thinking the thumbs up meant we're in for something good. It's still a BO5 winner's corner final. And we'll see if Antique can make this a sweep, or what kind of challenge we'll see from RNT.
Hope that we at least go for. Would love to see a series extend down the line today. It will be an awkward touch for the opening proceedings, but again, questions on the docket for a lot of teams in the winners quarters finals. You win this, you go on to semis, all best of fives. You win the semis, you qualify for the main event here for the last chance qualifier. So a lot to be desired, a lot to look forward to. LAE, RNT, off the backboard, already looking at a shot and a goal. Folks, we got the goals going early. Is Yappa leads the way.
Wow. I'm like pulling up my old RLCS notes, just looking up Nowasaki, because I know that name is so familiar. Back in the day, you know, at some point he was 17 years old, and he was in a bracket where Optic was still existing. And now I get to talk more about that because the ref has to pause. Hopefully not many more issues, but hey, some serious
the WoW was at
talent.
Optic, not the pause, by the way, just so.
I know, right?
Yeah,
and I just pulled up the...
You said Optic and it broke the entire thing. I mean, look at
there was FaZe Clan, there was Optic.
That was what, 23?
Sub?
23? Yep.
I'm trying to...
Yep.
Dude, I wrote Friday notes because I was clearly a genius at some point.
Oh, yeah.
So that was
streams,
super unclear. August 4th, 2023.
Yeah, I was
last time I casted.
What, the last time really we had prominent FaZe in Optic, in at least, or Optic as well, in RLCS was around 2023, yeah. So it's been 3 years since that point. That's how much the game has grown.
Williams Resolve. That's what Nowasaki was on. So, fun fact: his lore dropped. Back to you.
All right.
I just love saying that.
That's awesome.
So broadcasting.
I love that. That's so. It is clean. Sometimes it catches me. It's a little like tingle. It's like, oh.
It's like a Family Guy. I just get it from Family Guy.
Yeah. Oh, that's actually so smart. You know, I should lock in like that. As you can see, technical pause here. So make sure players are, again, all good to go.
I think I thought Thider was Strider. It's like Strider with, if you say it wrong. So, it's, you know, you can lock in.
Give it a couple games. Don't worry. I'll hit that.
Use more of the tongue and you get Thider. So then, you know, like you can lock in on
Spanish in Spain, or the traditional. That was the reference to give you. Yeah.
No water for you.
Okay.
Someone clearly spilled, because people are only taking waters off the table if someone made a mess.
Yep. Guys, please keep the caps on the water. And remember, other matches currently happening here on the mainstream as well as around the bend. Manchester City, AW67 Esports into their match. Still waiting for an update on that side. Versailles versus TRKF. Again, still moving forward in their match. And with the updates on the timer, I assume that is, again, the match length and the length of the series, not the fact that every single team's in a 12-minute OT. Novo Esports and Center Esports currently going head-to-head in the G part of the bracket. Almost had a different word. Winners quarterfinals here. Winners semis coming up next. We got to whittle away these top 8 into a top 4. Gotta wonder, gotta think, at some point.
Don't think too hard.
Yeah, true. At some point, we're getting this game. You know what I'm saying, Jen? Like,
Yeah, no, it's
we're getting
insane.
it. Yeah.
And remember, guys, it's Group A, Group B today. So if you're excited to see any food or... Oh, actually, food are playing today. If you're excited to see other teams, they're playing tomorrow. So look up the bracket. They're not playing right now.
If you're excited to see your team, then today's not your day. You're not. Don't even pay that.
Wake up tomorrow.
Yeah. I hope so. I really do.
Please wake up tomorrow.
Yeah.
And the next day, actually.
Listen, if there's one lesson to take away from Brand New Day, is that it can always be worse. Keep it going.
Sun will rise.
That's right.
And your team will play.
You might not, but you could.
When does Optic play? Never. That's actually, I think, TSM now that we have to say.
Yeah, well, that's true.
Is TSM still in Rocket League? Surely.
Sure, a little.
We'll look it up later. But all right, we're actually in game 1 and already a goal for the one side. Antique. I have to think about that. I wish they went with Ant. I feel like that would have been easier on my brain.
That's a great idea. I like that. Look at this, full of good ideas to begin the day. Also a stall on the goal line.
Like that.
Yeah, back to you.
Well, Noah's doing the absolute most, just 1v2ing there at the corner. It feeds out to Riho, but easy toss back to Mako, backboard protected, nice to the side. You're seeing that experience really show on the RNT side. Chemistry is there. Already more solid passing than our previous series, so the levels of Rocket League are just going to get ever so higher every match that passes by.
One can only hope. First demo of the match. Already out 2 minutes in, off the reset. We got ourselves a nice stable game number 1. Here we go. Double available. Has a good angle on it and a better read. Right up the gut, though, it'll be a 2-0 lead as RNT took advantage of the free clear off the backboard. Everybody commits, and the demo helps open up the lane.
Ooh. Yeah, just centering that ball out, not great. But hey, that's the type of suffocation antique. I'm gonna just say like you know, just to be as NA as we can, since that's where we are right now.
That's right.
Antique.
That was the most mild version of antique.
I was so sad. It's just so sad.
I mean, I'm down to adopt some of the French lingo.
Oh.
Antique. I can't.
Hey, Nori, just breaking ankles. Just maybe had a bit more time to. I know the ball is going real fast, but kind of had a free road for the third goal. But you don't have to kick him in the dirt so bad. There is 2 people climbing up for this ball though. Double commit from RNT, but hey, whatever keeps the ball out, I guess.
Oh, nice touch. Seeing a little bit more pressure this time for RNT, knowing again you're down by a pair at this point. Haven't had a lot of success through the midfield. Thider now going to take it, just play for the stall, gets his teammate in position and crosses it into the box. But again, nobody around to support. Misses the extension, right back on the pass. Defense there ready and waiting. 2 minutes on the clock, still hunting for their first goal. This is a good look as any, but still not enough pressure.
I was hoping to keep charge of that midfield, but then you take some height here if you're Mako, and it's like Antique starting to put the pressure on, but I like that RNT are finding this more open space, keeping close to the ball. You're summoning now the defense. Up in this corner is where the gloves are coming out, and Noah's trying to feed this to Riho, but there's just so much traffic. It's really hard to keep any possession if you're RNT, but I like that Thider's getting the challenges going early in the midfield, but now some time for Inori to find Yopa, maybe in the shot going for the third goal, but nothing yet.
Still hunting, gets the boost, tries to pre-flip the jump. So close off the crossbar. Woodwork gets an extra dent, and into the post we go. It's a corner play here for LAE. An extra men upfield as they'll keep this one alive. Full in the tank, and Mako will fall back down. Rio now trying to extend all the way to the orange side of the field. But the defense for LAE, more so the transition game, has just been consistent. Winning their 50s, second touch is clean as well. Haven't had to rely too much on big saves or man-to-man defense to begin in this series. Game 1 should be good for LAE as they move forward with a 2-0 lead. And as of right now, just controlling the pace of play.
I think RNT had one solid opportunity at offense, and other than that, you're having kind of this 1v1, a lot of these 50s that are absolutely killed on the ball. But if RNT can maintain this level of performance in Game 2, we're going to see a much closer game, maybe even a turnaround in this series. But with 30 seconds left, down 2 goals, magic would have to happen right here, magic. Right now, which, off the post, and not on target for that last touch. So, unfortunate.
So close, so far, still no goals. Gotta think something's gotta change. With 10 on the shot clock, we'll turn the game off this point. Yopa, into the midfield. And this should be enough to kill it where it stands. It will be. Belt to back end, 2-0. It was a quick one in game number 1. Didn't really stop after that opening goal. We began proceedings with, again, that quick shot into a technical pause. From there, led way to an acquiescence at the midfield. Defense nowhere to be found. Offense controlling the pace of play. And the transition game for LAE was about as clean as you could expect. For a best of 5 in this situation, here's a quick look at the replay by STC. Can't ask for much more from the goal line stand.
Ooh. Just to find that open space in the net. Kind of good control in a heated moment like that for Antique. And I mean, the first, 30 seconds of the game, you had a goal there, so you had a tone setter. You had Antique maintain from there. It did take the second half, though, for RNT to wake up a little bit and mainly produce so much of a challenge that there weren't any other goals after that. So that's what I mean, that I'm going to be on the edge of my seat here for game 2 to see if RNT, if that was their warm-up game and what they picked up from that. Because so far, Nowasaki seemed to be the guy on the ball, the guy at least trying to begin possession for the team, but how they're really connecting, I'm not seeing the most solid of touches, especially as very panicked on the follow-ups from RNT. So there's one solid opportunity where they were really building up pressure, but if you're just throwing yourself at the ball and not creating quality opportunities, then it's not going to happen.
It won't. She's right. Here we go. Into game number 2. All of our first round matches in round 1 of the uppers, sweeps to begin round 2. Semis, top 8. We have ourselves already 1 game down, getting confirmation on the scores of the others. We'll keep you updated as we can with Wikipedia still getting some numbers pushed in. For those of you who are curious, keep tuned here into the action all day long for all of the matches here for your qualifying chance at a last chance effort towards that top part of the bracket. The main side is where players want to sit. And Fighter's going to take this from coast to coast, hopefully post to post, off the backboard, and the defense still a little bit too easy to read. LAE get out of their own side, quick out of dodge with it, and extension downfield.
Watching game 2 as Antique were able to set the pace with a shutout against RNT. But you know, players like Nowasaki, they've been competing since they've been 17, if not even earlier. So who knows how old they are now, and that's where talent really begins, where your career can extend. In the LCQ, hey, if you can punch up to some of these teams, you're going to be on everybody's radar from here on out.
Yeah.
As RNT patrolling the midfield, and I like that there's layers to this. You want your third man, though, to not go for anything too risky, as you see that Antique are really starting to push some buttons.
Straight off the back wall, though, Fighter going to use the reset, extends it. Reno there for the air dribble bump. Didn't quite find the connection he was looking for. Couple of double commits that do lead way to an awkward possession. Ball stuck currently in the orange side of the field. Nice clear by the defense. Soft catch as well to keep it honest. So we go back to the offensive third. Kicks downfield. Yapa take extension. Point now. Boys in blue. Rio towards his teammate's side. And they'll try to extend this right side of the field, playing laterally to pull this defense away from that midfield line. LAE are happy to send numbers at this ball, but RNT were thinking twice about the possession, and by doing so, try to hold on to this 0-0 score.
Solid touches from Thider to just guide that ball out. Used a lot of boost, though, just to get it to the midfield, and Antique just have them trapped. But I like how tight RNT are playing to each other, though, so if there's ever a challenge, the ball feeds right back to them. But Yappa has to get a few extra touches on height to feed this to Yappa, but on the goal line, somehow this is scooped out. But you're not even out of the woods yet. Finally, the ball to the side. No boost for RNT, barely keeping their heads above water. And Anori comes in yet again. So now you get to breathe a sigh of relief after that one.
Yeah, it seemed like finally the offense was starting to find their rhythm just at the right time. Use the reset stall to pull the defense out. Defense has been kept quite at bay. RNT struggling to hold the possessions the way they had in game one. I say that, they didn't really hold much. And downfield we go again. LAE still putting more threatening shots towards the net. Right back out to Rio. Possession here. Boys in blue move upfield. One clearing bump leads way to an open challenge and another quick dunk, but no extra touch. And the orange team will escape again. Defense doing just enough, but the offense still hunting for their first goal.
Definitely that push and pull, and what did I say? RNT, their defenses already look much cleaner. Let's see if I cursed it, but hey, cannot cut through this post like butter. Thider, though, off to the side, feeds it to Riho, who now is expecting a challenge, so tried to pop the ball up to buy some time for that second man to step up. And so far, Antique able to keep it out of the woods, but hey, Thider is already knocking at the door. You like to see this guy get more aggressive, try to really break up the structure here of Antique.
86 seconds, quite a bit of time. Still an opportunity downfield. Thider's been showing us a bit of the mechanics today. First couple of resets looked quality. Second one, give or take, a couple inches off that crossbar. With another quick 50 leads way to a challenge. Yappa just setting one towards net. They'll careen into the corner, picked up with full boost and a chance for RNT now on the counterattack, but Mako takes it away again. Hovering off that backboard, possession, pinched towards the crossbar. And now the boys will move up. Second man gets the call, waits patiently, loses the 50 touch. Yappa challenges quickly, ricochets back out, and third man will clear it away. Yappa, counterattack, double open, but the defense shuts it just as it gets towards the backboard. And another errant opportunity where LAE had a look at the net, but they could not close the deal.
Mako couldn't put a shot on target, just got so excited. Here comes Anori, though, and tried to get under for the reset. Thider is always at the right place at the right time. Noah keeps it off to the side. Less than 30 seconds. No one has scored a goal here in game two, as Anori puts some more push behind this ball and just tries to get active, but Riho finds a good bounce. No second man to step up, and Noah hesitated in the midfield with no boost.
Yeah, they're leaving so much of the boost around. I know they're playing the ball. They're trying to keep possession up, but there are ways to play off-ball offense that include pathing into the lane that have not been at the forefront of RNT's offense. Questions for sure. Only thing, though, is that they have maintained this goal. I should say this equilibrium of 0-0 at no goals in game number two. So we can criticize them all we want for their offense, but for LAE still hunting for a chance here, and into the OT we go.
Oh, it was almost a really scary 1v1. There's some serious pop-off potential on the Antique side. They're just showing us some more mechanical control of the ball in these moments, but I think RNT showed a solid chemistry, solid enough defense to keep this at a 0-0 game despite the threat level that Antique have clearly created. As Riho to Thider trying to draw out this defense, and a missed touch leaves Yappa stuck in the net. Now that Thider has beat him to the punch, he has to stay stoic into the net. Any mistake here can cost RNT the game.
It certainly can. Gotta wonder if the defense is starting to get gassed just a little bit. They've been looking shaky on some of the double commits. Communication has been an issue once they found possession. Holding the reset, just gets it over the second man. But a bit late to the call. Right idea, not quite the timing. As it seems that as this game has gone on, LAE are thinking more and more about the plays as they happen. What I mean by that is they're kind of overthinking the moment. Starting to second guess some of their approaches. RNT's defense has been able to keep them in. Can their offense find them the win? Ricocheted out towards the midfield and redirected, sent on its way. This is the best chance you've had to get a good look at this offensive swing. And still nobody up to be able to find the touch. Kicked right across again. LAE will get out.
Love these challenges out of RNT, but the passing plays, they're just looking so solid from the Antique side. They just still need to connect and execute on those. The defense now being tested as Antique Yopa had to choose that touch carefully and chooses correctly as RNT still cannot score in that moment. 2 minutes into OT, Thider almost with a full tank, reset not able to get going as he watches carefully as Antique start to surround their prey at this point, but they're so far back, still trying to get boosts and rotations going that I think Antique want one good swing at this.
Yeah, both defenses have looked really, really good at being able to find the clears. So if you are RNT, your objective right now, outside of stopping this reset from Yapa, is focusing in on management of that boost. Being able to shut them down on the goal line is so important, and keeping the defense turtled back as long as you can. Gotta wonder when those paths will start to open up as they, again, keep their numbers up now, 2 at a time. One gets a call, plays through the touch, all the way up. Nowasake trying to get the extension, not gonna happen. Rio fights through the 50. But LAE do not have an open lane for a pass. And again, the defense from RNT will, flip those names, get us back out into the blue half.
Oh, dangerous as Mako finally just solo plays his way through it. I mean, he's been trying to pass in front of the box, and there's been so many times that they've been trying to outthink the defense of RNT, and sometimes you just got to simplify it, go for the solo play. Love that out of Mako. The serious talent is now they go to match point, but really by skin of their teeth. That was the longest OT we've had in the 2 series we've had.
Just the reset, or the Doomsday reset, I guess. Yeah, sure. That's fine. Okay, sure. That's the way it's going to go down. Why not? Both defenses had ample opportunity, plenty of boost to mind you at that. They were quite full multiple times. Just seemed like the offense wasn't quite sure how they wanted to break down the game, but all vibes, all smiles right now as you can see. RNT struggling, but Antique struggling. RNT continuing to move things forward. I swear, at some point today, my brain will kick online. Do we have any updates regarding Valère TRKF? As much as I can give you currently, no.
Oh, well, at least Man City's up a game, but the sky is also blue. So I don't think anyone surprised on that one. See, I wish I could see the scores, because I bet
Liquipedia sometimes even takes time.
Yeah, and
I say that for myself.
I'm pulling up even the official bracket website, and say sometimes these newer teams can really catch you by surprise. Just sometimes that scrappier play style is hard to figure out and hard to predict. But what we could at least try to predict here is that Antique could go for a sweep against RNT, but that was what, a 3-minute OT. So wait a minute. Gotta see RNT get their first goal of the series, maybe here in Game 3.
Wouldn't that be something? Yes, is the answer. It'd be nice.
Special.
Yeah, just something different to change up the pace of play. Selfless
Go off
pinch.
of an open net would have been hilarious, but
almost got it predicted. Chat was thinking about it too. They called it out. Almost had a kickoff goal. 30 seconds gone. Tries to make the read. Right ideas. Execution not quite there to start as RNT again look for their first and trying to find a way to extend this series to 4. LAE's defense has been just fine. I mean, they haven't had to require too much on turtling up, let alone getting that third man to play over aggressive on the goal line. This one's going to be a tough floater to read, but does it anyway. Yapa will try to get back out to the midfield now.
So far, Antique's defense has been pushed, but I don't think truly tested at this point. If anything, the mechanics from Antique is what's really bailing them out and helping them pull through on these games. It did take a 0-0, 3-minute overtime, though, and Mako having to go sicko mode at that point to kind of pull through for his team. But hey, this is where pressure makes diamonds, and RNT can still go for the Hail Mary. And I mean, you're in an 0-2 spot in the series. It's time to get silly with it at this point.
It is, and I'm just curious on this last exchange, why we don't see more pressure off that backboard. An opportunity there, we had a chance to at least contest the challenge, hovering above the crossbar. Instead, tried to go for the bump, understandable, but left a lot of space to be desired. As the offense once more swung through, but could not establish a rhythm. Thider, though, going to try to do just that. Working again, off the tip of the Fennec. Follow up, a bit high. Low boost here as LAE struggle to hold possession. Nowasake trying to work it down to the ground. Plays slow, has Thider ready and takes the 50 away. but no open looks just as of yet. LAE doing a nice job of playing slow and patient when they don't have a lot in the tank.
Antique doing a good job of getting away from these challenges as RNT's defense really just allowing Antique to get rotations going and mainly their boost back online. Now the midfield favoring Antique after some demos, but still getting pushed as Noah is just all up in their space and making it hard for them to connect and at least generate momentum towards, or really downfield, I should say. Now both teams are struggling on boost, so you have people running on fumes chasing the ball, which is not going to bode well to have a confident offense going.
Yeah, definitely looking for at least a sign of life, an MVP-like performance, even an X factor, somebody to get the going, get the proceedings online, downfield. That one's going to be tough to read. Nicely done. Into the corner we go, extended. Noah right to the box, take it away. Mako straight up the gut, reset, got him. And a better save. Nice job on the defensive end. RNT needed a save like that to keep them alive in this series.
I thought for sure he got it. You said got him. We all thought he got it. That was an insane save. Still we're at 0-0. We may just get into a marathon-like situation as Inori first up, but just had to get the pinch, and then Mako left in the dust with no boost. One good swing at it. Antique will try to bring it back. And hey, being efficient with the boost too is another level of mech that Antique have brought to the table as RNT. Good challenges, good first touches. Sometimes you just go downfield for free. Snyder was almost styling on him, but no goal yet.
Still, opportunities there where off-ball offense could swing the game right back in favor of RNT. A bit hesitant to go for the physical play downfield, understandably. Maybe pacing or spacing, I should say, is not quite name of the game for them as of now. Looking for their opening, playing through the numbers, a pass to the center of the box. Kept on the ground, flipped up to the sidewall and played to himself. Questions whether or not Mako was ready for that extension. Communication issues maybe for the defense of LAE is still, they find themselves turtling up with plenty in the tank to do so. Nor trying to get downfield, and Yappa's got his teammate there right in front, but it will be taken away again as both teams still looking for the opening.
Huge amount of saves from RNT's side, but they've got to come together. They're playing so far apart, and you got this player downfield from Antique just ready to receive a long pass. Like, there's really a lot of depth to this offense, but execution is what's preventing them from sealing the deal, at least so far. 15 seconds. Will we see yet another overtime, or will RNT try to surprise them? And off the post, Riho with an amazing save.
This might just be it. Has his teammate. Here we go. Opportunity drops it down, and it bounces at 0 seconds. Somebody keep it up. Maybe a catch. Yappa, great control. Anor just has to find a bump. 1v1. Almost got him all the way downfield. When you need your teammate to go slap the opponent, it just doesn't work. Into OT we go. And what a moment here for RNT to survive in this series if they can just find one opening.
Tell there's a lot of ones players. Oh,
guys.
Rocket League players, rise up. Get on the ball. Let's go. All right. Lock in. It's overtime. And it's also still match point for Antique. Will RNT see the lower bracket or maybe have their journey cut short? No more second chances. Mako up in the air to the backboard looking for the double. It was a nice attempt, but no cigar.
Good Lord. Finally, some mech starting to flourish just a bit. Tough read. Better save. Third man patient as ever. Who's going to make that first mistake on the back wall? Defense been a bit shaky when it comes to finding the clears. Tough touches for sure. Downfield, Mako not going to turn on it, but will get lucky in rotation, able to play back on the ball now coming upfield. Anor right up the gut, kicks it back into the sidewall, and there's Mako ready for it with full boost, extending, continuing into his teammate's hands, but just misreads the angle on that one. And a lackadaisical touch from RNT that leads way to somehow an extension. Continues to be a tight affair in this overtime, a tug of war for both squads. Neither team really finding the opening for their strikers that they'd like. And Thider will try to corral this one to the corner for some possession and patience as we wait now at the midfield line to see who has the real good look on this one.
RNT really tried to slow down the play after things are starting to get really hectic. That's where mistakes are more often to be forced at that level. As Mako, good read on the aerial challenge. Riho trying to steal boost, not able to, as Antique have their head on a swivel. Just their half of the field. Almost 2 minutes now into OT. And RNT just want the one goal, but man, denying these doubles is really testing them too.
You know who would have scored that? Forky. Sidewall.
Are you going to say like Zen or something?
Oh, sorry. Oh, I did actually.
Oh, okay.
Yappa. Nope. Maybe. Follow-up shot, better save. On him, no boost. 3 saves in a row for Noah Sake. Good Lord. Somebody get this man some water. Not on the desk, preferably. Keep that towards the ground, away from the PCs. Rio tries to extend upfield, and every time you think there's an opportunity, LAE just seem to find a brick wall.
Like, RNT are really good at putting a flex seal on their net, but really striking back is just a whole different ball game, apparently. But still trying to test those rotations of Antique, seeing if you're playing a bit faster, will you catch them on the back foot? Because right now, Antiques seem well organized. They've had access to the backboard. They've been able to pass. Mako got them the OT goal in game 2, put themselves at match point. But I think Nowasaki's pretty mad. He is also out of boost, so Thider hesitates on that second man to go for the challenges as the ball sails right over their heads, and you got to stop Antique before it's too late.
The patience is killing me. The open net, don't miss this one. They call that the Alpha Cap touch, baby. It's wide open. It's an absolute sinker. Every time you think you're getting something good, oh, it comes through just in time. Lantique, or as we say in the freedom world, Lantique, takes it. Rio, all sweeps to start. Up around 8, has not disappointed. That was one of the games of all time. This one keeps going, folks. Love to see it. A sweep. GG's. Fist bumps.
You just opened my mind to the Lantique part, though, because now they can say it. They can say it. They've won, actually, technically 2 matches now. Oh, no, that was their first match of the whole bracket because RNT came from the round 1. Antique was sitting in the quarterfinals. So, hey, to still pull out a sweep when this was your first match, very, very impressive. They will be facing now Manchester City that took their sweep against AW67. So, best of luck to AW in that lower bracket as we have our winner semifinal decided, which the winner of that will be qualifying to the main event. And on the other side of that bracket, you have a Novo that is waiting for the winner of Volair and TRKF. And that will be the other winner's semifinal to decide, oh, it just got locked in. Volair versus Novo. Winner of that gets the spot.
You can see the series layout, 2-0, 1-0, 1-0. We call this, actually, I call this. This series was the equivalent of watching Tiger Woods versus Tony Romo on a freeway. It was not pretty. Yep. Back to you.
It was, I like it. I like
Thank
it.
you.
Picasso, you know? And art is subjective. So,
it is. You're right.
It is. It really is.
Folks, that was
It was art.
That was a series. 2-0, 1-0, 1-0. As you can see, the sweep, it keeps it going. And every time you think things are going to get better, we got another round to give you. As we take a look here at our match we just concluded with in upper round 8. Again, we'll give you updates when we get them, when they do filter through. Liquipedia going to take some time to, again, update. Manchester City did 3-0. Shocking surprise in the round 2 uppers as they'll play Lantique. Novo Esports, Volair. Currently sitting in upper bracket round 3, formerly known as semis, currently known as hi, welcome back. We've got a couple of matches down, many more to go. It's going to be a long day. If you need to stim, get it out now. I do, so I want to know. Lemon Kiwi, favorite goal of the game so far? Your thoughts?
The one that ended that game at the end, that was a good one. Completely shutting out RNT, by the way, is something didn't expect to see in a bracket like this. You'll get to see the replays of, let's see, all 4 goals I think that we had this series. Or no, it might have been more because I think it was 3-2 game 1 and then 1-0 and then 1-0, which pretty crazy chess match. I know we don't have chess going on right now, but that's what it really felt like. So Antique will have to go up against a Manchester City, which I don't think will, it'll be checkers versus chess, I think, at that point. But hey, you could always surprise us.
You could. Then again, we could always be in for something chaotic, so we're going to take a moment and quickly jump to a commercial break. When we come back, we continue on with upper semis or something entirely different. Who knows at this point? We'll see you after the break.
Play is in our DNA. Whenever we let it out, it becomes our superpower. Now imagine an entire city being built to supercharge it. Qadir City, powered by play.
can come in here and play my game. He knows nothing. Let's go!
Tyler, why? You're done.
This is my ladder. You can't climb it.
It's better than being hard suck at Masters.
You're going too far now.
Your eyes buggy. Your elbows ashy.
That airline, that's an L airline.
Somebody better hold me back.
Okay, yeah. Do something then.
Raw energy. Half from blow the house down.
You look nervous.
You look short.
Everything's good?
Mm-hmm.
Fight.
Okay.
Let me hear you shout. Don't give up.
Do you really need the wraps?
Yeah, that feels like overkill to me.
Welcome back, folks. Last chance qualifier, Spaceman, Lemon Kiwi. Don't really know where this one was going to start with. Introductions aside, Lemon Kiwi, welcome back in. Going to be a fun day for sure. Had a couple of matches up, couple down. We had Antique Esports, LAE. Now up next, Volair versus Novo. Already getting started. Talk to me. Best of 5. What do you think?
See, Chris, we have Lenovo out here. Lova, I see it. They're part sponsored. But hey, this is going to be the match of the group, I think. Novo versus Volair. That's going to be the closest one. The winner gets one of the qualifying spots into the main event. And I'm sure seeding is going to matter. Someone who's literate can read the rules on that. But hey, going lossless through this group stage is going to be pretty important. And we got some serious talent when it comes to both these matches. Volair consists of Tox, Growly, and Crispy. Nova has Gyuk, Rezi, and Nico. So a lot of familiar names if you guys pay attention to EURLCS.
That's true. And if you don't, well, that sucks. 48
well,
teams.
I guess we're doing the other game
groups.
too.
Exactly. We have more regions. Don't worry. 48 teams split into 4 groups of 12 teams. All matches in Stage 1 will be best of 5. Into Stage 2, double elimination will continue. And all those matches will be best of 5 again. Grand finals, though, of this entire qualifier, best of 7. So if you want to see a long extended series, you're going to have to wait a bit, couple of days, but we will conclude all the action on Monday. And with that, we will be crowning a champion, giving away $100,000 in prizing from first all the way to top 16. And the team that does qualify, one single squad, will be making it over towards the LAN in Paris. Surely going to be an exciting event nonetheless. Make sure you stay tuned. It's happening next week. You don't want to miss it. Manchester City Atlantique versus Novo Esports Volair, if we're looking at the top side of the bracket. And here's a look in at the player cams as you can find them. It is Atlantique Manchester City. Currently, don't know what that was. Currently in upper bracket round 3. Best of 5. Very excited to see these two teams go head-to-head.
Yeah, don't worry. We'll be doing that other match very soon. And hell yeah, these are some familiar faces. Man City, one of the favorites to go all the way and win the whole thing. Acro, HB, and Seiko. Seiko changing his hair up, even for the event. You know, in Canada, we believe that changing your hair during an important tournament is actually bad luck. That's why hockey players have really long hair.
Do they counter it with the lack of teeth? I assume that's how that works.
You get those punched out a little bit sometimes, but it's like the vibe. But we have healthcare to like fix that.
Okay. You know what we have?
Freedom?
A reflecting pool. Antonio Ramon. And Tom Brady.
Oh, Tony Romo. Yeah.
Aaron Rodgers, good for 30. Get me in front of Congress. Let's talk about a little bit of what we need to get the job done. You know what I'm saying? Manchester City, Atlantique, best of 5. Jen, we don't often do predictions. Listen. We don't do predictions. We do predictions, actually. But give me, are we going 5, 4, 3? What are we thinking? 2?
Wow, if we go to 5, I'll go bald. I swear to God. There's no way, right? And you have a lot of hair to lose. We both have a lot of hair.
Volunteering my agency, settle down. It's true.
Hey, your hairline is also going downfield, bro.
Okay.
So,
yeah. That is a statement. All right. You know what? We should talk more about Lemon Kiwi's rights and wrongs as we get into this broadcast. Let's speak specifically about what we have on our docket here. Okay. Manchester City versus LAE. Qualifying match. Game 1 underway. This one matters. All the marbles coming down to this. And we'll see what the defense can bring to the table.
A lot of rights that could happen for the Manchester City side of things. And they're the team that shouldn't even be in a position to be in an LCQ. And I think a lot of respect has to be given to Antique, especially, you know, they're coming in through sweeps. Gonna definitely recognize Anori and Mako from regionals. I'm not sure if they got deep enough to ever face Man City. So, but hey, they got to know each other. So you can tell that Man City are taking their time with this one. Seiko, though, is going off the ceiling and resetting off the backboard. Acro is soon to follow up with a double to make it look easy. And the first goal goes in for Man City.
Never going to get tired of seeing those club goal explosions at all as Seiko opens proceedings, reset pass right down into the box. Gotta know coming into this, if you're Lentique, that this is going to be one of the toughest matches you will find in the entire tournament. Still the upper side of the bracket, again, qualifying match, best of 5, not a lot of wiggle room here for either team. Kicks it right in front of the box, and Seiko will take it away. The world champion gets out towards the midfield, and HB will try to help him along. Nice touch from Seiko just to extend it for Yappa. Good defense here. And for this squad moving forward for LAE, their defense cannot afford to escape a series on low boost again like they did in their last series against their former best of 5. We'll just go with that. They have to play a little bit stronger here.
I know this is going to be a big tournament for someone like Seiko, who still is continuously trying to raise his ceiling and raise the bar, and results with it. And I think Antique showed us some inklings of really good solo mechanics, and I don't know if it's going to get to the level of Man City, but you just never know in a hectic tournament like this, being in a different environment, especially being still not fully tested, what kind of level you can bring to the table against Man City. But hey, one goal is maybe all you need to win game 1.
It is the Shogun special for a reason. 1 goal is all you need. Likely going to see multiple, though. Volley of shots to begin. High off the backboard. Seiko happy to play second today, as he has before. As Edgeby will get that midfield grab with it, take up the third, and Mako will call ball. Edgeby takes it away. Leaves it for a chance, and Acro could not extend, but here comes Seiko. Waiting to buy time and does so. 2 minutes on the clock. 1 goal. LAE still hunting for a connection. Edgeby on low boost, continues to find success upfield. Into the orange half we go. Possession stalling for Manchester City. It has not been a rough affair to begin. Very controlled, very poised, and happy to play boom ball.
Good reads from Akron to know where that ball was going to feed out to. You don't want Antique to start connecting on those passes. This is where things can get deadly. Speaking of which, Yappa's already forced to make a save, and Man City are pushing their limits. Acro waits for a moment to have an impact and just throws it towards the net. Antique stuck on their own half, not able to really go downfield because you're just trying to ward away all of these shots coming out of Man City.
And they will play that low. I love this call. You do miss a bit of the jump on the angle, but the ground game for Manchester City is some of the best you're going to find in the tournament. Certainly good enough to pick apart this defense from LAE. And they've had no problem finding space upfield, especially in the air. Race into the corner now, possession here. A backflip, a bit of an awkward touch. And downfield again, it'll still be hard to read as the offense still looking for their first real catch of the day. Mako, not going to be here. Wide on the shot. Racing back through the ground. Seiko calls ball. Takes possession. Must he? No, not really. Still is threatening, but again, most of this game 1 has been after the goal, really the setup from Seiko. Make it 2. Most of this game has just been play in open space and kill the clock. I mean, they don't have to do anything fancy. Manchester City control the pace, they control the field, they control the space. At that point, you're playing a scrim. You're just playing with your teammates and just seeing where you're at.
And Man City have quite a bit of time together, been through the most recent regionals. Antique, I mean, they have Mako and Inori that have been together for probably just as long, but not as a trio. So definitely a level of speed and threat level that Man City are playing at that is quite uncomfortable for Antique. Played much slower against their previous opponent, but kind of, I like that level of physicality that Antique is starting to put on the table. But Edgeby easy defense off to the side as Acro guides us away. Yappa's trying to get in his face, and this is Antique trying to not really play scared, and I like that.
Well, yeah, you got to send something. I mean, doubles at times can kill teams. We haven't seen too much of that really offensively today. More so the defense that has been struggling, but it's more of an outclass situation. An esports strat of simply one team being better. That one will lead us now to a 1-0 lead in the series for Manchester City. As Inori will try their best to extend it. Maybe one for the road. Yeah, almost. Not going to happen. Manchester City take a 1-0 lead. But to hit on your point, Lemon Kiwi, yeah, it does feel like we're getting kind of into this stage now where slowly but surely we're seeing Lantique kind of open up and feel a little more confident that they can go for those challenges, that they can play at that pace. They're certainly skating alongside Manchester City. But when so much of the game is simply dominated by possession time and pressure being either side of the field for Manchester City because of the way they've been able to control the ball, it does call into question for Lantique, what dimension of gameplay are you able to dip into? Is it just playing possession? Is it just playing a simple counterattacks downfield? Is there any sustain, or is this all about looking for an opening window? If that's the case, you might not get much.
And there was a lot of building that Man City had to do to incorporate Seiko, and one of the biggest trades in RLCS this year is to bring on Seiko to this trio, and a lot of questions of how this player was going to step up, and so he has. I mean, he received that pass beautifully, got the goal done. Obviously, this is not you know, an opponent that I think is going to make them struggle and mess up and have any risks, because Man City are playing at a pretty high speed that they are comfortable at, and Antique are still trying to keep up. But that's just game one. And I think that was only what, two goals.
Two goals,
so
yeah.
Not I wouldn't say belt to back end yet, yeah. But it could lead to that eventually.
I mean, that's the scary thing. It was one goal and controlling the game, kind of run out the clock, victory formation for the most part. The benefit for Manchester City is mechanically, you know, you can pick apart this team should you choose to, and Seiko says, why the hell not? It's only game two. Forbidden Temple takes victims, and Seiko claims another. What an opening goal.
Yeah, and Seiko's not just a good enabler for the team, but you forget that solo-wise, he's really worked on his offense and wasn't even at a bad point, but just to get to a top EU RLCS level, Seiko has improved so much, and just the magic he's able to do as soon as the kickoff happens. It's amazing to see out of Man City. As Antique now, you still want to try to get some fight going.
I mean, at this point, what do you have to lose? And I mean that in the most positive way, and with optimism implied. You are down 1-0 against a team that mechanically you're a bit under, and pace of play-wise, you're certainly not really keeping up with. Certainly feel more comfortable going for double commits at this point, and would love to see a little bit more contest off that back wall, extending it from post to post. We'll see now who takes possession, and Ori will, and at least keeps this one involved. Into the play we go. Yappa keep it on the ground, pass to his teammates. Second man will scream into the corner and kick it out. Anori picks it up. Working. Seiko patient over both. Third man flips. And we continue to settle down now in the blue half.
Yeah, you just don't want to let Man City get an offense going at all, but defensively, the trio is set. Downfield we go, and you got to keep an eye on Seiko, Acro, getting a demo, really weakening and slowing down Man City is a good idea. Nice. Good strategy as Edgeby now is pushing the backboard. Seiko bounces it out, no second man to be summoned, but buying time for the rotations for Man City to take another swing at it. Mako waits downfield as Anori barely gets a pass to him, but not the play that Antique was trying to set up for.
They're going to have to beat every single look. Pre-jumps aside, you're going to have to be faster on the ball. The challenges must come sooner. Point of contact so far for Manchester City. Not disappointed. Shouldn't expect much otherwise. Kicked right back into the box and kicked away again, fighting for control into the 50. Seiko plays it through the traffic on the ground. Again, great possession. Should say better control from the veteran at this point, who's been able to dictate much of the game so far. Through the midfield. Nowhere to go. Again, every time a lane opens up, Manchester City get a hand up.
That was the issue with Antique's previous series, is so two of the games went 0-0 for the longest time. It's kind of takes time for them to find the right footing, to find the perfect opportunity. And, you know, I do say it's about quality opportunities, but sometimes it is about quantity. It's just really trying to send it downfield as much as you can, but I know that Man City they control the midfield, they control the air, but can you stop Anori? I mean, they just all stand by and watch this happen.
Will force the defense to play honest, to make some saves. They have. Extending, he's looking for the bump. Picked up now, open field slightly. Space for sure. That chance to extend this drive. They will. Around one, around two. The offense stays up. Second swing now. Counterattack starts to blossom a bit more. Antique, the redirect though, is there in time, as is the defense. No possession cleanly here for Antique as they'll take the pop and wait for Mako to make his move. Resets over Seiko, has it on target for the defense again in time to make the save.
Acro has such good mechanics, and he's an impact player, and he doesn't chase balls. He actually really bails out his teammates in like a moment like that where a goal could have gone through, and so far Man City are still shutting out Antique. First game was 2-0. 90 seconds. Seiko's almost fed the ball, and Antique are trying to get ahead of that. There's so much to watch. The backboard, the passes, the Seiko's solo plays. There's so much depth to the Man City offense.
This is the trouble now for Antique, is just simply, what more do you have to give? outside of these much more aggressive approaches downfield and a much more comfortable offense for sure in Forbidden Temple, Manchester City just need one goal to win the game. You do the math. At the end of the day, they can kill the clock as quickly as they start this thing. And now the question comes down to the final 60. As Antique will try to extend. Mako right into the hands of Edgeby. Carefully gets this around the goal line. Very dangerous for the defense to get out. But handled just fine and challenged immediately on ball. Second man has no opportunity. Mako, though, with full boost does. Resets, pinches. Still, though, I mean, I'm looking at that hesitation from Honori on the goal line. There is no bump. There is no challenge. There is no contest. It looks like we're waiting for our contact to first find the angle. But second man still has a job to do.
Good awareness from Man City to watch that second man of Honori that was approaching for that final tap-in, or also the tying goal. It's Man City. Defense stands tall, stoic. Antique, one last swing. Yapa with the pass, 2 in the net. Mako with the follow-up with 3 seconds left. Antique get their first goal and the tie for game 2.
The curse has been broken. The dynasty has been cemented. They are the greatest 0-1 down team in Forbidden Temple history. Antique ties up with 3 seconds to go. All of a sudden, things get interesting. Seiko trying to find Edgeby. Not going to happen this time. And here we go, folks. It's an overtime. Manchester City, Antique looking for a bit of magic. An opening spree for Honori. Plays it through the challenge. Able to contest one. Chips it right into the corner. And Yapa will swing out towards the center of the box, but no contest there. Honori grabs full boost. This is your best chance to keep the offense up for Antique. They've been able to stall out the MC defense, and the boost not in favor of the boys in blue.
And it's so clear to me that Mako's the best player on Antique, and it's just who can really help him out to get that final shove in the net. Clearly, if you can just find the rebound off that initial shot, you can actually catch Man City off guard. They weren't really expecting that level of pressure. Down low, Acro receives. Has a good lead down as Edgeby was looking to bump some players out of the way, forcing Antique now to take height. Now it's a skirmish in the midfield.
Again, still questions for maybe the communication for Antique at times. They have the right idea, but waiting for players to get in position. Entirely different ball game. Honori avoids the bump, plays it off the backboard. This is a chance. No follow-up challenge. You have half a tank of boost. A Crow has 0. There should be a little bit more aggression here from Antique. Knowing the type of players you're playing against, the team, the defense, the fundamentals of Manchester City. Honori will again take from the midfield, gets a bump, follow up there as Mako finds some space in the corner. And Yapa will try to swing it low to the ground, but still no opportunity as Manchester City get out. And a chance for the reset, counterattack again. Boys in blue move upfield.
Hey, shutting down the solo plays of Seiko. Great job there. Antique slowing down the play, too, is allowing them to have a more even chance at really getting into position so that they can get that follow-up shot. As here comes Acro trying to speed things downfield. Edge beat down low shot. What a save from Honori. I can't believe that wasn't in. 2 minutes now into OT to see if Antique can try to match up the series, but that's a bounce that is hard to read, hard to catch up with if you're Acro. Man City are not done yet.
Mako needs to call that possession. He's got full boost. There's no reason Yopa takes that challenge. Yopa needs a small path for pads. Mako should be the one to send it downfield, but they're just going to extend anyway. Almost got him to bite. Mako tried to swing it around the opposite corner, and Seiko will make him punish for it. Crossing shot leads to a ricochet. Acro into the corner. Edgeby waiting, patient, over, backboard. Still the midfield. Seiko up now. Into no man's land again. Kicked back out to the midfield.
Wow. I mean, Antique, that every time they go for that initial shot, it's been blocked every single time. You really need to suffocate this defense if you want to try and pierce through. As Acro 1v1 against Mako, Seiko picks it up. The whole defense watches, but with so little boost, as Man City wants to draw them out. See if they can find a gap into the net. Seiko now really pushing Antique to the edge, as now Antique have to get demos going so they can protect their boost, defend their side of the field, as it just feels like Man City are circling them like sharks.
Still really good patience here from Antique. They didn't get over aggressive, not too jumpy on the defense when they shouldn't be. Again, just questions about whether the urgency is there when the offense has a look. Edgeby trying to work it down to the ground. Does so, gets it around one. Defense now has to commit into the corner here. They've lost the ground game for the opening start of this overtime. 3 minutes burned. Another one quickly left into the hands of the boys in blue. Edgeby waiting for it, picks it up in perfect speed. Edgeby over almost, but the hand is up, and Antique keep it out again.
It's about the recovery, like after you get challenged, your Man City, like they're not able to kind of pick up the ball yet again and build pressure, and that's why it's been so frustrating for them to get this final goal going and to break this OT. It's now entering 4 minutes, which is so insane to be limit tested like this. And almost a beautiful pass out of Mako. Again, continues to be the shining star of Antique, but gonna need some help in the net as well.
Credit to the defense. They have done a really nice job of keeping Manchester City on low shots. Count-wise, has not been as much of a flurry as it was in Game 1 or the start of this Game 2. But at some point, the dam will break. The water will leak through. They have to get this out. They have to have a better control of the ball downfield. Otherwise, you're just playing sustain. Circling it again, right around. Great shot. At least gets the defense to contest. Mako from the ceiling will leave his teammate up to the challenge. Yopo right around, and once more into the hands of Edgeby and crew, as Seiko waits for the look. And does get an extension, but doesn't really get much out of it.
I mean, wow, what a transition from Antique. And man, you have Man City just jumping in the net. What was that, a triple commit? They just are kind of stuck as Mako has to back pass. Yapa's with them, but also Man City are right on your tail. That could have been dangerous. As here comes Antique yet again, but Man City look a lot more organized now that they're able to slow down this level of play. Just got to be careful crossing in front of the net, and Seiko takes the mantle.
I mean, they're getting some easy looks defensively, and we're getting so close to opening proceedings here for Antique to find their footing in this series. So much riding on this Game 2. Almost 6 minutes overtime. Seiko trying to kill it where it stands. And the Crow takes it from the side wall. Has Seiko to beat. Got him, but just a bit off target. Edgeby plays it on the ground. Can't sneak it over. And right back to the midfield line we go again. Low boost, though, for the defense, and still nobody around to get possession. Great extra flip to get out in front. Second man does their job. First man crashes in. And right towards midfield we go.
6 minutes? This is so unheard of. I just can't believe it. Like, Man City, 6 minutes! This is insane. And Antique, they've just been on it, denying every shot, not even letting Man City have time to go for these fakes. When is this ever going to end? It's going to come down to which defense makes the most critical mistake. As Yapa time on the ball, and Man City are really comfortable to let them have time on the ball.
Yeah.
They've been blocking every shot now as Seiko to Acro. And oh my God, they finally get it done. Game 2 to Man City.
You know, as this overtime was going on, it was never a question of what would it take for Manchester City to score. It was more about, is 6 minutes enough for Antique to find an answer? Because you're not giving Manchester City's defense much to look at. It is, again, a little bit more aggressive than what we've seen at the start. But Manchester City, yeah, they haven't looked great, but their defense is mechanically good enough to keep them in that kind of game. I mean, there is no question about it. It was just whether or not they found the right shot. They do. At some point, the dam was going to break. Antique, you had almost 12 minutes of Rocket League to break down that defense, and it was the same look over and over again. And sure, there were opportunities, but just so many times where hesitation, a bit of urgency would have been nice from this offense. Now they find themselves down 2-0 in a brutal, grueling, long best of 5. And again, team that wins this will go on to qualify for the main event.
Looks like the vibes are still good on the Man City side. Coach hyping them up and locking in on those fundamentals. Clearly, the speed, the max, getting in Antique's face looked all great on paper, but the execution took damn long time to get done. So see if Man City can do it in a quicker fashion this time. And the one goal that Antique got to even put us into that 6-minute OT was off of like that follow-up, that rebound being found, and that chemistry that built up to that point. So we'll see if Antique have built up enough to try to take a game off Man City.
Some evasive measures are required. Maybe they could take a game. Maybe. Down 2-0. This is the time. All best of fives. The grand finals will be a best of 7 to remind you. This is the upper semis. Should you qualify, you qualify for the last chance qualifiers. The main event coming up tomorrow, or later tomorrow, and Monday. But in order to get there, you got to score. And Antique has not had their fair share of looks today. Found a nice sweep earlier, but this is a different ball club. And now they'll try to find themselves back towards the midfield, losing the overtime in game 2, and about to go down 1-0 in game number 3.
Nice little dunk there, and that kicks off Man City's game 3. And they do get these first goals in quite quick fashion, and then it's just getting more comfortable as the games go on. I think game 1 was only 2-0, and you kind of wondered, was that them not at, energy over 9,000? Was that them just slowing down on the gas pedal? And then clearly things got a little too comfortable in game 2 when we had that 6-minute overtime, but maybe that doesn't show on the bracket, so no worries. And if you guys are fans of Novo and Volair, don't worry, we'll be showing that on stream right after this. See the next team that'll qualify into the main event, as Sean said. So
yeah,
so far so good.
This is your tournament of power. And we got Yamcha up first. Good luck. How do you respond? No matter what you do, it's going to be tough. MCFC representing their side quite well. Holding the leads. Doing again what they've done in game 1. They have a 1-0 lead and they just play boom ball. We'll fight for the touch. We'll get a little mechy if we need to, but no need to overexert ourselves. It's a long series. It's a long bracket. This weekend's still getting underway. Seiko. Outside of that first look in game 1, and a couple of chances there in the Forbidden Temple, again, hasn't really had to pop off much, which I think is a benefit for MC, knowing that you're not spending the rest of their reserves. You can just kind of take your time to warm up. Still playing through it, though. Physicality, not much of a problem for Manchester City to deal with.
Man City have 3 individuals that can pop off. Like by themselves, mechanically, against really anybody. It's how they come together that has been the question for me in this series. And it's not that they haven't tried, it's that Antique have really read that quite well. It's quite predictable.
Nice.
Now Man City have to try and switch things up, as that was so close to being in the upper corner, and they're still trying, but now not on target.
I'm sorry for yelling like that. I saw one pass and I got very excited. It was looking so good.
I know, right?
Just a little bit of a change, a little bit of a difference. Maybe. Double for Seiko. Oh, somebody get these beggars out of here.
Antique's just begging for a goal at this point, but pop up from Minori centered out gives Seiko a home run opportunity, and he hits those every time. I think the bulk of the goals from Man City have come from Seiko, and not always individually. And I know in game 1 got a really good pass, I think, from Acro at that point. So see how Antique gonna have some fight back here. He's still got 2 minutes. Any kind of pressure they can build, if you can just get close to the net, if they can get Man City's backs against the wall, that would be ideal. But you also have to stop these double tap opportunities, and so far it's going okay.
Is 2 minutes enough time? That is the question. As Shakespeare once said. Is 2 minutes enough in Rocket League?
Yeah. To score or not to score? That is the question.
To book my flight early on Friday or to just simply forfeit? One must ask why. Why? Go ahead and take a seat. What are you doing here? Edgeby. Oh my, so close. So close. But Honori on the other side, going for their own reset and got him to bite. We got ourselves a game.
That was kind of what I was worried about with Man City, just how much time they give Antique on the ball. And, when they get ramped up like that, you didn't have Seiko put a hand up in the midfield, and they get that kind of speed. It is kind of tough to stop a tidal wave with just the sandbags. So that gives Antique a real possibility to force another overtime now at 90 seconds. Edgeby is not going to make that mistake again. Does dodge the upcoming challenge and tries to guide Man City out.
2 tough 50s in a row. The second touches for Manchester City have again been able to kill multiple minutes off the clock in this series. Center back out. Nice read. Bit of a contest there in traffic. Follow up from Seiko. And Mako will send it on its way. We'll see now what the offense can do here for LAE, as they've had plenty of time to be able to adjust to the different looks that the ground game from Manchester City has given them. Off the woodwork, gets an extra dent. Soft catch. Gets it around Seiko.
I respect Man City going for these 1vXs. Like, they're clearly the most mechanical team, but man, if you just get shoved in the net like that, when you go for these 1vXs, you put yourself out of position. And look, Antique, they just get confidence. There was an attempted bump on the net, which kind of got Edge to be uncomfortable. And the tying goal has been found by Antique with 37 seconds left, but after a 6-minute OT, it went Man City's way. So will this be the game for Antique?
I was very aggressive. I do want to apologize. I got excited. It's been a long morning of sweeps, and I just want to see something, man. I just want to see some magic. Take me to Disney World and leave me there. Get me in. Mako, over. So close. For a chance. Looked like an opportunity, and we might get it. Reset, ceiling, Anori. Can't flip it forward, but the offense stays up. Mako calls the shot. Defense will get out in front. A crow. Flying off the ground, and LAE lose their chance at the offensive swing.
Another overtime. How long will this one take? Now, clearly the solo plays are not working for Man City. It did in the first game 1 or game 2, and you can't let that happen. Off the kickoff from 6 minutes to 5 seconds. That was an interesting overtime.
Oh.
What'd you think, Sean?
We got ourselves a series. Oh, baby.
You wanted to see some?
I did. And we saw a kickoff goal, which is great because Johnny's going to lose a year off his life. But not great on that part, but just great that Johnny saw it. Listen, here's the thing, right? Manchester City, Antique. No business this one should be going longer than 3. The fact that it is gives me hope. I am hoping so hard and hoping that Antique have more in store, because if they do, I just want to know, like, you asked it earlier when we were in the pre-show. Lemon Kiwi said, are we in for upsets today? Yeah, you might be.
There's no way. There's no way. There's Antique have the chance to do the most hilarious thing and reverse sweep.
Yeah.
Man City to the lower bracket.
I mean, the vibes are high. The vibes are good. As Wavepunk would say, you either reverse sweep or the game 5 loss is called the we wasted everybody's time. But maybe we get a more interesting series here. It looks like, at least, again, we're reading off of speculation alone. Obviously, for Manchester City, veterans across the board, been in situations like this before, but gotta wonder what their coach is telling them or what they're telling each other. Just simply, hey, we know we can close this one out. On the other side, I got to know if Antique are wondering, is the aggression working? And if so, what changes will they continue to make going into Coliseum?
And it's like kind of mistakes from Man City, but just really good goals. Like squeaking it past these tiny gaps. I'm just so impressed with how Antique have been stepping it up now, trying to go for the reverse sweep, and so good for the morale. Now Man City, like I said before, that goal happened, so abandon the solo plays. I think now this is not a team that will let you get away with it. So go back to what worked for Man City in game 1 and game 2, working off of each other.
Finally starting to see Antique get a little more aggressive on their challenges, especially with the second effort. Fighting through the 50s as Mako plays the ground game, and much more of an opportunity now, a viable look, as Antique have been fighting tooth and nail through that 50-yard line for most of this series. Find themselves now in a Coliseum to extend it to 4. First time we've gone a bit of a distance here today. Only day 1 of the last chance qualifier, all best of 5s. And we'll keep it on going with 1 minute gone.
And I want to see more contests, like more challenges in the midfield from Man City, because if you let them have time, like almost a dunk there from Anori, too many close calls. Because one of the greatest goals that we saw from Antique was off of flip reset, because we all watched it happen. That's the type of momentum that this team can generate if you're not careful enough.
Stretching the defense out just a bit. Force them to go upfield for boost, which is a entirely different set of skills for LAE. Again, adjustments through this series have been pretty excellent. Got to give credit where credit's due. This team has not faltered when they've started to make mistakes. That one's a tough read, though, and it's in for Seiko. It's a teardrop of a kiss under the crossbar. What a read from the elbow.
So many goals coming out of this guy, and was just ready, head on a swivel to receive that and fed back out to him. So Man City starting every game off with a goal, but how it ends can sometimes be a different story. Most of the time it's clean. But that game 3 surprised us all. So Antique scratched the surface, but how much of a dent can they do? As this is the type of defense you got to be worried about, feeding that ball straight middle, centered out in front of your net. Antique can't keep doing that.
Gotta think, at some point Manchester's going to pick that read up and punish you for it, like we might see here. Ground game becomes your second best friend. And the first is Mako on the wing. Downfield, backboard, kept away by Seiko. Chasing down for boost. Still alive. Extra crashes, but no clear wreckage as of now. Edgeby into the corner. Has 2 saves on this game alone. Tough redirect, but plays to his teammate. And again, the offense will stay confident upfield as Antique try once more defensively to find a counterattack out of nothing.
Seiko's trying to build speed off that ball to see if you can really force a mistake out of this defense, which Antique are starting to be able to play at the same level of speed. And if not, they are so good at slowing it down. And here's the ramp up. Edgeby getting proactive in Antique's face. Just the 1 goal. Will it be enough? Antique have found their way through deficits before. So we'll see how their resilience will last. Now is not too much. Edgeby comes in swinging.
Familiar territory here for LAE, but familiar ground, I should say, air. Edgeby knows exactly how to thread that Fennec. Uses the very back edge of the bumper to send a dead ball down dead center of the net. 2-0. Again, LAE know what it's like to be in this spot, but backs against the wall, pressure mounting. Questions about the offense here in game 4. Looked better, just hasn't found the execution that surely they need. Down 2-0. We'll see what they can do from the sidewall now as more members in blue continue to fly on a possession. Mako has been here multiple times on possession with a freestyle effort, but has been unable to extend it into the goal line, and that's going to be 3-0. Don't miss the shot. You won't. A tough read all the way down the field. And let me keep what you called out earlier, especially off the backboard read of right up the gut. It'll be tough for the defense to continue to handle. This time it was an errant 50. Essentially gives you the same result.
And it's the teamwork that makes the dream work. How they're playing off of each other, even in moments where you just have to be at the right place for the 50. And Edgeby has really stepped it up after some, kind of slower defensive styles that have not worked out for Man City. Now their offense has looked even sharper. So 3-0 is the most commanding lead they've had. But Nori, man, his max are looking clean.
I mean, cold shower, reset, ceiling, double. Okay. It needs something like that. I need an injection of life. Something's got to swing. Something's got to change. That is the momentum. That is the kind of play that can get this team back online. Now they just have to work off the kickoff. It's a bit shaky. Somebody get back and get control. They will. Here we go. Is this the comeback?
With a minute left, you're going to need a lot more of those Anori goals, and especially no more from Man City, man. What a step up, too, from Anori. Now, he's really put the cape on his back for Antique, but will this be the end of them in the upper bracket? Anori needs to try and get behind this ball, and it was really tough to adjust from the angle he was coming at.
So close. Just on the goal line. Tough catch from Anori. Doesn't get the reset. Looks for the redirect. As Acro, again, cuts up the play where the counterattack can blossom. Half a minute to go. You know the deal. You got to score. Manchester City, half a minute away from qualifying for the main event. Yopa, so close, but the defense was ready for it, and Seiko going to take his time to get it out to the midfield. 15 seconds now. Last-ditch effort, last few swings from LAE. Get bumped, and they had an opportunity, and they just got caught waiting for the pass. That was enough hesitation for Manchester City to survive and enough for them to win the series. 3-1 in Game 4 and 3-1 on the score. Let's get it going. Manchester City take control, and they get their way through.
I think a game-winning catch, too, from Seiko on that back wall. If that ball was going to bounce out to Antique, that would have been a really nice goal. I don't think there was anyone in the net. And then that could have gave you 10 seconds to do some shenanigans off the kickoff. But no more what-ifs Man City have now officially qualified to the main event with a 3-1 win right here. And up next, we'll have Novo versus Volair to determine that second team. 4 teams per group will be making that main event, and there's 4 groups. We'll be going through Group A and then Group B today, the other 2 groups tomorrow. So here's how the series broke down, including, if you missed it, a 6-minute overtime in Game 3.
Yeah. I mean, I completely honestly forgot that we had a 6-minute OT back there. It's been a long series, one of the longest ones we've had today. Oh, was that Game 2? You're right. No, it was.
Because then Antique did the 5-second OT in Game 3, and we were like, how long is this one going to be? And then
it is. Oh my God! Even my brain's starting to melt a little bit. As Manchester City, I'm sure they were feeling kind of the same thing of, we just want to survive this series and make main event. Don't need to overthink it. To take a quick look at the replays brought to you by STC, it did start with most of the control happening for Manchester City. Didn't really change much, but the offense started to wake up for L'Antique, and when they did, were certainly more aggressive on ball, which Manchester City had at times trouble dealing with. After that, though, it came down to fundamentals, and at the end of the day, are you really going to second-guess the likes of Seiko and company? Answer, no, you're not. It was just absolute domination, possession time all theirs, and kickoff goals galore. This team looked so confident when they needed to, and just good enough when they had to be.
I think at the beginning it was a lot of Seiko and Acro Magic, but then at the end, I think Edgeby stepped up on the front lines and became a powerful tool for the offense, and really just being able to work off of each other, working off those 50s, not trying to just solo aerial and really just style and go for clips on Antique. You had to go back to what worked for you at the end. So yeah, Manchester City, no surprise that they're qualifying in 3 more spots, expecting Novo, Volair, maybe TRKF if they can make it through the lower bracket. That's Astral, Prosy, and Rizfox, which I know have gone through a couple of the regionals. So those are the favorites, but like Spaceman said, there could be some upsets, and we're going to be staying tuned to see if there are any more. So we're going to throw it to a break, and when we get back, we'll have Novo versus Volair.
Welcome back, folks, to the EWC Last Chance Qualifiers here in 2026. More Rocket League on the docket, more action, and best of fives coming your way. I'm Spaceman, joined by Lemon Kiwi, and this is another continuation of an upper semis finals match where we just saw the conclusion of Manchester City qualifying for main event, and now a chance for another team to finish the job here today and get themselves through to the main thing.
Yeah, we have Novo versus Volair for that next spot. Volair consisting of Tox, Growly, and Crispy, and Novo is Gyuk, Rezi, and Nico. Really solid top EU talent across the board, veterans, and now we're starting to get into some pretty serious Rocket League now where, hey, we're still on the upper side of the bracket, so whatever happens, you'll always get a second chance.
You absolutely will. For a lot of teams today, that second chance is a lifeline. It is the buoy in the middle of the ocean that will allow them to find their stability, to give them some buoyancy for a chance to make the run, knowing that you have a second life. For other squads, the pressure starts to mount, mistakes start to come through, and defenses have made those mistakes today. Not many, but we have seen a level of Rocket League today that has been, I think, appropriate for a Friday type of event. It's Saturday, we have Sunday and Monday coming up, obviously, but it seems like we're waiting for teams to really get online. And even with Manchester City being a couple of cadences above Antique, they were pushed the distance. They had to go through their paces.
Absolutely. It looks like everyone is settled in as well, locked in, ready to go. And no really like excuses of, oh, it's your first match, right? Volair did sweep TRKF, which is consisting of some solid players on that squad. So I have my eyes on Volair, while as Novo did sweep Sneer. And they've only both played one match each, I guess 3 games each as well. So we'll see how warmed up they are for the real test.
Volair, Crispy, Growly, and Tox. That's right. The Vodafone Giants legend, Tox. If you know, you know. And if you don't, go back and watch RLCSX. It was a wild time of events, a blender of a few series, multiple different formats. As Novo, Nico, Gluck, and company move forward, as I can't read my own handwriting because it's only 7 a.m. We keep things moving. Curious how this series will fare, for sure. Predictions in the chat, for any chat that you're currently in, whatever you might be. If you get it right, you will get to pick one of the teams to take home with you. That's it. Players, not so much, but the teams, absolutely. Yep, it's going to be a fun one. Nova Esports, Volair, Lemon. Are we getting another 6-minute OT?
I don't know. I hope not. Those are stressful to watch.
I hope not.
It's real stressful because then everyone starts playing a lot safer, and then I just like the regular games, and everyone plays a bit better. Hey, I remember Growly from Team BSK. He's been through a ton of regionals, and I think he's always just been a good pillar on a team, not like the shining star, but someone who's just got a good supportive cast. And I think that pairs really well with someone like Tox and Crispy, who can have their own pop-off moments. And I know Tox has played on so many different teams with so many different types of players that this is a team that I think can gel really well together, obviously, because they took a pretty good win against RKF, so I'm learning the alphabet, and like I said, those are some pretty known players, so I'm excited to see Volair.
Tox, one of the last surviving members, I want to say, a quick note of that era. When we look back of RLCSX, for teams that have formed in that gauntlet or formed in that passion pit, for those who were more established, especially in Latin America, Tox is a name that has continued to circle, though there were times where we were wondering whether what the career trajectory of this player was going to continue post Vodafone Giants, and eventually found himself a stable team to continue competing, and so far has been finding success, and with it now a chance at a winner's semis to qualify for main event here of the last chance qualifiers at EWC, all for a fight to be the only team to qualify for main event next week. Very excited to see what we get out of Growly and Crispy. This is a solid offensive squad, specifically in the air. We're talking about challenges from the sidewall, low boost management, especially ceiling touch. Like, if we're looking at a team to play aggressive with little to really lean back on, Volair are a squad to look at. Nova on the other side, going to have to control possession time. For a lot of teams today, the biggest hurdle was not so much mechanics, was being able to, again, stall a high-powered offense and keep them away from the ball. Nova going to have to do something similar here. Glock, Rezi, and Nico very much having to rely on all mechanics they got, everything they got. So curious how it'll go. For sure, get your predictions in chat. Best of 5, round number 3. About almost halfway through the brackets of today. If you're curious where we're at so far in the standings, I'll give you a quick rundown of the matches we've seen. We saw Cuisine Esports versus AW67 in a sweep, RNT and Lionera in a sweep as well. And everything else in round number 1 was sweeps. Then Manchester City went ahead and swept their way all the way through to round 3. They won in game 4 of their semis to qualify. Nova Esports and Valere find themselves now in the upper bracket, the last team in the upper semis between these two teams to get a chance at that qualification spot. Loser of this jumps down and plays another match. Winner moves on. Let's get it going.
And it's just a very different team that Tox is on. Because last time I casted him, he was on TRB, you know, first letters of players' names, with Bababa and Razirs. It's always a fun time, and he's a good backbone to this team. But how are you going to stop the wave that is Novo and how relentless they already are on offense? I mean, look at this goal.
Beautiful pass downfield. Better touch to keep it low, excuse me. He's able to steeply get that to his teammate. Backflip's good. We'll get a pause. Make sure everybody's good to go. No problems there. 16 seconds, 18 seconds. I can do math. Down in game 1. Quick look at the venue as we have not only Rocket League in the building, but also CS. Also, many more games to come. But seeing the lookout yesterday, the amount of players we had in there, we were talking about it in our rehearsal of it. It just looks like an old school DreamHack event. And it's great to see that these kind of spaces, 1, continue to grow, and 2, that Rocket League is right next to one of the biggest games in the world.
Right? I mean, we can argue all day about who's the biggest esport, whatever. I'm just excited to see some carball, and hopefully everything is okay. On the technical side of things, we're going to be talking to the ref here, but also zooming in on just all the rosters that these players have been on. Now on the Novo side, I remember Nico was just the talk of the town when it came to the most recent regionals. I remember when he was on Magnifico with Atomic and Eugen, and there was such high expectations of this young Danish player, just in terms of he's only had been competing for 3 years. There was so much unknown, but yet to be known, and a really high potential ceiling. Finds himself on a new trio to try and get through this LCQ, which a tough task for anybody. But I wouldn't be surprised if Novo made it very far in this bracket.
I'm with you on that. This is a squad that could absolutely dominate, especially kind of in some of the early rounds of the main event. Though, again, we have so many talented teams here, all trying their best to be the one squad to qualify. Let's give you a look at some of those, right? We look at like the Lanimals. Again, 2/3 of the Moist roster. Joyo, Raziers, Rise. You got Stallions, Nush, Trook, and Twiz. Genji, Magibear, Frosty, Evo. Excited to see what Frosty can do here in this LAN. Virtus Pro, Wavy, Talk, 2-piece, a team that nobody should be sleeping on. We know that they have upset potential. Cheese, Chronic, and Justin rounding out the Foot roster. And Man City, again, one of the favorites to go all the way. But very excited to see apparently Jack on his squad with Dignitas. Again, comes back to that organization. Nice announcement video. Has 5UP to help. 5UP, I think, is one of the most underrated second men in the game. Just, you know, a consistent presence in terms of striking ability and facilitating the ball upfield. The dude has been doing it for years. And I think he gives apparently Jack a little bit more flexibility to stretch the field thin at times with Bora rounding out that 3rd spot. This is a stacked team, a stacked roster, a stacked group of squads as we get in back to game number 1. Shout out to all of the observation and the production on site, to all the admins who are getting this one going and moving. We appreciate all of your hard work as we get into game 1 again. 30 seconds gone, a 1-0 lead for Novo.
And that goal standing, which is good for Novo, I guess. But here comes Growly. I mean, put the reset 2 back and able to get in his way. Good for Novo and good for us to not have to reset that 30 seconds. But now Nico just trying to get some breath in the lungs of Novo, which no boost and nowhere to go. Growly was not done yet.
Yeah, it really wasn't. I mean, just beats the defender right over the top. Rezi stood no chance. And Growly stood his ground. Bang, bang. 1-1.
You didn't say it before, so hey, you're not caster cursing it as much anymore.
See?
This is with the bang.
See? That's right.
You gotta be sure.
Back to you.
All right.
Go to a break.
So, hey, we have a really interesting... Okay, Gyuk is just off... Gyuk is off the ceiling. Like, pre-jumping this. Like, Novo is doing some fun stuff.
Holy crap. Well, that's a spike. And a way to get back in it. 2-1. Novo striking back as quickly as the iron's hot off the kickoff. Wasted no time. We'll see what they can do again on the counterattack. Does miss the touch, though, as Gyuk will wait downfield, potentially cherry picking. Brady James. And there goes Growly for the second.
Yeah, I can tell that there's a lot of chemistry on the Novo side. I mean, just from the regionals, they've competed as a trio, but going up against the kind of really mechy and scrappy style of Volair, they're both trading blow for blow. I mean, there hasn't been a serious lead quite yet. So we'll have all eyes on Nico with already a reset as Tox will get in his way. And Growly looks to be the absolute weapon here on the Volair side, getting a lot of these opportunities going.
That's a good shot. First time really today we've had a series that felt more like a typical RLCS scrim than some of the differences between the teams of series past. This time, a real chance to see a high-powered offense go against a high-powered offense. Wouldn't that be a treat? Crispy couldn't extend it, but Nico will take it away. Offense continues to move up, misses the extension. Tox more than happy to take possession here, fights through the 50 and leaves way to Growly, who on the defense has been stout to start, careful on the read, and the defense will survive with full boost and plenty to give. Novo rethinking their approach, pass on the infield, just can't quite get it over the last defender, as Growly does a great job parked in the bus.
The stay park too. I mean, through all this traffic, it's hard to get around. It's Volair at least keep hold of their their half of things. Now Rezi's just using a ton of boost, getting in the air, and Crispy just robs him and sends Novo packing to the back end. But now trying to control this in the air is a bit tough. You got Novo a bit frantic. Growly trying to find a back pass, but he's just completely surrounded.
Leaves it. Tough on the fake. Liked the idea. Still good defense here. No free looks. Gonna have to fight for it. And again, the cut down from Nico. It's every second touch upfield. There's always somebody on ball for either team. Ground game still open if Vol choose to enact said ground game. Novo electing just to kick it up the gut. And back to boom ball we go.
But I like that Volair have had someone like downfield sometimes that's created some really threatening opportunities, and Growly's just mid-air on that one. And Novo find the gap with less than 2 minutes to go. Look how long these passes are. The whole team's involved.
Three-man passing play. Got to think that the touch threw Growly off. Thought it was going to be a little more dead center. Misreads it a bit. And just the flat end of the Fennec was good enough to slot it in the lower right corner. Growly from the ceiling. Looking for some of those three-man passing plays here for Vol as Novo continue to take their lead back every time they've been tested. Tox working through the goal line, but the defense not having any of it. And thinking about that last goal for a second time here. Pre-jump downfield is good. And Nico is ready and waiting for it. Counterattack blossoms. Vol out. Centered. There. Growly. A little bit slow on the touch, but a good look nonetheless. We'll see if Vol can keep their offense up.
Oh, this double got to be denied, and Growly just gets demoed off, and that was real scary for Volair to find the tie as Tox still lurks, even for bumps, even a touch, anything to slow down Novo. It's a free ball as Tox is going to be the first one on it to Growly and to the back of the net. Yet another tie.
134 kpm. Can't stop that if he tried. Tox, great pass, threads it. And Growly, right place, right time. Well, Nova had to work for their lead time and time again. Tox on the ground, though, has been able to facilitate for two. 55 seconds in a tie game. Yuck from the ceiling. All the way downfield. Nico's there. Don't worry about it. Yuck right back into the blue half as Tox will take possession.
Dude, Mickey will be coming for you. I swear to God.
I'll be ready.
Oh, are you ready for this one? Okay, Resi double and back. Well, who was that again? Space? I'm fried. It's too late, too early.
I know production's given us the actual pronunciation, but as a man of culture, I do want to speak it in his native tongue. Is how we would call it.
I can't even do that, so really proud of you. 30 seconds though. Novo will have the lead for now. It's Nico just working through traffic. Yuck. Or Yuck. I think that's how they wanted to say. He's doing his job. Wait a minute, the defense now has to hold back as Tox is harassing them, and Growly and Tox have been really impressive on the offense, but they have to shine here in the last 10 seconds, and they have to travel as Growly looks to bump the defense. Crispy collects, goes up towards the ceiling, dodges the one challenge, but just can't center out the ball. So Novo takes game one.
Bunch of nonsense up there on the ceiling. So close, though, as Novo continued to fight for their lead. Shot after shot, goal after goal, it did go through. And yes, it's Gluck or Giuk if you want it, chat. But keep it moving, though, as, again, one game up, one game down. Novo Esports take advantage to start. Not that Valère did not give them a run for their money. Not that Crispy, Growly, and Tox did not dominate the goal line as they did. But Novo Esports, too many goals for such little answers. They find themselves more opportunities. And again, in the best of 5, qualifications on the line. Questions to be asked on the other side.
Oh, I thought you were going to follow with questions. Okay. Well, I'll come up. No,
It's only 8
I really liked what I really liked what both teams produced, and it's not that I really hated any of the defenses. It's, man, when you kind of were building momentum off these either long passes from Novo's side to what Growly and friends were able to do on the other, this has been some really fun Rocket League to watch.
This has been like the closest we've had to like a standard RLCS game, yeah. And not being able to see these offenses really shine this early on in the day, this early on in the tournament, it's been great to see both from a striking perspective and also just to break up some of the goal differential that could come into play later down the line. It would be quite nice if we do get a head-to-head. We'll see, though, if that does come to fruition. Punching it through as the bully ball starts off in game 2. And once again, Crispy has to work out from his own side on low boost, but does so just in the nick of time.
And Crispy's already working his magic off ball, stealing boost, but may not matter if Nico is just in your face. And this is what I mean. It just feels like it's a flood when Novo gets speed on the ball. There's just no stopping them. And beautiful first goal for Novo.
Really wonderful touch. Clean, calm, cool, collected upfield. Another easy one for Novo. Their logo reminds me so much of Guild. I don't know why that's the first thing that pops to my head, but it is. And gotta think, also an RLCX team, gotta think that if you're Toxin Company, again, not panicking by any stretch, but some urgency would be nice as the offense has had to fight off the back foot multiple times, not quite establishing a lead in the series.
But look, the passes from Novo is what's been the most threatening part of their offense, and Valère want to try to get ahead of that as much as possible and also set up Growly for success, but no space, no time on the ball, just immediately shut down, and that's why Tox has had to really feed him the ball as fast as he can before Novo challenge. As Crispy has been a good backbone, a good third for this team, and now he has to give them another option for the offense, and Valère have created some threat there.
Nice job by Juck to get there just in time. Nice clear. Enforcers there on the goal line to make sure the defense goes nowhere. Offense struggling. Find the look. Nico, pick your spot. Call the shot. 2-0.
Yeah, Growly just again needs more help. Just gets shoved in front of his own net, and maybe shouldn't have centered it out with just kind of how aggressive Novo, or just how much space Novo had in their half. So, okay, and Tox may just get one back. Rezi off to the side just in time, and Novo will get Valère off their backs as much as possible. But Crispy is starting a battle here in the midfield, but mostly just to slow things down, not really to generate an opportunity until now when the follow-up is there, and we see Crispy shine bright.
Nice. Finally, somebody on the rebound. Tox picks it off the post. Crispy right there to send it back. Rezi, valiant effort, but finally some offense circling through for Valère. They have been hunting for that look, that specific look, since game one. Couldn't quite find it, had to play kind of stretch defense wall-to-wall for most of the game. Finally now getting some success in the offensive third. That infield pass was good enough, and it worked off the rebound. As Gluck will try again for the double, this time not so much. Waterfall down, and back into some awkward positioning as we wait for the defense to establish a rhythm.
And I think if you can establish that behind Nico, that would be ideal for Volair. Again, just setting up Growly for success. And I think Tox has been the one to create those opportunities at times as Growly's trying to win a 50, muscles it through. 2 back here for Novo, and Volair just can't chase downfield in time. So may need to send Crispy down there, who is good at playing off ball and taking that boost, but Volair also don't want to weaken their defense in the process. So tough to kind of juggle your positioning here on the field if you're Volair.
Certainly is, but you got Nico biting, and a brand new look at the net, a brand new day. Tox, do it. So close. Fighting through his Growly. 2 commit in the corner. The defense stalling again. Nothing much giving. Double? Nah. Growly looks for the bump. Got him. But he actually blocks the shot from his teammate. Well, I like the idea. The execution was there as well. Just an unfortunate bounce.
Unfortunate. Still 2 minutes to go. A lot more chances at this. Growly, though, low boost, setting up Crispy. Good adjustment as Rezi keeps it off to the side and talks. You can tell he's mad. He wants to get involved. Being as aggressive as he can as Crispy just tried to knock the player off the ball. But the 50 goes awry, and now Novo gets sent right back to where they came from.
They lose that challenge, though. There's no reason Tox should be winning both of those at the same time. Nice skirting pass to keep it into no man's land for now. Right back towards the blue half. Nico waiting patiently. Decides it's not my ball to go for. Takes the second challenge. Here comes Growly. Crispy tries to play the rebound. Misreads it. To the midfield. Tox. Patient. Pops. Crispy. Look for the bump. Tox gives it. Give and go special. And the defensive stand still there for Novo.
Novo is just now trying to keep hold of this lead with everything they have and really just not send the house and try to minimize as much risk as possible. But Crispy, he's had such a step up too, so Volair have many options of a threatening offense, including just trying to bulldoze through the defense, which is not going to work. Novo remain ironclad as Rezi tries to circle around Crispy, forced to take it in the air. Tox, just not a lot of power behind that shot, but it's the rebound you got to watch for as the backboard is getting hammered, but the back of the net, not so much.
Just can't find the window. So many times they've been right on the doorstep. Again, Tox trying to flick it through. Crispy now getting a chance. Over, not quite. I mean, the defense can read this all day, every day. It's just whether or not they have boost now. From the ceiling, Crispy, you can beat this. And they almost do. Tox tried to punch it through. It's going to float, and Growly, is going to punish. A tie game with 2 seconds on the clock. It was set up by Crispy, and Tox made sure that it was on its way.
Volair threw everything at them. All 3 players involved in that tying goal with 2 seconds left. Will we see an OT? Kickoff shenanigans, Crispy, Growly, all adding to that equation as the ball drops. Overtime for game 2. Still a best of 5. Still for that qualifying spot into the main event. And look at Rezi just be on Tox's tail. Now prioritizing the boost. Nico almost setting up Rezi, having to fall back. Here's Juck from the midfield. Reset, not going to be allowed to be used.
I thought maybe he was just going to go ahead and kind of pile drive that one forward. Instead, wait for the reset. Not a bad play at all. Recovers to the corners. Rezi tries to get it downfield. Tough shot. Rebound. What an angle. Almost sneaks it in. Rezi going to go ahead and take control. Another 50 lost. Volo starting to feel much more confident. I mean, they're winning the challenges on the back line. They've got their pre-jumps down lock. Volair pushing up Tox. 1v1. Slots it, baby. That's 3-2. That's a GG's in game 2. And we got ourselves a tie series.
Man, Volair are fired up with back-to-back goals just to even force that OT to closing it out. Something about Crispy being on the front lines that has really helped cement them into a confident downfield push. And for Volair to kind of catch Novo on the back foot rotationally has been really cool to see. Crispy, Growly working their magic, and when someone falters, the others bail them out. So this is a whole new Volair that we're seeing with these micro adjustments as we go to game 3. See who will go to match point, I should say.
Really is one game at a time. One single push every single time. Volair, Novo, know it's a marathon. Again, you're sitting at the precipice of a berth into the main event for the last chance qualifiers. Everybody else, slower bracket awaits. Long road ahead. Novo Esports, Volair, trading games. Much more possible now for Volair after that win to find confidence and feel like a little bit more that chippy offense, that scrappy way of play is at least able to result in a goal, right? Like, we take that every now and then. Sometimes it's just what do you have on the day, and if this is it, all right, we got ourselves a series.
Yeah, there was something about Novo that just wasn't clicking the way that it did at the start of game 2. You had these long downfield passes in game 1 to kind of a more structured in-your-face offense in game 2 to all of that running out of gas. There's a free ball here in the kickoff. And Novo, I mean, they are fired up and already kicking us off with a goal.
This was fun to watch. It's just about when. All right, like who's going to get the challenge and are they there in time? Yeah, they are. Novo have their third man come up. Great pass. Open us up with a 1-goal game. 7 seconds in. So, table's been set for Volair. Only question is, how will they answer? How will they come set? We'll see. Crispy from the ceiling. Starting to get things going.
This is just such a different environment that these teams are used to playing in with how loud it is, or a different desk setup to really now you're starting to get comfortable with it. Novo kicking us off. Now Rezi wants to continue that and not able to kind of cross that threshold into the midfield, and eventually Volair strike back.
I mean, this side wall is all controlled by the boys in blue. It's a great extension. Growly, even on low boost, keeps the defense challenging. And the follow-up on the rebound from Tox. That's why you have him. That's where you want him in that spot. Gets us tied.
Hey, Volair, it's just, I've always been in Novo's shadow through a lot of these games. Nico takes a shot on target. Crispy waiting in the wings. Now Tox can lead it off the sidewall. Good dodge on the challenge to circle the wall, and Volair now have to try and pierce through what seems to be an ironclad wall, and no wall at all on the other side as Novo just guide this through.
Yeah, got him. I mean, who cares about the 50? The Rezi just said, hey, come challenge us. And nice play. Novo, again, just get it right back. We saw that in game 1, where moments where Volair start to kind of pop off. They find their footing, and Novo do the easy thing. Punch it through. Growly goes ahead and rips one. Waiting for the defense to decide who picks up possession. Rezi circles and waits and just barely misses, but Nico was there for the save. Follow-up shot off the post. Questionable decision there for Rezi. And the defense not as stout as they were before. Still holding on to their lead, but they will get it out safely.
Funny thing about that last goal is it was credited to Nico, and Rezi was in position to 50 it, and now Novo stand tall in the net. That's all that matters with a lead. Here comes Chuck, and hey, the lead grows more for Novo.
I mean, great defensive effort on the other end. Quick counterattack. And right under, 1v1 special. Not much more you can say. Usually the defense is going to be there to get a hand on it. But plays it to perfection. Yuck. So well adjusted in a 1v2.
Now he takes to the skies, and hey, it's a challenge off the ceiling like that. Volair don't want to let this go easy. Now all three involved taking Novo's boost, who prioritize possession, keeping it off to the side. And Growly, I'd like to see him get as loud as he did in game 1. Like, he was so aggressive, so confident, was the one who I think either scored the most or created the most scoring opportunities. Volair, I think, picked things up, obviously, to tie our series, but this game has felt a little different.
Yeah, I'm glad you point that out. I was kind of on that wavelength of the game hasn't changed too much, but certainly the largest disparity we've had so far, and clearly a lot less of attempts, a lot less on the attempts from Volair in this game 3. Been a difference for sure. Gotta always wonder, though, when is Toxin, Growly, and Crispy gonna come online? When are they gonna really bring this offense to heel? As they play off the bounce, the rebound, gets a hand on it. Rezzy keeps it away from harm. And Gyuk will try for the challenge. Still into the hands of Rezzy. Over Crispy, plays the 50 into the corner, and Crispy 50s his way, flips his way through the corner for full boost and gets upfield with it.
I think Crispy's playing well, and just having a solid third core is so important for Volair, but it's that pop-off is now off the ceiling. Crispy is just trying to pierce through Novo. Stand now as Rezzy wants to guide this downfield. Nico with the back pass, or I should say Nico part of that equation. So far, all three of Volair can't just let Novo sit on the ball with space and time. They're going to find their way through, and 3-1, it's really the weight on the shoulders of Volair to come up with an answer. It may just happen in this orange half.
Well, they just finally got boost to their second striker. I mean, this has been Novo controlling all of the boost. Kept to the defense turtle, big bump to clear the lane, and it wouldn't have been enough to sneak through, but at least keeps the defense honest and allows the offense to move up as they do. 96 in the tank, fights through the 50. Nico back wall, pass, centered. Growly, pre-flip jump. Crispy was ready for it. Another pass. Tox slots it again. The defense was guessing, and Tox had the answer.
Nice placement on the shot there, and fed by Growly. And they've had two opportunities too, just from a pass in front of the net, just needing to place it at the right place, the right time. And Novo just 2 steps behind, and now are just barely holding on to this lead with a minute left. Cannot choke this. And this is hard to say in a kind of a tense tournament like this, as Volair's defense has to maintain.
Guys certainly got to be feeling the pressure, knowing that, again, it's only a best of 5. What a flick. But it's going to take everybody getting involved to beat a team like Novo. One of the favorites for sure to make a deep run, potentially podium finish, should they be lucky enough. Because Gyuk will once more, on low boost, make a play upfield. But Tox has the pass, Crispy has the shot, and Nico has the ricochet right back out to keep this one at a 1-goal lead. Crispy right there again, parks the bus, gets defense to bite. And so often that defense is jumping, but they just won't give up.
Nico's save is insane. That ball came in fast, and that was the tying opportunity for Volair, and they'll get another chance as Growly looks for a bump. The ball is still in the air, and Chug needs the perfect touch. Goes back to Volair as Crispy doesn't get the best bounce off the corner, and Growly is sent into a 1v1 against Nico. Just needs this ball to land, and Novo could get away here with game 3 and match point. Nico will end it as Novo barely hold on.
Everybody gets a game. Novo gets one. Volair responds. Patience, temperance. Novo responds again in game 3. Again, they went up 3-1 at one point, and it wasn't until the last volley of shots from Volair where it started to look more and more like the game's past. But Novo, again, do what they have to. They score when they need to. See the boys communicating, and for Volair, I would assume, hopefully, nothing but good energy and optimism going into the next one, knowing how close they've been and how quickly they can score and turn things around. It does often feel like, though, that being a step behind, even at this stage of the game, in this tournament, today, is enough for teams to expose their own Achilles heel. And it seems like Volair could be the next victim of that. We'll see, though, if they can respond.
You could tell how serious some of these teams are taking. I mean, everybody is, obviously, but when you incorporate a coach into things, to be able to find those improvements during the series is going to be so important, and something to just stabilize you between games, between series. You can tell that Novo are feeling confident, that's for sure. All smiles, not even needing to talk to the coach back there. So we'll see now in game 4 if Novo can take it away and be our second team to qualify out of Group A into the main event.
This is the winner semis. You win this. Like Lemon Kiwi said, you go to main event, you lose it, a second chance. We're very kind. Got double elimination and more lower bracket matches to get through, which also count as qualifiers to some extent. We will get to those moving forward in the bracket. For now, though, we will make sure we send someone forward into the upper side. And here comes Tox with the shot. He has been clinical this series. Absolutely clinical.
This is such a fantastic series from Tox overall. just the shot placement, even from the final goal or the last goal that Volair had. Unfortunately for the loss at the end there, Tox has been part of that success for Volair, but now really needing to keep this lead and to really hammer Novo home. But both these teams haven't had a crazy lead. Like you said, I think it was 3-1 for Novo, but Volair have always been able to punch back at some point.
They always do. Can never count them out. That's the scary thing. The way Tox is shooting, gotta suspect that a lot of these infield passes will connect. Still, the defense takes their time. I say that. They're double committing. They're still figuring out which one's going for ball here. Possession circling all the way around. Tox does get a chip on the backboard. Backed up by Crispy. Playing solo. Leaves it. Oh, what a beautiful little extension. Crispy and company feeling much more comfortable now. Tox, flat shot on the bottom of the Octane. Did not expect that much speed. I don't think the defense did either. They handle it. Oh, we got beat. What is happening with this defense? How are they getting beat?
I'm just really stoked to see Novo get all these really nice saves from Nico last game to just Rezi front and center. So keeping somehow this ball out is insane for Novo, but here is the counter, and Manny came in with a lot of speed, just no presence in the midfield, but Volair want to send it right back and almost fed to Crispy for that nail in the coffin, as Novo still struggle to keep this out.
I'm curious what the offensive spread's going to be here for Novo. They've played off that tight corner, basically single stacking into possession. Next man to get the ball will be Nico. But it's been recover, corner, midfield. Recover, corner, midfield again. Same look, same result. Nico, contested. And Volair will get back out. As Rezi sends it on its way. Can we shove this one in? Yeah, we can. Yut was there just to sneak it under the crossbar. You needed something to drop your way. And a nice little 50 that just allows the contest to be viable in that counterattack. Either way, though, Novo do tie it up.
Such good synergy on that Novo side of being able to execute on these long passes is the depth of their strategy that Volair really have to be careful for. Now just buying time for the Novo squad to march downfield, and 50s back and forth. Volair now will be tested here at this corner. Still managed to muscle their way through as Growly's just downfield, but it's Tox that just beautiful shot placement that doesn't need any help.
Just right off the sidewall. Tox plays it off the ground. It's a free ball. Again, these are the kind of plays that keeps the defense back, but those you're going to have to go for. And Tox, beautiful recognition. Spatial awareness, one of his best attributes, always has been, continues to be. Long booming shot downfield. And just when you think, again, that Volair are starting to meet their match, they always find an answer. Always find a way. Now so they can hold on to the lead. It's the big question.
That'll be the $1 million question. I think just the way that they're starting to box and trap Novo into their half, it could be good, but Tox and Crispy already disengaging, making sure to slow it down, because you know that Novo, once they get these passes going, there really is no stopping them. As what a banger from Growly.
Good Lord, Crispy sets it up. Tox sends it on its way. A Mater D delivers, and Growly loads a rocket. Good Lord. There's the Volair we were waiting for.
Wow, we haven't seen Volair have this commanding of a lead in a whole series.
Yeah.
Everyone online ready to go. Growly, Crispy combining there as Volair will throw everything and hammer down this net. Here comes Jiuk, who's already off and out of this. And wait, a contest right in front of the net. Rezi doesn't make contact. I can't believe Volair kept that out.
Oh, Crispy got him. Oh, what a save, though. Tox is there. These long clears downfield have wasted no time. Another quick shot. Growly, hello? Tries to get around the bend. The defense will stall. Infield pass goes nowhere. Growly keeps it, sends it. Nice save from Nico.
Getting scary if you're Novo. There's a minute left, and Volair looking so threatening. This is easily looking like a game 5 unless Rezi can win that against Growly, which that low ball placement, easy for Growly to scoop up and toss away. Volaire's transitions too. Novo just can't maintain the offense and keep it sustained long enough to find rebounds, to recover, to force a mistake out of Volaire. They will hold on for now. Volaire will still send Crispy. Now Novo have a weakened defense that they're up against, and it has to happen here or now. And Nico, not able to get a shot in, not with Growly in the way.
Psycho, man, the power that these guys are getting on some of these long clears is absolutely insane. Tough touch there. Surely Crispy and Tox are going to take this, and they will. Double open, but the defense stalls again. Giuk will try to play through the 50, does so. Keeps the offense alive. Fake, goal. Rezi within one.
Rezi has had a couple of chances in this game 4. He's really stood out to me. But is it too late? 9 seconds. All eyes are on this kickoff here for Novo. They can close out the series, at least, I mean, not close it out, but really go to overtime to close it out. It's Rezi, Johnny on the spot as Tox getting in his way and muscling through 2, getting a beat, and Crispy can almost just hammer this home again. 0 seconds, and we go to game 5.
Would love for this one to continue into an overtime, should we be so lucky, but I gotta count my blessings. The game 5 is what we wanted. Back and forth affair between Volaire and Novo Esports. 1 game apiece. We trade the wins as we go. Champions Field up next. Best of 5. You win this, you qualify, you lose it. You gotta play through the lower bracket, man. We'll see what these teams are made of, as this is definitely the best match of the day, and certainly the most important best of 1 coming up.
I wasn't lying when I said this was the series of the day. I mean, every single game has been by 1 goal. Novo, game 1. Volaire, game 2. Back and forth we went. Only 1 game somehow going into OT, I believe. And Volaire barely holding on there at the end. 9 seconds, though, was a tough task for Novo to try and score on, but the way that Volaire can, or Novo, I should say, can lock in when it matters the most. Nico's been, I wouldn't say stuck on defense, but he's really had to make sure to be the reliable one on the back end. I've seen more of Giuk and Rezi on the front lines, and sometimes switching that up may help. But I think Nico is a superstar mechanically when it comes to trying to score. So we'll see what adjustments Novo will try to do here on Champions Field.
Gonna need to see some of that superstar-like presence, specifically mechanics, if you're gonna break down the defense. But only one way to find out. Volaire, Novo Esports into Champions Field. We get it going. Oh, best of 1 to decide who goes on to the main event here from qualifying on this side of Group A. Everybody else, lower bracket, still a second chance. Never quite done. Into Game 5, Novo and Volaire. We'll see who starts off first.
Loser of this faces R&T in that lower bracket, and that match winner will also get a spot. So 2 opportunities now to get into the main event. Both these teams expected to be there, but man, Novo are just built different.
Absolutely gorgeous pop. Giuk freestyles downfield, perfect catch, perfect dribble. The bump, the assist. Can't draw it up any better than that from Novo for a team that has found so much success on the opening kickoffs and for establishing a lead early. They do the exact same thing that kept them in front in this series.
Rezi tried to kind of position that 50 for the dunk and at least keeps Volaire rooted as Giuk against Growly. Giuk, I mean, has been the clear standout for me, but Novo, all 3 of them have been so well-rounded, and these passes, too, can be quite scary as Volaire at least keeps them off to the side.
Many times we've been waiting for that infield pass to start for Volaire. They've answered the call multiple in games 2 and 3. And 4, it was mostly the long-range attack, the approach that was quick touches and quick speed upfield. The extensions didn't rely too much on ground game. It was just about the boost control. Rezi tries to send it on its way. And again, when boom ball comes out, Volaire are one of the best teams so far today to be able to control it and play through it, if not capitalize on it. We'll see if they can find success here in the orange half as they keep Tox up ready and waiting, looking for the double, at least a redirect. Does a perfect job of the pass. Oh my, you would love to capitalize on this momentum, but just can't quite find the second opening. And once again, we go down to the other half.
Crispy is just playing so aggressive, like he's challenging off the ceiling, but wait a minute, it's Growly's turn. He's gotten both of Novo racing up the wall to get away, and Growly will keep them boxed in. Tox is like swinging past, just trying to get a bump. Now Tox with a full tank. Crispy stealing away Novo's resources. They are stuck in their half, but not able to get through and keep this ball mainly in the air.
Nice. Understood for Crispy. Look, if you take that shot direct at net, it likely just ricochets out dead center. You give a counterattack opportunity the other way. Instead, plays it purposefully into the corner, tries to recenter the ball, does so. It was a quick decision, the right one. Still, though, no answer. A 1-0 lead. Juk to Nico. And Tox gives it right back. Neither team holding onto the ball for much at this midfield. A demo, pick your spot. Can't shove it through.
And Novo do a lot off the ball as well. Sometimes these touches don't seem to be too productive, but it's what's happening outside that situation that you have to watch if you're Novo. But whoa, what a banger. I can't believe Tox got a hand up in time as Juk will take another go at it. It's a fake down to Nico and the second one for Novo.
Where is the response from Valère? Nice reset catch. Nico, as easy as it comes for Novo. They are 2-0 up. Minute 48, really one of the first times all series, and unfortunately at the wrong time for Valère, where it's looked like they just don't have an answer offensively.
Just to be called off. I mean, good comms from Novo to stay organized and go for the best chance. As Tox wanted a bump, but all three there. Too many cooks in the kitchen as Valère have to try to peel these layers one by one. Crispy's disengaging. Tox has to hold back, but man, Novo, their transitions are so fast. It's Valère that just are looking up, watching this all develop. And Growly, you can tell that he has a plan, but he doesn't have the crew to really execute it sometimes.
I mean, even on that pre-jump, that challenge by Nico, nice shot from Tox, slots it again. Are you kidding me? How does this dude get away with it every single time? Crispy, beautiful setup. Tox, come on, what are we doing?
Really good stuff out of Valère there. Kind of wanted to see just the squad come together and work off of each other, and they were finally in position to just squabble up in front of the net, I guess. So less than a minute to go. This is a Valère Novo game for you. Game 5, and within one is Growly. A pop-up towards the orange half, but not the send down that Valère wanted quite yet. They are still trying to get structured, trying to get organized, but Novo are demoing them. They have them uncomfortable. Will that result in the third goal? Not yet.
That's a dangerous ball, though. Resi recognizes he could not just send that back. Great cut down again. Two will commit. Under 30. Pass, shot. Third man commits. Everybody's up for Novo. Does Valère have enough in the tank to be able to keep this ball up? Excuse me. So far, no. Nico reset. Got him. Might have just called game. A 3-1 lead.
Man, they are so hyped. You see on the player cameras standing up, getting excited. Silence on the Valère side. After forcing Champions Field and just fighting with all their might, Valère may just have to face the lower bracket, which you don't even know what's going to happen there. 10 seconds. It's now or never, and you have to go to the orange half. As hopes die out, seconds are left. Novo will confirm their spot at the EWC main event.
Fist bumps all the way around, cool, calm, collected, and enough to qualify. Into the main event they go. Novo Esports take control and the win. 3-2 on Champions Field, winning the series for Valère. A second life down in the lower bracket. Their run's not done. A hard-fought series, but they got gassed there in Game 5. As you can see, the offense, just not enough creativity. I mean, it's a bit harsh, but we started to see a little bit more challenges through that midfield, specifically the pre-jump challenges. They were cutting down the counterattacks. From there, though, it was the same kind of looks. Tox had to rely on the slot. Everybody else playing through the corner at some point Novo defensively are good enough to be able to recognize that. And they did. As you see the road to the EWC, currently here for the last chance qualifiers. Here's our series on the docket on board. It was game one. It was 7 goals, then 5 and 5, and so on and so on. A back and forth we went. A checkered match all the way down to 5.
Just the closest series we've had yet. And just Novo started to incorporate the mind games, going for more fakes, the drop downs. You thought it was a double, but then it was a drop down to Nico. Like, they were communicating so well. And they had Volair on the back foot there at the end. So that will be the qualification spot there for Novo, as we will follow through on the lower bracket. And Volair will be facing RNT. And we have Antique versus TRKF as our 2 last matches of Group A to decide the 2 last spots.
And we will be sticking with Group A's matches so we can conclude all of their side of the bracket. Again, we'll give you an update when we get them. Manchester City did win their series 3-1, like we mentioned earlier. They qualify. Novo Esports qualify against Volair. Antique Esport versus TRKF are down low, currently in the lower quarterfinals. Winner of that moves on. We have 2 lower quarterfinals matchups coming up for Volair and RNT as well. So we've seen these teams now multiple times here on broadcast. And at this point, now it's all about qualification. You win, you're in. You lose, you're out. That is the name of the game. And this is our chance to give the players a breather. With that, we're going to take a commercial break. When we come back, we continue on with Group A. Don't go anywhere.
He can come in here and play my game. He knows nothing. Let's go!
Tyler, why? You're done.
This is my ladder. You can't climb it.
It's better than being hard suck at Masters.
You're going too far now.
Your eyes buggy. Your elbows ashy.
That airline? That's an L airline.
Somebody better hold me.
Okay, yeah. Do something then.
Raw energy. Half from blow the house down.
You look nervous.
You look short.
Everything's good?
Mm-hmm.
Fight.
Okay.
Do you really need the wraps?
Yeah, that feels like overkill to me.
Hello, folks. Welcome back into the EWC Last Chance Qualifiers here for Rocket League in 2026. That is Lemon Kiwi. I am Spaceman, and we are bringing you all the action here for a long marathon of a day of Rocket League. Best of fives all throughout. We are almost done with Group A. When we finish with Group A, we'll take a break and then go on to Group B. For now, though, 2 matches left of the best of fives down to the lower side, lower quarters. Winner of these do qualify for main events. So everything from here on out is do or die.
Yeah, we'll be taking a look at RNT versus TRKF versus Antique. There's a whole list. We're going through every single one of these matches, guys, so don't worry. The order doesn't matter. Antique, you guys, we saw this earlier. Anori, Skyrix, and Mako. TRKF, though, Astral, Prosy, and RizFox. And I remember casting a lot of Astral RizFox on Team BSK. They even represented Team Belgium at FIFA E. So, for Astral and RizFox, I should say. So they have some solid chemistry, and they're really exciting to watch.
They are, but the one thing I'm curious about for Antique is just the offense. You know what I need a little bit more of besides scoring? I need them to get up off the backboard. I need uppies. I need something. Somebody please get up there and make a play happen. If you don't, it's going to be a long day. Speaking of, it has been one of those. We had a couple of sweeps earlier, and Valer versus Novo just went to 5. Valer currently sitting in the lower bracket. Novo qualified. This one, though, TRKF, Antique. Questions, concerns, opinions. Look at the players. What are we getting here? What are we getting?
Some good old Rocket League. That's what I hope anyway. But I would definitely say TRKF are going to be the favorites just based on the experience on paper. But Anori and Mako, in the past, they have fought through some regionals. They have surprised a lot of people. They are pretty deep in this bracket, and had a pretty tough run against, Manchester City, losing that 3-1. And that was kind of a different beast. I think this should be a style that Antique is going to have an easier time against.
It's definitely going to be a tall order. No matter which way you slice it, again, it's lower brackets, so pressure is on. We'll make sure everybody's good to go. Shout out to all the admins and the tournament ops there in the building, working hard. All of our production on the back end who has been working tirelessly overnight and long hours as well. We thank them so much for doing what they do so that we can do ours, and for all the players showing up to compete. TRKF Esport on your screen, making sure that they are ready to go. Predictions, get them in now. Best of 5 still. all best of fives for the rest of the day. Remember, we will have Group B coming up after our last two lower quarterfinals matches of Group A. And it's a whole new ball game from there on out. So you can see the venue starting to get a little more filled as teams trickle in. And I think some of the CS is done for the day.
Yeah,
that's my analysis.
It's hectic in Paris. Yeah. I mean, some of the talent there in person. There is just hundreds and hundreds of players gathered. I'm sure this venue right here is getting real sweaty. And I'm sure these players are about to get real sweaty if they aren't already, because this is for a qualification spot into the main event. And Antique, just from recency bias, Inori was a star there towards the end of that series. At the start, I think it was Mako really carrying a lot of that weight, being the kind of energizer bunny, if you will, to that team. And then Inori, I think, was able to pick up the mantle and become a threat of his own. So I think you can't underestimate Antique going into this match.
I do still have a lot of questions. You're absolutely right. And I look at Inori, though, in their last series against Manchester City, where we watched Inori specifically in second man, I should say, play a bit hesitant, a little bit cautious, where we're waiting for follow-up touches, follow-up chances from this offense, where instead they were electing for a bit more selfless play, which I understand. But sometimes being a professional Rocket League player means knowing when to be selfish and when to take those chances and to be aggressive. I need to see a little bit more of that here, especially knowing that this is do or die. It's a best of one. And this time, yeah, nothing else to lose. Always great to see a last chance qualifier happen at LAN. I mean, this is a tournament style that hopefully will continue in the years to come and hopefully gets more support as these players have shown up and done their job. And hopefully we can continue to see the best of the best as we get going. Almost ready to go. Getting confirmation on our end that yes, we are almost ready. And with that, get your predictions in now. Get those channel points going. TRK Esports, Antique Esport, best of 5. A couple hours into the broadcast, about 4 hours in. Feeling it. How you doing?
I'm excited. I think these players are as well. I mean, RizFox and Astral impressed me in the last regional that I casted them in, and they actually were with Growly at the time, which we saw how talented Growly was in the previous series. And now they incorporate Prosy, who very much unproven, just really started his career just last year. So fresh new prospect, and you used to describe RizFox as this, even from this year to last year, as this kind of new talent on the rise. And Astral, I think he's been around, used to be that S-tier player, and now trying to get to back to those primo Astral days. And he can be a really mechanical player, but we'll see how he kind of adjusts to maybe a more scrappier style with these new players on TRKF.
Seeing Astral on LAN brings me back. Good old-fashioned Rocket League. Welcome back in, folks. Second to last match here of Group A. The qualifying spots. Again, best of 5s, TRK and LAE. Two teams we have now seen twice outside of TRK. First time on the main broadcast here. They played their last matchup. Went quite well. Astral, Prosy, RizFox. Moving forward, have their work cut out for them in this series, but my question still remains. I got to know what the offense has changed for Antique. It cannot be the same kind of approach that they had again in Manchester City, because if it is, it will be a low shot affair for this team.
Antique, it's a slow burn, but it still eventually burns bright. Like taking a game off Man City, that's something to write home to mom about, I would say. So they are definitely a threatening team. I had TRKF move on just based on kind of how exciting they've looked, and hey, the way they're connecting already, my predictions are looking good.
Great touch and carry upfield, beats over one. RizFox puts it away, slots it perfectly, opens up the scoring here for game number 1. We've seen more and more offense, I think, as the day has gone on, which is usually how it goes. But like, you know, at the start of the day, it was a bit scrappy, it was a bit scary. A couple of defensive mistakes, a lot of uncertainty for players, whether or not it was just about getting warm and getting up to date in the venue is one thing. Now, starting to see more rhythm from these teams and their offenses as we get back underway into the blue half.
Yeah, TRKF can play really unpredictably, so need Antique to really play that kind of slow, really safe style, which they're doing anything but that, as Inori had such a fantastic pass go his way, but just couldn't put the shot on target as Inori just a bit timing off to pinch that in. So Antique, a few missed opportunities, but it gets better from here.
1v1? Nah. Nice attempt, though. As Yopa will try to play it down into the box and kicked back out again. Circling in. The offense stays up. Second touch going to be there for Astral. He will kick it downfield and leave way to his teammate, who plays it off the pitch. Nice job at that, play it on the ground. For a different look at the net, bit of a change-up. Something different for Antique to have to deal with, and so far they are. Fox works to the 50. That's going to be a dangerous angle for the series moving forward. Should you see more of those double taps off the backboard, have to be ready for the extra challenge if you are LAE.
I'm liking what Astral's doing off the ball too, and kind of signals to his team, kind of hold on to it, and then Astral will look for bumps, steal those corner boosts, and then look how low Antique are sitting at. Like, they are just so rooted in their half and trying to stabilize, and you need TRKF to take advantage of that. So now they built some space, they got it back. Astral in the wings, Fox just going for the solo play, and not what they were looking for.
Just a bit far in front was the right idea. Execution not quite there. But happy to go for it again. Teardrop, no. Thought about it. Extension still upfield, a foot race into the corner, and a win somehow for Nori. Was able to kind of chip his way around the defender, waiting for that full boost to spawn, just can't time it. As Yappa will play the hop, bounce, forward bump. Still not enough to break open the wedge.
This is the type of game that Antique will play. They don't score a lot of goals, but they'll keep you on the edge of your seat, keep it as close as they can. Mainly, they have such a frustrating defense that they create that can kind of force frustration out of teams that are more eager, as that just goes awry, and I guess TRKF will just get a free one.
Yeah, I mean, sometimes you just get a good bounce or a great 50. Not much more you can really do. Unfortunately, Mako on low boost, not a chance. And Yopa with nowhere to cut into on that rotation. It's tough, but it is a goal nonetheless. And now, again, the question about the offense. What can they bring? What can Antique show us? So far, not a whole lot, because it was wide open off the kickoff.
This is where a bleed is kind of turning into a hemorrhage, because you had two players from TRKF actually run into each other. Absolute chaos. Antique were probably lost in the sauce over there too, amidst all of that. And then Prosy just gets to walk away, taking candy from a baby. So 3-0 is most commanding lead we've seen on broadcast so far. And team effort. Astral, look what he's doing. He's kind of sets up his team, but someone on his team needs to actually get the ball as well.
Yeah, definitely holding on to possession will at least be the first step for a comeback moving forward in the series. Again, still plenty of time, and it's only game one. But what else do they have? What's the dimension? Are you capable of making it to the main event? Nori has been pretty consistent today. Questions about whether or not they need to be a little over-aggressive this time, though. Wasting absolutely no breath. Getting into the box, sneaking it in, and 3-1 is the score.
Just for Yopa to deny that clear, I think gave a chance for Nori to put a shot in. Shot placement, solid on Antique now that they are more comfortable, cemented. Mako, I think, was the MVP for me in the early series, but just immediately shut down. Pass now to Nori with a full tank. He got a double commit. He's got a reset, and Rizbox remains in the net to stop it.
Great extra effort there off the sidewall. Keeps this play alive. Need stuff like that, and plays like this. Extra challenges to force the defense back. They do get a demo. Right back to the third man. Up and ready for it. Nori just out ahead of him, but still makes a play. And these moments, man, where they're getting beat on some of these low 50s in the corner on low boost, and they can't shove it forward. So many times the counterattack opens up, they get through their second progression, but the last read is just not there. And that'll do it for map number one, game one, I should say, 3-1, as TRKF will take it. Antique questions and go into game two, but again, they came into this, they were down 3-0. They did get at least one, so we know that there's something else there. But TRKF looked very comfortable.
Absolutely, and just kind of how much they were exploring the field, like Astral looking for bumps, taking boosts, good comms all around. At some points I felt like there was hesitation from the second man of TRKF. They could have played a bit tighter there, but that's more of like a how you get to the A+ level versus the A that they were already at. Antique side, Nori feels like they are putting a lot on themselves to carry the team. I mean, kind of saw them just try to 1v3 with a solo play out there at the end and kind of almost got away with it if it wasn't for those meddling kids. So I need to see Mako and the rest of the squad support Inori. And I think Mako is trying to get a good drive going, but just gets challenged immediately. Like, he doesn't have a second to really develop a play.
And here's a look at the replays again. You can see there was multiple times where there was space for the offense downfield. Even here, 2 people up. You have the goal line open. Inori took advantage of that bounce. So clearly adjustments have been made. But at the end of the day, mechanics can only get you so far if you're unable to put it to use. And we wonder, what more do LAE have in the toolkit to pull out in this series? Do TRKF just simply walk their way through the way they did to that defense in Game 1? Forbidden Temple on our screens and Game 2 underway.
I think TRKF are coming off as a more well-rounded roster right now, as all 3 players have had their moment in the sun. As Antique, okay, sneaking this one by. Hey, maybe sometimes you don't need all 3 players to be superstars. You just need one, and Inori, I mean, slots this one perfectly.
You need a second effort. And that's what you get off the back wall, that extra challenge that sets up a Nori shot. You just need a little bit more aggression, a little bit more of a contest. Those are the moments that you can buy yourself out of having to be the most mechanical player on the field. Always playing off-ball offense has changed things for LAE. And now they look a little bit more comfortable to hit each other in transition. The connections are certainly there. We'll pick it up by Yopa. Down.
Either one, yeah.
Yeah, you know,
Kinda like
slot
Yopa.
almost. Close shot.
All right, yip. Hooray. Antique starting with a goal, I think definitely helps the confidence, because that goal for the first game came in quite late, but TRKF felt like they really dominated Game 1. All 3 involved, being the puzzle to success. Now Mako actually has time on the ball, just unfortunately no boost to get the reset and to get that second touch going, as Inori can't follow through before it's too late and gets pretty close to the blue net, but no cigar.
I will say this series has, had its fair share of moments, but it's felt much slower in this game too. Nice flick. Oh, wow. Riz Fox. Beautiful touchdown field. A little musty for action. I think I had a stroke trying to get that sentence out, to be honest with you.
Me too. Yeah. And just to clarify, our teams winning or getting top 4 in their group, the quote main event is more the top 16 to qualify into the main event. There's many events going on, okay? Many main events. But hey, getting top 16 is pretty important, as so is this game too, as we're tied 1-1.
Almost sneaking it through. Give me something special. Show me the Rizzo Classic. I'll elaborate on that later. Riz Fox. On the back wall. Astral double. So close, but the defense ready for it. Understood the assignment. Had the cheat codes. They get out to the midfield. And yet again, another moment where the counterattack just stalls.
I know there was a lot of excitement behind Prosy and what he was able to do in the EU LCQ for RLCS, and kind of rose through the ranks in the 1s and 2s for this year. So I think this has been a solid pickup for TRKF so far, at least as long as they win the game, it will be. Right now, they're in the lower brackets, so quite literally is do or die. Their Paris lives on the line. Look at Riz Fox just play with his food. Antique are
Astral.
Safe nowhere.
Oh, he almost had the third rebound there. Again, they've had a lot of space in that box to be able to work. Astral can't turn on it in time, though. Does get boost. As the boys in blue will try to hold on to possession here. We'll get rewarded for some boost in the corner. Yopa extends it and pulls the defense out laterally. The pinch leads way to an offensive push. Here we go for Riz Fox. One demo. Power play. Astral fights through the 50. It shuts its way down into the box. Riz Fox can't bully it forward. The defense continues to put a brick wall in front of this thing. Almost doubles it. And a clear out to the midfield. Just not the angle they need.
respect Prosy for going for that, like trying to pinch it off the wall. Maybe thought there was more of a bounce to that ball for the double, but Mako, time in the air, off to the side, and just not to a secondary player that he was hoping for. And you tell that Antique are still trying to find each other on the field, and that takes time, but how much time do Antique need? I don't think TRKF are going to remain at 1-1 for too long.
Yeah, it's definitely starting to feel a little dangerous. Honori almost able to sneak it through. Recovers nicely back on ball into the midfield. They will keep their touch alive. Second man comes up. It's Honori again. Rotates back into the play. The pass, the shot. It was there. It was there. It was right there. And he missed. Counterattack.
And it's gone.
And it's gone. It's all gone.
Ooh. I like the way that Yopa is just always this building block right in front of the net. He's not the flashiest player, but he's impactful with the touches he does get. So 25 seconds though, what's going to be important is getting a goal going, as Prosy's just so free towards the backboard though. Astral has to fall back. Doesn't have a secondary, but really you want to slow down this midfield, and so far TRKF have done a good job at that.
Been able to keep this one all tied up. The demo leads way to open space upfield. A bump. Astral right into the jaws of another 50. Now fighting for possession. Can they keep it up at 0 seconds? On its way, almost getting redemption as Yopa sent one to the house. And Astral recovers. Astral still has a reset and leaves it off the hood of his Fennec into the corner of the grass. Then overtime.
Antique can be really clutch in these, like when there's like 5 seconds or less left in a game and an OT, like Antique, a light bulb turns on somewhere. And Mako, unfortunately, just can't keep close to the ball, and you need more solid possession. And now the defense is exposed, and Prosy will lock in game 2.
TRKF take the opening kickoff in OT. The defense gives it away, and Prosy with a beautiful little flick splits the defenders in the goal. A 2-0 series lead. A hard-fought battle on Forbidden Temple nonetheless, but a tough loss for Antique as they are down, staring down the barrel of a sweep potential. TRKF 1 game away from qualifying.
Top 16 awaits one of these teams. So far, looking like TRKF. The way that everyone has been able to step up, even this kind of new player to the block, Prosy. Or maybe if you know ball, you've heard of this guy over the past year. A lot of whispers about him. And then you join the veteran of Astral and Riz Fox, who's just always been a good glue to his team. So liking what Astral and Riz Fox were already doing as a duo before this third joined, and now they're really trying to prove themselves here in the LCQ.
Every match is a chance to prove yourself. Every single series is a chance for these players to raise their stock. At the end of the day, esports is a business, and climbing to the top is quite a challenge. The way you play is the way you represent yourself, and these guys are doing it just 1 game away. Qualification spot, 2-0, series point. TRKF Esport, Lantique Esport. What do Lantique have left? Can they dig deep? Can they show us a little bit more? Can they play with some urgency? And Tori's been showing up. Excuse me, and Nori, good lord, has been showing up. I'm losing my mind. And it's been a nice change. It really has been. We've seen a little bit more decision from their strikers. It's a better cadence, but it's just not enough to get them, through those last 2 games.
Man, TRKF were looking really overwhelming and just trying to get bumps in the net. Somehow, Antique still alive. And even you saw on the player cams earlier, Mako sitting in the middle, trying to rally his team, give them as much hope as possible to pull off a reverse sweep in the lower bracket. Wrist box. Oh, what a redirect. Beautiful from TRKF.
Yeah, great extension. Beautiful counterattack downfield. Great pass, great shot. All you got to do is hit your training packs. 421.
Really deadly team to go up against, TRKF. The work that they've done to prepare for this LCQ is clearly showing. You can tell that Antique don't want to go down without a fight. And I think Honori has been such a clutch player for them. As long as you can set him up or I guess, really execute on the plays he's trying to simplify for you. And he can make this close.
It's a really great way to put it. And Inori has been able to simplify a lot for this team. And it helps when you're scoring and fixing those mistakes at other times. Certainly having to show a different look as the offense almost got mixy for their tie game. Off the ceiling, though. There's Fox just sending it into the corner, extends it on the flip. And right back the way we came. So moments where, again, offense starts to get settled. But Yapa will be patient and rewarded. Gets possession. 2 here on the commit. And right back downfield.
What a great touch there from Astral, giving a chance for TRKF to kind of smell blood in the water and be productive, but somehow we're not able to maintain the pressure they could have built from that moment as Inori feeds the ball out to Mako and somehow just muscles his way through. And this is what we're talking about. Inori simplifying it as much as he can. He had 2 in the net and Mako still has enough power on it.
Get out there to make a play and hope your teammates can make theirs. I mean, you just got to put the ball in play sometimes, and we've been waiting for Mako to really find their stride. Their touch in this series, mostly today, had a strong showing earlier, but strikers have been silenced. Mako finally finding their first of the series. And another great setup from Inori, who's been everywhere and then some. See if they can get a third opportunity here on the counterattack. Their second goal. First touch goes nowhere. Riz Fox picks it up. We'll trade possessions here. It's a little bit uncertain of how we're going to keep the offense up for now. As Riz Fox again just buying time for the rotation to come out cleanly. All boost is all good as Astral once again fights through the 50. Oh, that's a beautiful setup. Oh my God. Oh, baby. Rosie. Good Lord. Look at this win. Astral, Riz Fox. What a pass. Oh, man.
Under duress too, kind of had to adjust and sets it up perfectly. And TRKF finding each other on the field, that's what's really been the key to success for them. And Antique, it's been about resilience. I mean, they pulled off a 6-minute OT against Man City and even took a game off of them in OT within 5 seconds of that OT. So they can push good teams to the distance, but have they run out of energy? Especially being in this lower bracket, it's not easy to do.
It's definitely not. Again, you're 2 minutes away from qualifying for top 16, which is the mini main event we have for the last chance qualifiers. That's what we mean when we refer to the main event for now. This weekend is main event is last chance qualifiers top 16, where that's when the run to qualifying for EWC next week really starts. Everybody else just trying to get out of this pool play, this group stage, this tough double elim bracket. And so far, having a couple of teams that did qualify to the top 16. We'll see if TRKF can be the next one. Oh, what a double from Inori. Oh, baby, we got ourselves a game and a series. Inori is stepping up.
The dunk into the double, absolutely disgusting. I want Antique to win just because of that now. Like, Inori is absolutely deadlifting at this point. Insane solo play potential, and now you got to pull a lot more defense if this guy is up with the ball. Mako drop down, Yopa against 2, Riz Fox off to the side, and Inori, his attention is summoned as Yopa is trying to take as much boost away, but clearly nothing is slowing down TRKF because they want this series in a sweep.
I don't blame them. I mean, the more you can conserve your energy, the faster you get through today, the more time you have to rest, more time you have to practice and just prepare for what's to come in the top 16. It is still a marathon through tomorrow, through Monday. We'll be here with you through all the action. Expect a lot. It will be. Tie game. Game 3. Downfield goes Yopa. No boost to his name. And Prosy will be more than happy to take away the ball. Teammate gets the call, kicks it back out, and a nice little 1-2 give and go. Riz Fox looking for the double off the backboard, but the boys in orange are too strong right now on the back wall, and the orange half maintained, at least for Inori. Resets, plays into the corner, ball stuck in the blue half, and right back into a transition we go.
Hey, a little scary, some demos. The defense resets, TRKF waiting for their chance. Now up into the air, bouncing off the ceiling, getting lost, not able to maintain. As Yopa, he's been such a good space creator too for Antique. Not really the one to score, but the one to put them in position to do so. As Inori and Mako combine, maybe the wires get crossed. I don't know if you want to go into OT against this team, but you're going to have to face the music as lower bracket lives on the line for Antique.
Whatever the situation is, can you answer it? That is the question. And now, you must find a way to respond. What do you have to give? Can you block it? They can. The post comes in as the fourth defender just in time, but a demo leads way to again a power play. Way downfield, we race to the ball. Astral waiting on low boost. Down to the box, but Astral gives it. Rosie will try to pick it up. Riz Fox didn't even get bumps, just throws it right over and tries to feather the boost. Does so. Astral slotting it down, bar down and not in. Every time they get close, the defense steps up and keeps it out. And a counterattack down the other way. Oh my God, we got ourselves a real good series here.
Let's go. That is what gets Antique fired up. Put them in overtime and they will stress you to your limit. Taking an OT win against Man City, they'll take an OT win against TRKF to keep themselves alive and extend our series. Again, what Mako and Inori can do on the front lines can be really magical. But Yopa too, he's had some critical bumps on the defense to prevent this TRKF team from capitalizing on what looked to be a pretty cut and dry overtime in their favor until it wasn't.
Astral's going forward. What else is new? This thing has some wheels. I'm excited. I'm excited to see now what the confidence looks like from Antique. I mean, you're able to win that overtime. There's no reason you can't keep up similar momentum going forward into Coliseum, as the players will get their hydration break. 2-1 in the series, 11 Kiwi, and gotta think that if you're Antique, I mean, no reason to hold back. Not that these players are, but you know, you're in a qualification match, you're in the lower bracket, you're down 2-1 at this point. If you're keeping anything reserved, the question is why.
So I'm wondering how many teams like really boot camped for this. I'm not expecting a whole lot because it's quite an investment, of course. I know some players flew in just yesterday or 2 days before, so you're settling in with the jet lag, the new environment. You're kind of taking it all in, and you have to really decide if you can make the top 16 all in one day. So yeah. TRKF will not take this in a sweep. We'll see if Antique can force a game 5.
Got to think Inori's going to have a big hand in that kind of play if it will be a Champions Field appearance for this team. Yopa started to find a little bit more space upfield at the end of Game 3. Would love to see everybody contribute on this offense as Astral tries to beat the last defender back. Rotation's clean, and so far, so good for both teams. 30 seconds gone in Coliseum. Game 4 on your screen's 2-1 series lead. TRKF will try to make this the qualification match to top 16. LAE working off the back wall, and Yopa has control. Never mind. Oh my God.
Oh my God. Hold on.
Yeah. Hold your hold. Good Lord.
All right. I like that Yopa's also playing closer to his team and now even being downfield to create another passing chance, but Mako doesn't need anyone else now. This is the Mako we know and love, the one that can go from coast to coast, dodge challenges, get, and basically 1v2 at that point. But I'm sure TRKF just went cross-eyed trying to make sure that it was it going to be Yopa that receives a pass, or was it a solo play from Mako? So I like the layers that Antique showed us.
Yeah, it was a tough catch from Prozzy. I mean, just gave it right back, and I know we're trying to go for 2 off the start. Again, patience is a virtue on the goal line, and they will park bus, keep it within 1, the pass, the shot. It's good. It's wide open, and we got ourselves a tie game.
Just like that, it was never going to be easy for a team like Antique to hold on to that lead. And Yopa is just being a nuisance, but never really slowed down the play the way he was intending to. So TRKF's transitions, very scary, very fast. Now off the kickoff, Prozzy collects, Riz Fox shot, as Yopa denies.
Those are some scary shots right there. Those are the kinds of angles you have to be ready to defend if LAE want a chance in this series. Cannot afford for the freebies to fall by. Just gets it around all of them. Mako, wide open space, beats everybody to the punch. Finally starting to step up today. understands the pressure that's on display and gets them all to bite.
2 missed challenges from Prosy and Astral trying to make contact, and nobody back to prevent that from happening. So TRKF, they got to lock in. This was kind of a flub you wouldn't expect, as Astral weighs 2 pounds and just gets put in the bin just like that, man. Antique really running away with this game 4.
Fake. Yeah, nice fake. Really well done. Could have ripped it, but played it right back on the speed of the ball. That momentum's going to carry you right through the goal line. A completely different squad. And now panic mode for TRKF, as they have been quiet. Very, very quiet in this game. Outside of that last goal they had, I mean, even the offense has struggled to find the touch. They just haven't been there. No way.
Antique, you can tell that just that one goal from the previous series, just forcing it to this point, opened up the floodgates to the true potential of Antique. And really, the ceiling that they could try to achieve is being up 3-1 is pretty nice, but Rizfox wins that 50, but TRKF, this is now 2 missed challenges, and this is how you gave up an open net before. Thankfully, TRKF are back, and it's Rizfox that's been the backbone, and it's trying to be consistent.
Nice bump, though, and still so many times where, again, they kind of they force the play upfield, and they get caught immediately on the challenge. It looked like there was going to be an opening there for a quick pass. Not so much the case. The reset, though, does help. The second as well. Can't thread it through. Nobody to follow up. Take it away. Full boost for Mako. Ceiling. Nice challenge. Offense stays. A lot of time on the clock, but the longer this offense stays up for LAE, TRKF will have less to work with. Astral going to play it on the ground. Pops it high. Can't beat it to the backboard. LAE's defense is there, ready and waiting.
Still a ton of time for TRKF to kind of solidify things. Now you kind of know what you need to work on after that first half. At least you didn't make it too ugly, but this needs to be capitalized on, and Astral's too far forward. Rizfox trying to slow it down, but you're starting to see the lessening of impact from TRKF, but now the physicality almost opens up the lane. TRKF find themselves back in the orange half, but still looking for that potential to materialize.
Is this it? Oh, off the post. That was the shot they needed. Just not the bounce that they required. Astral trying to thread it, feathers it all the way down. There we go. Better save again. Another follow-up shot. The demo, is it good enough? No, off the post a third time, and a block. Mako is there on low boost. Maybe the fourth is the answer. 4 different looks at the net, and not a single goal for it. The challenges, the demos, the swarming pressure. No way, that's the one that's in. Are you kidding me? Are you serious right now?
There's just such an absolute war in front of the net, and then as soon as the dust settles, the ball just lobs right over Yopa.
What are we doing?
Well, we have ourselves a really good game now. Less than a minute, TRKF starting the comeback. Astral is dead. So Mako will have now a full tank as Prosy's coming off the ceiling and challenging, and you have everyone tossing themselves at the ball. TRKF, they really want this tie.
They're knocking on the door. Nice touch. Offense stays up with 30 to go. Right around the bend. Astral will pick up some boost to help and stabilizes through the corner on the extra challenge, wins the 50 as well. Full boost for Mako. Can he get it out? Yes. Can he hold possession? Over Prosy? Yes. Last one to beat in front of the net. Will clear it out, and Astral has to wait now for possession to fall back into his lap. With 13 seconds, they miss it off the crossbar, but they do clear it out towards midfield, ricochet out to Rizfox, picked up now in transition, and here we go. One swing upfield's all you get. They combine for 2, but Astral does get the call. One bump, no. Prosy didn't even get an angle on it. Rizfox tries. Prosy, the redirect, not even close. Alive. Rizfox, available off the back wall. Astral on target, but it's blocked away in the end. And it's still kept up. Down the other side of the field and into open space for Champions Field.
What a save from Yopa there at the end. That was looking like overtime, and we're believing when I don't watch football. They're believing whatever team is on that jersey, and I'm starting to believe a little less in TRKF. Like they are running into each other. The comms are breaking down. It's like they're calling each other off the ball, but really not listening to each other when doing so. So whether it's the missed challenges that we saw, with Riz Fox getting kind of intercepted by his own teammate Astral there, to if mistakes happen, Antique will fully take advantage of it. And the series continues on.
Anori was the standout to facilitate much of the offense to get them to this point. Mako has taken over since then. You win this match, either team, you qualify for top 16 of the LCQ playoffs, which happen on Monday. About a day's break after that, and then right into EWC main event. It is a non-stop affair as the venue continues to fill out today. But this is what it comes down to, a best of 5, lower bracket, game 5. All the marbles. Can you clutch up? Do you choke? Top 16 in the wing.
And game 5 Champions Field, Antique trying to reverse sweep. And this is stressful. This is not how you want to go out. Not when you had such a good start if you're TRKF. Not off of mainly losing to yourselves, as I think what that would feel like. But Mako, man, the resets galore. And just a little tap in from Yopa is the cherry on top for Antique.
I mean, what a start. The reset from Mako, all upfield, and Yopa, who's been really quiet in the scoring today, gets involved early and continues the momentum from Coliseum very quickly into our game 5. Again, it's a best of 1 from here on out. You win this, you move on, you lose, you're out. Top 16 in the wing. Better shots throughout. LAE look like the better team for now. Can they hold on for 4 minutes and 30-odd seconds?
Improvements have materialized so fast for Antique. Mainly just being cleaner, making less mistakes. That's what Rocket League comes down to at the end. But Prozy's building up a lot of speed. Mako builds the wall and doesn't let this transition go awry. TRKF kind of linger for their moment in the midfield. Kind of deny this clear. Now you got everyone on the back foot. All eyes are on Riz Fox. I like the attempt, but a secondary just got demoed.
And a couple of those physical plays, in this series as it's waned on into 3 and 4. Most of the time, though, it's demos defensively, and then the offense waits for that second possession to come in before they start to kind of materialize. Haven't seen too much of the air dribble bump cringe today, nor an open space on the goal line. Tough on the touch, better read. Nice control from Yopo to be able to, again, slow it right in the box. Though he did get a bump, the defense does get out, and Riz Fox keeps possession, but take it away. Mako is feeling it. He's challenging everything from all sides of the field, and it has allowed the LAE offense to stay up.
Yeah, Mako's had a glow up for sure, but Riz Fox just sensed the moment he needed to show up, and so he did. So we have a 1-1 game. I mean, Yopa is just completely surrounded. Like, he's 1v3 at that point, and TRKF, if they can assemble like that, there is no stopping them. I think that was very much needed for the team to kind of compose themselves, because, again, reverse sweep potential for Antique.
Yeah, that's the scariest part now is, again, the comments, the questions, the concerns you're going to have about being up 2-0. Losing that lead, what does it say about the team, the roster? Redirect almost for Mako was going to be the goal of the day if he hits that. Boost has not been a problem for Antique in the last 3 games. Offense has not been a problem either. They've been scoring at will at times from Mako's POV. Yopo was good for 1 to begin. And now the question falls onto the shoulders of Riz Fox and Prozy, who tries to send it on its way as Astral gets in front of the box, still kicked out again. LAE do not let anything in for free.
Yeah, the mechanics kind of faltering on the TRKF side and just really feeling the pressure is another miss from the defense and can't keep it out. Antique fully capitalizing on a TRKF where the heat is wearing off, or maybe it's getting to them. Either way, it is a lead for Antique, hoping to cement a reverse sweep if they can keep hold of this lead going into the second half.
That is the big question, the big takeaway. Every time the lead swings back and forth between these two teams, it's who's going to step up and make the play. Another quick win on the 50. Yopo, good stabilization and control. Works through that 50 again, Astral. Good for the efforts. Gets possession. Flicks it forward again we go. Downfield, Inori's there. And at least sends it towards the house. This is going to be an interesting look at the net and a good block to at least keep that one from immediately being a counterattack. Back pass is dangerous. Low boost here for this offense, and they got to question whether or not these players are the right ones.
Good control here from Riz Fox, trying to send it to second man. But man, the defense of Antique is one that is so frustrating and so good at buying time for the pop-ups for Antique to find where the play is going next. And TRKF are not getting a lot of second chances. This is a decent pass, but Prosy can't put it on target.
Every time these 50s go back to the midfield, I'm waiting for this play from Inori, and it's a reset all the way down. Follow-up's going to be there. 2-goal lead. A completely different squad. So much passion, so much more energy, and LAE are slowly forming this reverse sweep.
Now that Mako is feeling himself, you have options. You have many threats on the Antique side. Before, I felt like Inori had to 1v3, like kind of when they went up against Man City. Like Inori tried to do it all and really has the talent to do so. But for Mako now to be aggressive and to go for solo plays and to find the rebounds, Antique, they have pressure and they are suffocating TRKF if they are on defense. So need the executions to be clean because it's now or never for TRKF.
It really is. You got 38 seconds. You got to find something. Astral just can't find the connection. It was a good pass, a good look all the way around the Doomsy dish. Nowhere to be found. 30 seconds now. You need a goal, and you need it in like the next 5-10 seconds. Here's Fox, plays it down, looking for the pass again, but it's too easy to read. TRK know exactly where it's going to be. They know how they're going to play it. Got him to bite. Mako's killing time off the clock. And as all of that falls by the wayside, so has 15 additional seconds. 10 to go. This is the last gasp you get if you're TRKF. LAE have just reverse swept Astral, Prosy, and Riz Fox to make top 16 at EWC LCQ.
Insane stuff. Congratulations to Lantique making top 16. Fought so hard, and you knew this team had potential when they took a game against Man City. You know how much this means to them to just get one step closer to stardom. And I know, looking at the faces of TRKF, I had predicted them to make top 16. These are players that have seen many regionals. Prosy just got incorporated after he showed some serious potential in the EURLCS LCQ. Being such a good ones and twos player, Prosy really brought the team together, but unfortunately just the mech started to fall off when little mistakes started to get shown. They just couldn't shake it off. They couldn't forget about it. And it got to them, the pressure got to them, and TRKF couldn't close it out in the end.
Mako was a stud that last series. I mean, it went from really like harping on Inori and saying, all right, like, can somebody else help? Mako comes out and just dominates. Literally back half of the best of 5 from 3, 4, and 5 onward. All of it. He was the offense. He was the solo engine upfield, the one driving a lot of that aggression. Fantastic performance from Mako, and a really respectable win from Antique for how lackluster their offense looked earlier today against Manchester City. I know it's a different squad, it's a different conversation, but they were going to have to come out and score more than one goal to win this thing. Like, there was no doubt about it. They could not just get away with a 1-0 game. They did that every single time, and credit to Mako for taking over.
Yeah, I'd love to see Mako kind of bring back the stardom that we saw originally from him earlier on in the series. Felt like it was a lot on Inori to stay consistent, but I want to see consistency from all sides. And we have one last match for Group A. It's Volair versus RNT to see if they can join Man City, Novo, and now Lantique in the top 16. And if you are just joining us, we're covering Group A. We have Group B up next, and Group C and D will be tomorrow, and Monday we'll have our top 16. So it's an exciting day, Sean.
It is a very exciting day. It's also a marathon of a day because these players are not only filling out the venue as quickly as we get them in, but we have another bracket to get through for Side B. I know we've hit on that before, and it's going to take a while for us to work through these matches, so we appreciate your patience as always, and for all of our admins currently on site, and all of our production here on this side of the stream. Again, we thank them for working so hard so the players can have the best experience possible. And with that, we're going to take a bit of an extended break. When we come back, we will open up with Group B, and with that, we will keep this show going for day one. We'll see you in a minute.
We were there. For every click, every clutch, every respawn. We were there for the years of grind. And we're here. Now. The proud founding partner of EWC. Powering the biggest event in gaming. Shoulder to shoulder with the world's best. Making history. Greatness deserves a stage. Lenovo Legion. Reach your impossible.
Hello, folks. Welcome back into EWC Last Chance Qualifiers for Rocket League. I lied to you before the break. I'm so sorry. We have one more match here in Group A. I forgot last match of the qualifying round. How dare I? Spaceman, Lemon Kiwi joining you here for one more best of 5 here for Group A, then Group B. But for now, we will get on with Valère versus RNT. This one will be the last one for Group A. And again, best of 5 to decide who moves on. For Valère, they went to, 5 last time. They lost in 5. And for RNT, this is a team we last saw way back earlier in the day, and they got swept. So take that as you will. This is going to be another, I assume, long series.
Yeah, it was, I would say, a marathon of a match that they had against L'Antique. That's where we started to get to know the sort of slower style, more methodical style that we like out of Antique, and why they've made the top 16. They really are good at testing the limits of your energy, of your stamina. But RNT, I think, have shown serious potential. They had Riho, Thider, and Noah Saki, which I know Noah at least has competed in regionals before, but they're going up against, I would say, a team that has a lot more veterans, or at least a lot more experience. Valère has Tox, Growly, and Crispy, and you showed, and we've seen just how powerful this team can be on the field.
Yeah, that is, I think, a point for us to emphasize, is that this squad in Valère is capable of being able to outshoot most of their mistakes here in this tournament. For RNT, they're going to have to work overtime for not only the duration of this best of 5, but should they make it into top 16 for the LCQ playoffs on Monday, obviously the offense is going to have to get better and better as they go. As a quick look into the venue. Again, Valère come into this with a bit to prove after their back and forth series against Novo, where they did drop in 5. But it feels like, I mean, just everything they have at their disposal, the mechanics, the experience, the veteranship, the team play, at a mechanical level, this team should be more than well adjusted to win this series.
Yeah, Valère, I would really rate them at the same level as Novo. I think it came down to more of that clutch factor, which is something we talk a lot about in esports. You know, there's your mechanical level, there's your macro awareness, there's just kind of how you play off your teammates, but then there's that star power, that clutch power of what you can do when all eyes are on you, when you have to 1v3, you have to 1v2, whatever it is. And Novo just had more of that. But Valère, they have players that have played on so many different teams. I mean, Tox ended up being the standout MVP for me for Valère in terms of his shot placement. Tox has been on so many different teams. He knows how to play with so many different styles, and Growly as well. And I like the way that Crispy has kind of held everything together for Valère. So I could see Valère taking this in a sweep, to be honest, just with how impressed I've been with Valère in this bracket so far.
Yeah, it's going to certainly be one of the teams to watch moving forward, should they make it to top 16. Definitely a must-see for coming up towards a Monday. Again, more matches tomorrow, and after this best of 5, we will have Group B on the show. But to get there, RNT desperately need an answer, and they need to go up against a high-powered offense and have a response of their own. Again, this is a squad that is maybe not leading the conversation when it comes to possession time on ball, or certainly shots per game, but we've seen today assists can make the difference, as they usually do. And one more reason that you're going to have to step up and give your best against Valère, which we know their ground game has been excellent, and the way that Tox has been placing his shots today, that's going to be a backbreaker for any defense. So really curious how RNT will be able to handle that.
And it's just rough because the only evidence that we have from RNT is that Antique match, and RNT didn't score a single goal. It was 2-0 game 1, 1-0 for Antique in overtime, and game 3, 1-0 for Antique as well. Correct me if I'm wrong, though, but hey, you force Antique, a top 16 team, to overtime. There is something there, and we didn't get to see the RNT versus AW67 match in that lower bracket, because I think that went on while we were finishing up the winner's semifinal. So clearly RNT were able to lock in and defeat a team that I thought could have made it over them. So this is where RNT have to show us something different and prove that they belong in the top 16.
Yeah, and there's only one way to prove it. You know it. 3 games up. That's it. Just win 3 5-minute matches. Make sure everybody is good to go. And if you're enjoying the action, you can stay, of course, tuned in here on the EWC stream or on any of the available watch parties that are happening across the league over on Twitch. I'm sure some are on YouTube at the moment. Stay involved, stay up to date as EWC Comes up next week, we have our LCQ playoffs on Monday, and then a bit of a break Tuesday, and then I think Wednesday is when we actually start up with the main event. So, again, for all these teams, it's about making it a Monday for playoffs, and then only one team from those playoffs will make it into the main event, which is nuts. And good luck to everybody competing. It's going to be a long journey ahead. But like $1 million+ on the line within a week. Like, come on now.
There's so many deserving teams too. Like, it's so grueling. It's so relentless to just be in a bracket like this. And I don't know where everyone's expectations are at. And you can tell that there's a lot of egos, a lot of course, up-and-coming players that can try and break everyone's bracket predictions. But we'll be locking in here on RNT versus Volair as our final match here of Group A. I had Volair go into my top 16, but RNT, they can try to play upset.
It certainly would be one. I mean, this would be one of the upsets of the tournament. For a high-powered team like Volair to drop here would certainly be a surprise. RNT have nothing to lose, everything to gain. Send the house. Playing with house money now. Best of 5, lower bracket, round 3. Last match here on Group A. Group B coming up with plenty to go. And so many more to keep an eye on. Again, after this one, take a quick break. And then we go into a couple of matches with Versailles, Esports Club, so on and so on. We go to upper round 16 down through round 8, upper bracket and lower bracket to conclude for Group B. And we should be done with Group B today. And tomorrow will be Group C and D. So we go 2 groups per day. Playoff day is on Monday. Start with upper bracket round 16, all the way to grand finals. It's going to be a fun one. 4 teams from each group will move on and qualify. And this is the last team from Group A to make it count. Very, very exciting. I'm sure that it'd be way more loud about that, but we're going to get into the series in just a moment.
Yeah.
As it's been I'm sure a long process for these players as they've shown up and done some boot camping for the week, prepping for not only this event, Jen, but I mean, knowing that if you do qualify, like you have to be mindful of where you're at now and that you're spending potentially another week and a half out there playing another high level Rocket League for that long. It's a taxing mental ask.
Yeah, I'm going to be really excited to see Group B because just to mention a couple of the standout teams, of course, you have Foot Esports. That is a big favorite that has Cheese, Chronic, and Justin. What else? We got BS Plus Competition, the Brazil boys of Siren, KV1, and Wisty. And there's some other ones. I don't know, GK, Tempo, Mitzer, and Alpha. So those are the 3 teams that you're trying to take a spot from, which they seem pretty locked in for a spot. That 4th spot, though, I don't really know who I would go for quite yet, but we'll take a visit to Group B after we conclude A. And I think we're just still testing out all the computers and all the lobby stuff here, but Group B is going to be fun, Sean.
Yeah, it really will be. It'll be a nice, fresh look at all the talent we still have to kind of sift through on this side of things before we get into tomorrow's action. And with the amount of teams we still have left to go, speaking directly to your point, there is so much to dive into and to anticipate for a lot of these squads because it's such a stacked LCQ. I mean, a lot of times we look at LCQs in a variety of esports, Rocket League as well, one of them, where you have your early round exits, you have your bubble players, you have your top 16s, top 12s at LANs. This one just is an amalgamation of pure RLCSB stream talent. And by that, just by we need another broadcast to show all the games because there's just so many notable names across every single squad. GK, Dignitas, M80, Triple Pop, the Lanimals, Chippy Chips all the way down to TRKF and Manchester City, Foot, Virtus Pro, Gen G, BS Competition. I mean, there is so much to dive into. And with that, being told currently on our side that there is a bit of a server issue, so we're going to make sure that we get Epic Games on it, and our admins are all over that. And with that, we're going to stop yapping in your ear. We're going to take a quick break. When we come back, we should have the game ready to go. See you then. Welcome back, folks. Happy to report the server is all good to go, and so are we. Lemon Kiwi Spaceman joining you here for the last chance qualifiers, all for our top billion teams to make it to top 16 for Monday. Again, that is our LCQ playoff side. The main event up next week. It's all heading towards that at the tip of the spear, but for now, we have one more match to get to, one more best of 5 again. Valère, RNT, you know the deal, and I believe that we are almost ready to go. As you see, the teams have warmed up, the servers are good. We get some good checks in. Lemon, this is going to be the last match of Group A. Are we going?
Yeah.
Are we getting a sweep? Going 5?
The vibes point to yes in favor of Valère. Like Tox, Growly, Crispy, they have shown us really high level Rocket League, and they went the distance game 5 against Nova, who just locked in top 16. And I think, according to predictions, according to the whispers, Valère should be heading that direction. But we've had some upsets, and RNT, the one match they had on broadcast, they didn't score, but they did play a match off broadcast where they did sweep. So maybe it's just the on-stream curse, I don't know, but excited to see if RNT can put up a good fight.
Yep, obviously they have so much to prove against this high-powered Valère roster. Tox, Growly, Crispy. We understand it's going to be a volume of shots coming their way, and whether or not the defense can handle it, entirely different conversation. We'll get into it as the match kicks up, and the conversation grows over the series. But for now, a best of 5 is what separates these two teams from top 16 on Monday. You win this, you're done for the weekend. You wait till Monday to play. And obviously you can take that time to do whatever, but for a lot of teams, you get a chance to boot camp, play a little bit more, scrim a little bit more, go over the strats. You're competing against 16 teams in the playoff bracket for one slot in the main event. And again, that main one slot is for also a chance to then compete for over $1 million. So it is quite literally Sisyphus pushing the boulder up and up and up over and over again. But you just got to start somewhere, and this is where this best of 5 matters the most.
Yeah, and you start crushing those medallions later down the road.
Mm-hmm.
I forgot what they call them, but I got to use one of that crushing machine.
The keys?
And
Yeah,
the keys. Yes.
Yeah.
The key crusher. So satisfying. So you definitely want to get to that point just for that part. But we want to get to game 1 between RNT and Valère. Okay, there's just a demo off kickoff. So I like that there's already some spunk to RNT.
Maybe we get a little bit of funk. Would like to see it. Also, volume of shots is going to be a testament of the RNT offense this series. Osake, Rio, Thider going to have to put up at least 4 or 5 looks a game. I know it sounds kind of insane to say, but we are talking about Valère and Tox specifically, who has been kind of an automatic machine today when it came to slotting shots, and his accuracy is as deadly as you could hope for in this situation. So for RNT, so much to ask, and for their defense, they're going to have to play excellent, no doubt about it. We'll try to break out now as Tox wins another 50, and right back into the blue half we go. Extra pressure here as Valère will move up.
We were making a joke earlier when we casted RNT that the last time we casted Noasaki was when like FaZe and Optic were still in the running, but meanwhile he's floated on a bunch of different teams. I mean, this guy's been competing for over 6 years at this point. 2020 is just when his resume started, so I think Noah was definitely the most impressive one on the RNT squad. So, but Rocket League is about how well-rounded you are and not just one star in the galaxy of talent that you have. So,
yeah.
So far, we're still at 0-0, though.
Yeah, and that sentiment will become more and more important both in the playoffs and obviously the main event. It's going to require a full team to be as good as they are, but it's so many different dimensions for this game that obviously you have to be excellent on and be proficient in fundamentals, name of the game at the end of the day, to avoid those mistakes. But so far, avoiding the mistakes you really have, as RNT has not allowed a goal yet, which is a positive sign. I say that though, double available, and as soon as it happens, I gotta shut up as Growly finds the double to start off the goal.
Yeah, and that's what's scary about Valère is Growly. When push comes to shove, he gets going. Human bulldozer out there and looking like another clock in, clock out, 9 to 5 type of double there for Growly. And Tox, I think, definitely also became an MVP for me for Valère in terms of how he was placing his shots and the positions he was taking to receive passes. He really was a pillar when it came to playmaking for the Valère side. So good start now with a goal, but here's a response there from Thider, and down low it goes, and a tie we get.
Wow, what a response downfield. Beautiful clear, picks it up in transition. Great first touch. Second one beats both. Need to put those doubles away, and he does. Already. So Mech's coming out to start game one. Best of 5, but double taps everywhere. And off the kickoff again, we go, but back to possession. R&T will have their hands on the ball.
All right, 50 goes well for Volair, picked up there by Crispy. Thider's got to put a hand up and doesn't make contact, but off to the side, you're really going to have to scramble for this one. R&T are just happy to get it out of their own half, but just barely. At least they're able to break up the pass. Tox was looking deadly, and Riho is showing up as well, but Rally sits at no boost, just trying to see if he can tilt the scales in Volair's favor yet again, but sitting on low boost is this Volair team that has to keep rotating in and out, but somehow they maintain this pressure. Ooh. And bumps in the net, opens it up for Tox.
Nice little remedy there for the pressure in the corner as Crispy created some space. With it, got a quick bump, and Tox recognized that the only way in is through that corner gap. He's found many of that today in his prior series. He's been excellent from the field. I mean, one of the best goal per game ratios you're going to find here in this LCQ. Absolutely phenomenal to start. And again, going to be a problem, a player they're going to have to isolate and look out for as a double commit leads way to an awkward touch, but Tox is still there to kick it downfield.
Noah, important third man that stayed back. Volair is really going to have to fight tooth and nail for these goals. And oh, Crispy already trying to bump Thider, but still is able to get a 50 going. And Volair, I think they're still trying to get possession. Now up high. So look at Noah just getting involved both on defense, offense. He's trying to do it all.
Just waiting to see which team's going to break first, which rotation's going to crumble, who's going to make the first mistake. Easily read. As Rio extended far out on rotation, took all the time to get upfield. Was able to get some boost with it. And again, pulling this game laterally, as we've seen so often now, where Volair are happy to play off the side wall, but they'd very much like to keep the ground game viable for the rest of this series. Threatening shot follows up with a double, but Tox gets blocked away, and R&T doing a very nice job defensively of not jumping after the ball. Counterattack, though, is open. Reset off the Fennec. Drop shot, not there.
Thider's had a couple of good saves. He's looked really good, and tell that Growly's been trying to get like an air dribble going and hasn't had the full coast-to-coast journey. But then once he lands in the midfield, their Volair are still really productive with what they do on the ball, and R&T just haven't had as much possession. Now with the last 30 seconds, they're gonna have to muscle their way through, and it unfortunately goes in, and Growly couldn't pinch it out.
Well, it takes it away.
R&T couldn't pinch it out.
Right. I mean, he didn't pinch it out.
Thanks, Growly.
Just took that thing away. Straight up. And Growly, I mean, he's done that in his last series. He is going to be the first one to challenge. When circling off rotation, he's going to get up there and contest. You have to be ready for it. That's one of the things, or I guess I should say the keys to victory for R&T in this series is recognizing that the second effort from Volair is about as deadly as their first. It's constant on the ball. And the ground game is one of their favorites. As Tox works his way back in, double for Growly, and awkward touch, but still gets back out. Maybe a fourth for the road. Stalls it. Easily read and saved. Game one, Volair will take it.
I feel like R&T are really hesitating on trying to get these aerial challenges, just meeting Volair in the air. As funny as that sounds, because Growly is able to just air dribble across. He's able to go for double taps. Growly has way too much time and space on the ball, and now it's kind of up to Growly whether Growly wants to score in terms of just his mechanical execution at that point. So R&T can't just sit there and observe. They got to get active. They can't just wait to be the reaction team or the reactive team. They got to be the ones that initiate too at times. So this kind of is feeling like the Growly show right now.
When he's playing his best, he's one of the most exciting players in the entire venue. He has not had a lot of opportunities on land to really showcase just how deep his bag is and how good he can get. But around this squad, I think he has a real opportunity to be a highlight this weekend. And curious if they'll allow him to be more of that offense, as so far leading striker has been the call, and it's been working. Tox has been happy to play second. This Volair squad is multifaceted and very, very consistent, very accurate. Definitely a tall order for R&T. I'm sure they know moving in, as now they get set for game two. And we get ourselves set for Forbidden Temple. 5 minutes on the clock. Here we go.
And how will we tie the knot on Group A? And look at Riho already working his way through the kickoff, but Volair quick to overwhelm them right back as we go to the blue half. So this will be the winner of this, the final team for Group A in the top 16. Top 4 of each group move on to the playoffs on Monday. Look at Growly just harassing Noah, trying to take his boost.
Wow.
Tox also just getting through all of that. So Volair looking scary.
Those are the second touches we're going to get. Those efforts from Growly are going to destroy this defense. It's going to be a long, quick, actually, day here in the Festify. What a redirect. That was insane. He basically gives it back to the defense here. But, you know, tip the cap in the midfield. Possession, Growly has Crispy. Fakes, waits, and quite moving forward. Tox right back. And more extra shots for Volair as they try to test that defense early.
Volair just getting more chances and more space to pull off the mechanics that we know that they have. And I'm sure R&T could play at that level too. They just are more about disrupting Volair than kind of executing their own plans and getting a chance to develop themselves. So R&T, I mean, maybe you can just play counter Rocket League and just hope that you can just counter Volair, counterattack, and score off of that. But it only resulted in 1 goal in that last game. So see if R&T can build off of each other as this is just open, confirmed there by Riho.
Nice shot upfield. Let's see this one more time. Shout out to STC Replay. He's able to avoid the extra challenge. And when it's free, you don't miss. You should not miss. Please don't miss. That's my hope. About 5-6 hours down for Group A. Last match. Group B ready and waiting. C&D tomorrow. LCQ playoffs on Monday. Main event Wednesday, if memory serves. Open off the backboard.
Tough week.
Yeah, tough week. Yeah, I cannot imagine having to lock in for that long, knowing that it just gets harder and harder and harder as you go. Awesome.
Yeah, and R&T being able to kick off this game 2 with a goal. It's kind of that extra leverage, that insurance that you need. But having to keep your head on a swivel of, you know, some of the resets, the fakes, Volair's passes, like there's so much to this offense. And if RT can just keep their heads above water, there's a serious chance the series goes longer than 3.
Mm-hmm. Gotta keep it above water, though. Gotta start doggy paddling a little bit. Defense has been able to show up. So far, the offense has responded with a couple of bumps. Kept Growly at bay as well. And kept him dangerously contested on rotation, which I think has helped keep the defense for the rest of Volair stuck on low boost. They've had to tighten up their rotations, more specifically play much more vertical on the box. Here we go. Doubles it, 2-0.
Wow, second goal for Riho as well. This one, not an open net, obviously. And fed there by Noah, forced a awkward touch from Growly, and then got shoved into a locker. So R&T being able to kind of stay in that orange half and actually have enough time to create some lethality. So I've liked what Riho's been able to do to close out a play like that. It's Crispy to Tox to, I guess he did get a touch on that, and that means Volair will cut the deficit in half.
You giveth and you taketh, and if you're Tox, you just gotta be in the space.
It's a little up top.
Yeah, caress it.
Just Volair look great in the air. That's all I gotta say. R&T, they got Volair's backs against the wall. They just make Volair look awkward on defense, but Volair seem to be very free once they get up into the air. So maybe it'll be up to R&T to start denying a lot of the boosts and the resources that Volair clearly need to get into the air, as it's quite a skirmish in front of the blue net.
I've seen a lot of demos from the blue side. R&T's been very keen on solo challenges upfield. Nothing wrong with that. Fighting through the challenges straight up. And again, a couple of booming clears that lead way to free possessions. Volair looking for what could have been a ground pinch. Instead, plays the pop. Dribbles forward for Growly. Ceiling. Reset. Straight down. Almost made it a 2-2 game. A beautiful setup downfield, and now a counterattack opportunity. But it's cut down as quickly as it starts.
And Valera just hounding them as Tox just almost 1v2s. That's crazy. RNT just barely stemming the bleeding there. It's not like these transitions through the midfield have been easy. There's just always someone lurking as Crispy Reset wanted the bump and not on target as Valera wants to capitalize and just put the cherry on top for this play. It's not enough of a pass to get to Crispy in the box. As Valera are still hunting for that goal, and the fact that they even still have possession as they may have to let it go here. No, Crispy will step up to the plate and keep RNT circling.
Yeah, that clear was to allow Tox time to get boost. It worked. He gets a demo for his efforts, and then it allows for Growly to not have to panic coming off spawn. Plays the pop. Growly, reset. Over one, bump, goal. Come on now.
He does it again. And like the type of stuff that Growly's been doing, just being able to make so much space and kind of surprised Growly even gave it to Tox, because sometimes he likes to go for the solo plays, but once he started to drop low, Tox helped him conclude that play. Great teamwork, all around effort. It's now Tox, it's his turn in the sunlight as Riho waits on the back wall steadily. 7 seconds until OT. We're still in the blue half. We'll see if RNT can survive long enough at this point. Just land the ball on the ground. Noah to Riho, though. And not where they wanted that.
This is the best that RNT have looked this entire series. They just got to fight through the last bit of overtime here. They have a chance now on a pass upfield. Tox one to B. Double available. He almost had it. Orange trail means the defense was ready for it, and Growly's got the reset and a second touch to follow. Flips forward. Pass dangerous, but long clear. Tox should have this, no problem. And we'll corral back down as the turtle up begins for Valera, and they'll try their best to get this one out safely.
Yeah, if you can get it to Riho, seems to be able to execute on those plays and wait. A lot of space in the net, and Growly just guides them to success yet again. Second game under the belt. But man, quite the resistance from RNT at the beginning.
Every time you think you're starting to get a leg up, Growly comes through. Tox finds some space. Valera, series point, match point, playoff bound should trends continue from this rate. Feeling very, very comfortable. And look, credit to RNT. Played a hell of a game. Like a really, really good game, too. But again, you run into the likes of Growly, specifically when a player of that caliber is on the other side. Sometimes they have those moments where they just do what they do. And you got to tip the cap and just continue to win the war of attrition at midfield the way we had seen RNT do so back at the midfield line. Defense was much cleaner in this game. Only problem is, again, you're down 2-0.
It feels like all the goals from Valera come from Growly being able to air dribble from one side of the field to the other, and either he just scores off of that or he gives it to Tox and then he scores. So kind of your higher level mechanics on Valera's side, and I think RNT have had chances to do that as well, but maybe they're just not a team that need to get into the air like that. They'd rather go for these short infield passes and kind of get Valera to look awkward and then push him over the edge there. So that was 2 goals from the Riho side to kick off RNT in that game too, but unfortunately for them, couldn't close out in overtime. So game 3 we go as Valera to be on match point.
You know, I've seen a lot of flybys on these cams from various angles of this field. I don't know if I've ever seen it directly over top. That was a bit trippy. I like it.
Felt like I was falling.
Yeah, let's do it again. It's not the falling that's the bad thing. It's the stopping that's the problem.
Oh.
You know?
You stop when you hit the ground, I guess.
Exactly.
But we ain't stopping this broadcast anytime soon. Group A is about to be wrapped up if this game or this series ends in 3. RNT want to prevent that. And this is where, you know, you can up the risk. Go for some shenanigans. Because what do you have to lose at this point?
Yeah, unfortunately, that is the strat we come with. If like you're down 2-0, is there technically anything you have to lose? Not really. Qualification match, you have to show something different. And if you don't, you're going to run into results like this, where once again downfield, Growly will facilitate and Tox will close the deal.
What the heck? Like Growly's just passing to himself off the sidewall and is able to recover in midair like that is so impressive mechanically. when he's got space to do it. He's just always got a strong second man by his side to pretty much execute on every single opportunity they've had. At least that's what it seems to be. RNT, though, lead the charge. Riho and friends march downfield, but not before Growly merely is just air dribbling and resetting against them, so got to be careful.
This could be the second. Crispy trying to force it through, and there's Tox again. When you need somebody to step up and lead the charge, this striker is perfect from the field today. Crispy gets all three to jump. A 2-0 lead for Valère.
Wow. And RNT, this is not a point where you want to give up. And I think there's been some solid transitions, but it's what you do when you get to that point. Haven't been able to stress Valère the way that they did in game 2. And then you got to have someone confident enough to stop Growly midair too. It's not like Valère are reinventing the wheel. They're really not even changing too much about their offense. It's just clean mechanics, and RNT got to meet them halfway or not meet them at all.
Something's got to change. It's certainly the most one-sided affair we've had in this 5-game set. And unfortunately, it's the last one you get is your RNT. Boost management, not even in the conversation anymore, as they haven't been able to starve much of the Valère offense. Barely getting out of the defensive end. Rio trying to make some magic happen, but they should still be able to get a hand on this. I say that, and Growly was already ready for the touch off the sidewall. Keeps the play alive downfield, kicked back out, but for how long? Not often do you see this this Valère offense pull back when they feel like they have blood in the water.
Crispy able to maintain control. You see Noah's trying to do a lot off the ball, and he has no boost, and he wants to be involved. And RNT, when they finally get to that orange half, they want to do the utmost with it. Just haven't had the resources or the chances to do so. So here comes Riho. Okay, nice reset. Now wants to find the second man, and Noah's at least back to not let the net be totally open. Second half, the 2-0 lead for Valère.
It's a dangerous touch right here. Slowing it down, killing time off the clock. Every second matters now when you're down a bunch. Where is the hold? Where is the possession? RNT have not had a whole lot offensively in this game. A little bit slower to the pace of play. All right, just kicking this thing off the sidewall is killing 5, 10, 15 seconds of time. And there has been no clear extension upfield until now. Finally, Fighter going to try to follow through. 2 will stack. First call on is going to be Rio. Maybe not. Nobody goes for ball. There's a demo in the net. It's a bit wide of a shot, but second demo leads way to another power play. And RNT look like they have kind of checked out in this one.
Yeah, RNT are playing 10 steps behind. Like, they just got double demoed in their own net. Now sending it over for almost the third goal. It's Valère choosing to just play with their food at this point. Drop down in front of the net as Valère have to reposition behind this. Giving some space for Riho and maybe Noah, I think that was, for RNT to make some magic happen. But unfortunately, this is looking like another shutout. Their offense has really struggled in this tournament, at least on broadcast. Didn't get to see the sweep that they pulled off against AW67, which is sad because I really wanted to see kind of where the ceiling was for RNT.
Yeah. No, they've just run into a wall here, and it looks like this one's done. It's always, it's tough when there's a lot of time still on the clock, relatively, but I just don't see the offense anywhere. I don't see the change. Maybe this is it. Well, I eat my words. All the way through, almost. Thider made it look interesting. Downfield, Growly's getting beat him to the punch. He's got him to jump at the ball. 30 seconds to go. And this one is just over.
Pretty much. I'd like to see RNT go out with a goal at the very least, because it sucks to lose. It sucks more to lose to yourself at that point. So I know RNT know they can play at a better level than this. Maybe it's here, maybe it's not. A couple more seconds. They had the speed and the power, but Valère keep them at a shutout, which, man, props to Valère. Bouncing back after that Game 5 loss to Novo to make their way through the lower bracket and lock in top 16.
Honest to God, did not expect it to be a sweep that quickly. I thought after that match 1, it was going to be a little bit more contested, a little more fanfare, but very quickly one team establishing that they are the clear-cut favorites still got to give GG's fist bumps and credit to R&T for not only making the run here to the qualifying round, but for continuing to put up a fight. It just looked like they ran out of breath there in Game 3. It's been a long day for these boys, but they run into a better squad in Volair. Again, one of the favorites to make a run in this tournament alongside the like of Novo Esports, who they played earlier in a 5-game series. And this one ends just here. 3-1, 3-2, 2-0. GG's.
GG's all around, man. Paris, the action just keeps going. Congratulations to our 4 teams that have made it out of Group A, including Man City, which I know that's going to be a really exciting team to see. Although they did drop that game to Lantique, it's not perfect. They had that 6-minute OT. That was, I think, the biggest question for me in this bracket of these top teams. How clean can they make these series?
Well, so far, not a whole lot of mistakes today outside of, again, the difference in skill between rosters. It has been a relatively clean day from our pros, those who have had RLCS experience, those on the bubble, and those who have seen some success in the regionals. It has been kind of what we expected. Relatively cookie cutter, but the fundamentals, at the end of the day, are the fundamentals, and Rocket League doesn't change a whole lot. So what you give is what you take, and so on and so on. We find ourselves now with all of our teams from Group A qualified for the playoff bracket for EWC on the LCQ. Again, next week is the main event, but Volair, Nova Esports, nice to see both those teams kind of go through after their matchup. Cool to see 2 squads that are obviously high-powered, but a chance for them to rematch later now that they've qualified. Group A is done and dusted. Lemon Kiwi, that's 1 group down.
And another one to go. Group B will be the second half of this broadcast, and a lot of matches have been going down off stream. So we have Food Esports versus Criminals, BS Plus Competition versus GK. Those matches for a qualifying spot into top 16. But we're going to throw it to a break. We're going to get organized. We're going to get some butts and some seats, and we hope that you'll stick around with us, and we'll see you after the break.
Play is in our DNA. Whenever we let it out, it becomes our superpower. Now imagine an entire city being built to supercharge it. Kadir City, powered by play.
He can come in here and play my game. Let's go. He knows nothing. Let's go!
Tyler, why? You're done.
This is my ladder. You can't climb it.
It's better than being hard-suck at Masters.
You're going too far now.
Your eyes buggy. Your elbows ashy.
That airline? That's an L airline.
Somebody better hold me.
Okay, yeah. Do something then.
Raw energy. Half and blow the house down.
You look nervous.
You look short.
Everything's good?
Mm-hmm.
Fight.
Okay.
Do you really need the wraps?
Yeah, that feels like overkill to me.
Welcome back, folks. Rocket League Group B time. Foot versus Criminals. Great song, by the way, from the 2001 era. Lemmy Kiwi, Spaceman, joining you here for Group B, last group of the day. Gotta be honest, got a second wind all of a sudden, somehow. Encouraged it, climbed up inside me, and now we have ourselves more matches to get into. Let's talk about those. Foot versus Criminals. Lemmy Kiwi, a lot of these teams now fighting for a chance at the upper bracket. Don't just keep nodding away. Talk to me. What are you thinking?
Food are looking like the ones that could win the whole thing. Cheese, Chronic, Justin. I mean, the talent speaks for itself, how much these guys have accomplished. And I mean, Justin is still around, so you just know the fans are going to be clamoring in the chat thinking that Food are going to easily take this series. But Criminals are no slouches as well. I think that's those team. And hey, we all know though from the EU days. So I think on paper it looks one-sided, but in a bracket like this, anything could happen.
Anything can happen. And for those of you who may be joining us for the first time here on both Group B and today for day number 1 of the LCQ, you're wondering, what have I missed? So far, a lot of sweeps and a lot of one team's dominating the other. It's been a pretty lopsided day so far, so not a whole lot to write home about. But the teams that are notable that have qualified, Manchester City, Novo Esports, Valere, all moving through from Group A. And again, we will qualify 4 teams from each group that then will move into playoffs of the last chance qualifiers on Monday. The winner of that playoff, one single team, will then move on to play in the main event. So there is just a whole lot to get through. But now we must take a look at our next match. It's a best of 5 of round 3 of Group B, Criminals versus Foot Esports. Very excited for this one for so many reasons. One, because I never thought I would see Cheese and Chronic on the same team in my life. And I know it's something that Corelli and I have talked about ad nauseum back in the LG days and the Genji days, but very curious to see how Foot have responded and or grown as the season's gone on. And for Criminals, obviously, you're playing against some of the best players in the world, Justin. So I'm very excited for this one to get underway.
Yeah, and Criminals, I think, have a lot of experience and tenacity. And I know more about, though, obviously, he has been to a ton of regionals. Land's been around since the RLCSX days. Reb, super mechy, ranked player, really nuts at the 1s, the 2s, and honestly could 1v3 if given the space to. I don't know about 1v3ing Food Esports, but I would say a lot of the newer teams, Criminals would look solid against. So this is going to be the biggest test of this bracket. And I mean, speaking of this bracket, we're looking at already the winner's semifinals. So they've gone through the gauntlet while we were finishing up Group A.
They did. And to answer your question about 1v3ing, I've seen Cheese play off his game. I've seen this team get bamboozled. I can tell you that it's possible. But I can also tell you that when the confidence is there, all you got to do is put some sunlight in Cheese's eyes, and the dude can stare at an eclipse and still score. He's excellent. I'm curious how good his game has gotten when it comes to his patience over the last year or so. I know that he's had a full season to compete, but on land, Cheese is a different beast, and obviously you get a little bit more scoring power with Chronic. Justin can fill that second man spot that we've seen, or play that rotation player who's been very clean on cleanups and rebound duty, which, again, it brings a lot to the table for this Foot Esports roster. For Criminals on the other side, so much to wonder and be curious about. We will obviously keep you updated with all the other actions and games that happen off stream. For those who are wondering, there's currently brackets being posted and pushed around both on EWC website and on Liquipedia. You can find out more about the current last chance qualifier for all the teams, those competing, and some more info over as well on start.gg. But we move over towards Group B. We've concluded our Group A section, and now we get underway with our next match. Let's get into predictions. I want to get into predictions. Criminals, Foot Esports. I feel like it would be illegal for me to not pick Foot, given the history of that.
How many games,
I have
though?
to. Yeah. Oh, 5. 100%.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, I've seen enough.
5? Wow,
Yeah.
wow. Okay.
Yeah.
Well, I wouldn't disagree. Criminals just came off of a game 5 against Frit Esports Club, aka Fries in French, and some pretty solid players on the Fries side of things in terms of some bubble players to watch out for. So game 5, it was quite a battle for Criminals to try and get through that one. Frit had Jay Waits, Badnez, and Wozian. It's early, it's late. So that's a a pretty decent team to go up against, and Criminals took that in 5. So we'll see if they still have some stamina. It's looking like they do, but I'm seeing a lot more hype on the food esports side of things.
I swear, if I see Cheese do anything crazy, you will know about it. You will be the first to know. Chronic, Justin, Noli. So excited for this one to get underway. Cannot wait to see these two teams go at it. Because again, we are into Group B, last group of the day. One more to go tomorrow, Group C and D. From there on out, it's just playoffs.
And I remember one of the first times that I've cast a Cheese on LAN. I think it was like with Luminosity with Slater, and I mean obviously the team he was most known for, and she's like used to be kind of nervous at LAN, and like honestly which human being wouldn't be, but he's gotten so many more years of experience, or at least just more time with also really experienced players that can kind of give him some confidence. I think that's all a player like Cheese needs, because he has the talent. It's just for him to believe that he does, so that he can execute it, and half the battle is just believing that you can do something before you do it. So I love to see Cheese smiling, and he's amongst some insane players. So I'm really excited for food esports.
Yeah, it's nice that they've been able to keep, I think, Justin around as a veteran presence, a mentor for sure for Cheese, but also give him some stability for a guy who came into a roster originally with Reddles and Magic Bear, who had a lot of promise at one point for, I think it was like split 2 of their LG run, and then went into Gen G, had some expectations. Obviously, Slater ends up leaving, and they replace him with Justin. Things continue to devolve, but much to your credit and to your point, Cheese has grown over these years, much less nervous on LAN in these environments. As now we see, and I can't believe I forgot that at one point LG even won a regional way back in the day. But point being, you keep Justin around to kind of guide this team, and clearly you have so much firepower with Chronic that Cheese can now open up more of his game. So curious to see how this team looks down the stretch as we get things going. We'll make sure everything's good to go. So far, it seems like we're okay. We've had some server issues today, but other than that, everything's been pretty chill. Get your predictions in now. Who do you think's going to win? All good from the admins. Sounds like it's all good. I think I got the okay from Justin in his eyes. And now
I only feel okay when I see the ref put his thumb up.
That's fair. That's fair.
Yeah, but when they touch the radio, I don't feel so good. Mr. Stark, calling for help. I need help.
Exclamation point help. That's right.
Oh, EWC shirts? That's kind of rad. It's kind of tough, honestly, from the criminal side.
Though.
Coordinated.
I know, I was sorry, I just kind of like tangented to that, but I do like these jerseys, you know?
On the other side, yeah, I guess it's more legit.
That's all I had. I like those jerseys, man. There we go. Oh, baby. Folks, strap in, pull up your socks, shave your legs. Let's get in. Food, criminal. No, don't worry about it. Let's go. 5 minutes on the clock. I'm excited. It's time.
It's in fact time. Oh my God, fake audience clap. Let's go. But we also have some people observing, and I mean, it's a pretty packed room in there, and you can tell, man, it's already getting speedy as Chippy chips one away towards the orange half. Already some pressure on, and Reb, what a shot.
Old school LG defense. I'm kidding. Chippy dives forward, though, with a beautiful setup, and last one to beat is the easiest one to get. 1-0 lead for Criminal, and already all the folks rooting for Criminal in the upset, they are chomping at the bit as they start off with a 1-0 lead.
Crazy icebreaker. Like, Criminal just came out the gate swinging. So aggressive. Back and forth we go, though, and Chippy working together in the midfield, and this is where both teams need to find their footing and set the tone as she's just trying to get this out, though also on the back end being the backbone to the Criminal side. It would be absolutely criminal if they won over Food Esports, but we are here for absolute cinema.
We are here for upsets. We are here for the best team to show up on the day on the tournament to qualify for top 16. If you want to make the run, you got to make the run. You got to start moving. So, just brings it back down before Chronic keeps it away. Had Cheese way downfield on low boost. Like a blast from the past here. They run into each other on rotation. Oh my God, I'm right back where I started with LG. Oh, it's so reminiscent. And then off the back wall, bumped off one. So far, the defense a bit shaky from Foot, as we'll see for Criminal if they can double up.
In a big test of rotations, this ball has been booming from one side of the field to the other. And so far, you've had a really solid third man from either side, nothing going too crazy. And if anything, it's Criminals going for these really aggressive challenges to see if they can decompose the Food Esports front line. And for now, you see the Criminals defense standing tall for now.
Still tempering the storm, able to get Chronic to bite, full boost. Yeah, not the cleanest game from either team so far, but relying on that 1-goal lead, doing a lot of the heavy lifting. 2 minutes gone. Chronic downfield has the reset and the pass. Justin was ready for it. Offense will start to spread. 1 demo kicked. Second one on ball. It's Cheese. Bump? No, not there. Good defense from Chippy to get out in front and do just that. Chronic, though, trying to stall. Had his reset. Couldn't block it, though. And right back into the corner we go.
And Food Esports are maintaining this despite getting demoed earlier on in this offense, but mistouch from Chronic. Chippy will go along and downfield to just get Food Esports off their backs, because that was an everlasting offense that didn't actually ever score. But the pressure was there. Now you just need the execution. Only 1 goal, but plenty of Rocket League yet to go a whole second half, as Chippy seems to be kind of the energy bank of this Criminals roster to get the play going. But Reb has to make a big stop here, sees the Chronic follow-up, adjusts for the 50, and keeps both shots out.
Cheese, my boy, my Carlos, my sweet man. A couple of times in that rotation as the second man. He's been looking at daffodils. He's been counting butterflies. Buddy, the ball's in their side of the field. I love you, Maya. Get up there. Justin, trying to make a play happen. Has the demo. Cheese, trying to slot it, but gives it right back to the defense. 1:49 on the clock. Still hunting for a goal.
What a pinch out, too. I mean, Food have come so close, yet are so far away. It's the second goal locked in from the Criminals. Is that Reb yet again? Like this time, of course, enabled by the whole team. Chippy just chasing away the defense. But I believe both goals coming in through for Reb. So really impressed by Criminals and how they've been surprising everyone here in this game 1.
You know, I think objectively you're right. Like it's definitely a conversation about the surprise and all the ways in which Criminal are dominating. Unfortunately, I feel like I'm back in Vietnam, because it's just consistent pressure and moments where history repeats itself for Chippy on the double. This defense is breaking down quickly.
Not Cheese, it's not Chronic, it's Chippy, one of the CHs that will score. And this one has been, like I said, so speedy, so aggressive on the ball and on the job. Was not expecting a one-sided scoreline like that, but sometimes you just need that game warm-up. Had that 10-minute-ish break between Food Esports and Criminals' last match to now. So this is where you'll be able to talk between games of what to fix up. But a minute is not a lot of time, at least based on the trends of Food Esports not accomplishing much.
No, not really. And if Chippy's hitting shots like that, you're going to need much more than a couple of extra challenges upfield to find the answer in this game. Again, a best of 5 upper bracket. You lose this, still plenty to play. That one's right towards the net. Chronic will take care of it. Chippy, 1v1 underneath. A second, blocks. Third. But not a whole lot given for Food Esports for an offense that, again, can rely so quickly on the ground game. And that has been very keen on having pop-off moments that go on sprees of 2, 3, 4 shots at a time. They've maybe found 1 or 2 looks at the net, and every other counterattack's been broken up.
Isn't it kind of funny, though, on the Criminal side, like, Tho is the most experienced in terms of how many regionals and lands and et cetera he's been to, but a lot of the firepower has come from Reb, who I believe that's a hat trick, and now Chippy, who also got one of the goals. So kind of being able to enable kind of the young blood, the mechanics from the rest of your team, and knowing where to find yourself amongst the puzzle of the rotation. And this is how the Criminals have looked so structured so far and so scrappy, and yet Food fundamentals have clearly been there. There's no open nets, but just can't seem to find each other and mainly execute when they need to, because even that shot is super high for Chronic, and he maybe wanted that towards the net. This will be quite the wake-up call for Food Esports. 4-0 for Criminals.
I love what I'm seeing from Criminals. I love the way Chippy's playing. I love the selfless communication. Clearly, it's just I mean, like steps, if not leagues, ahead of currently where Foot's at. And very, very poised. Criminals are right out ahead, dominating this game. What the hell was that? Here we go, STC replays on your screen. And just non-stop shots.
Really good stuff. Coach coming in too for Food Esports just to kind of help them lock in a bit, because clearly nowhere near the ceiling or the talent really that we know Food Esports to be. Like, not a single goal is kind of unheard of, and you can tell that was kind of a heartbreaker, or just, it's definitely, I wouldn't say a full tilter. Like, they're players that have been around for a long time. They're no slouches. It's just game one of this best of 5, but now it's just about talking to each other and making sure you keep those comms up even when things get frustrating.
Yeah, and look, it's going to be a frustrating event for many teams, obviously, with the duration of these games, the length for sure. But that's where you need an in-game leader like Justin to step up, or a coach, potentially. As we get underway, standout player from game 1, Chippy. Beautiful execution downfield. See if you can do it again. As Chronic opens up proceedings to start. One shot down, many more to go. Chippy, great pass. Redirects from Red Mob all the way towards the backboard. It'll be taken carefully by the defense as Justin tried to get it to the midfield, but this time actually kind of stalls out here and leaves Justin with no boost on the rotation. So we'll see the boys in blue march up and try to make their presence known.
And that's what Food Esports need to do, find their footing at this point, as Justin's already downfield, but now it's just about shot placement at this point for Food Esports. Clearly the possession is there, the passes are there. They're on the right side of the field. Now it's just about kind of warming up those mechanics, and Criminals do have really solid mechanics on their side. You don't have to go to 1,000 regionals to score some goals. And look at that. Oh my God, though. I can't believe you pinched that out. That was right on the goal line.
This team is unsigned, by the way. Keep that in mind for all the conversations we've had about rosters showing their stock this weekend, and for those trying to make a push later into the season as the season rounds out before Worlds comes up. Obviously, the plays for 2027 in the cards. Somebody get these guys on work, please. 339. Nobody's ball. Right back in the hands of Justin. He's going to try to sneak it upfield. It's not going to work this time. But now on low boost, Red Mob 2 times now has been kind of stuck in no man's land. However, the defense has handled it, and luckily for them, upfield, they've had a couple of dishes and dives in traffic, but the rotation still was kept alive by Chronic, and he was right there for the pass.
It's the first chapter of Food, having that player downfield, making it just that easy, kind of confirm that trajectory. That's the first one of hopefully many for them. As Food already demoed off the play, though. Chronic's got no boost and decided to go and throw hands against though. And Food Esports kind of running on fumes, barely anyone with boost, so I'm just trying to buy some time on the ball so the rest can come back with more.
The most significant change from game 1 simply has been boost control for Food Esports, which is unfortunately indicative of, again, the history of Justin and Cheese, at least in terms of their duo-ship on Gen G. But it's definitely made a difference. This is a squad that now can start taking shots. On the other side, though, again, we know how talented and electric Criminal can be, how they can take over the game specifically. As Chippy tries to get in position. Fighting now for possession off the sidewall, still available for Cheese. Going to use all the boost here on the reset, leaves it all the way down to the ground and kick back up again into the hands of Tho. He will extend around 1, around 2, can't block it away. Defense is there, but Justin's going to be late to the touch. Loses the 50, and Red Mob is ready for it.
Cheese reset, 1 in the wings. Justin seeing the challenge, pops it up, and they go in for round 2. And with the defense demoed, somehow you just have Chippy clearing it away, even counterattacking at a point that Criminals really needed a bailout. So good job on Chippy. Now Though and the rest will work on a goal.
It's a tough one to read there. Unfortunately, not the best touch. Had a good pass on the infield. Foot race back to the ball. Justin. Come on, my little world champion. There's the reset. 2-0 for Foot.
Starting to worry if you're Criminals how much time you're letting Foot be on the ball. And then you even had like another person like in the net that could have looked for bumps, but really nobody home for Criminals, who are getting out rotated there by Food Esports after the challenges that were happening in the midfield. So this is more of the form we're expecting to see out of Food Esports. Really clean mechanics so far. As Justin right down into Chippy's lap, who now wants to sail away against Chronic.
And that was pretty open. I do like that Justin went for the reset and probably could have just slotted it anyway. I still take it. I'm also curious what Criminal's response will be, as they have not had as many shots, obviously, in this game. But they've done a very nice job being able to isolate Cheese on some of those longer rotations back to net. Justin, double from the corner? Nah. Long clear. Right back into the hands of the defense for Cheese. Controlling. Gives it away. Chronic's going to play it off the ground. Actually gets demoed. Power play for now for Criminal.
Reb, Chippy, all trying to center that ball out. It was good effort from Chippy. They're working together on this one. Now having to fall back. Here comes the tidal wave here for Food Esports. Chronic, backboard no, denied by Reb. And now going back and forth as Cheese looking to execute. And now he forced a double commit from Criminals, and they're still trying to get their heads above water. Chronic keeps them anchored on this offense. Now it's time to fall back. Cheese wanted that touch maybe more forward, but it's okay. Go in yet again.
It's pretty easily taken away. Just hasn't been a lot to give for Criminal. Not a lot of creativity in this game. Follow-up shot just blocked away. 13 seconds potentially. We'll find ourselves all tied up at 1 apiece, and I think that's exactly where we're headed. That should be good for 3, and it will. It slots in. Chronic is so clean. And we got ourselves a real series now. 1-1 for Criminal and Food Esports. Again, a lot to be excited about for Criminal. This game, though, shut out.
Yeah, Food Esports, even when they find themselves back on defense, they're not really tested. They maintain the possession, and they're able to transition, and that will make it 4 for Food. And kind of an Uno reverse card being dealt as Criminals shut out Food in game 1 with a 4-0. And we're looking like that could be the same score line here, which I was not expecting this level of shutout. I knew Food were going to wake up and smell the coffee and give us a huge bounce back, but not to this level to completely silence Criminals.
To add on the point, I just didn't expect the drop-off between games 1 and 2 for Criminal. I mean, absolute domination, made Food look as, I think, defensively weak as they can most of the time. Had them stumbling. But credit where credit's due. Resolve, composure, as Justin leads way with the opening goal. Cheese and Chronic help out, and they end up rallying there at the end to give us a real series.
Oh my God. Oh, okay. I was worried if he was going to blink or not. And then, well, we are being entertained. That's all that matters.
It's pretty cracked out.
Well, that looks like the, I don't know, the confidence is clearly not shaken on the Criminal side of things. They're just happy to be here. And you expected a response from Fu, and now we're expecting the adjustment from Criminals in game 3.
Well, we definitely see Chronic coming more online a bit more in this series, which is always a good sign if you're a fan of, 1, player, 2, for this team. You need him to be a consistent threat, especially in the offensive third. I mean, there is no other way to slice it. Constant pressure, threat of a shot. I mean, the dude's great at being able to pick up the pass in rotation. We know how good he is at counterattacks. We know on redirects, especially at the midfield, clearing it off the back wall. If you get Chronic in rotation, he's able to catch up to that pass. He's one of the best at accuracy. He can put it on a dime in front of the net. He's done it since 2022. Learned so much with apparently Jack, and now here with Justin and Cheese into game 3. A turnaround for Criminal in the cards. We'll see what we got.
Now that the mechs are all warmed up, this is going to be the series we were promised, and the Cheese that we were promised. Look at him kick things off within less than 30 seconds.
There we go. Nice touch from Cheese, able to control it. Again, we look at those like game 1 jitters and some of those moments where even pathing back to boost, he looked like he was a bit out of wares, caught on uncontested, and still was making mistakes. This time, though, much more composed and already a different sign of things to come. Gotta wonder if this is the start of something here for this squad. Otherwise, again, we swing the conversation back over to Chippy, Reb, Mob, and Tho and highlight their dominance in Game 1, especially possession time, and so far has not been much of them since.
Because you feel like Criminals just caught Food Esports off guard just with how aggressive they were playing just right off a kickoff. I mean, Chippy, I think, scored the first goal, or it might have been Reb, but either way, they were all in Food Esports' face. Now, Food Esports are able to kind of set the tone and more at a pace that they're used to playing as Cheese almost from the ground, 1v3. Justin can't put this one in, not against this team, as Reb in a 1v1 against Chronic. He adjusts well in that 50. This is more of a back and forth affair. There's some energy growing on the Criminal side.
There is, but there's also a lot of double commits on this defense. I mean, stacking that back wall, that's it. Okay. Yeah, just poke it downfield. At some point, you're going to get this team overcommitting, and when you do, you better be ready to take a shot. Tip of the cap to Tho. Just sends it downfield.
Going to be one way to get Food Esports off your back. If they're going to be all committed, taking up all the real estate on this field, make them pay the price. And when it comes to Criminals, these challenges, it's been a lot of, though, bringing that physicality to this team. And now everybody's getting in each other's way, whatever keeps the ball out.
Broke his teammates' angles. That's unfortunate. Little NA defense for you to start the day. Is right around the angle we go. Taken away from the ceiling. Great challenge from Chippy. He's been silenced since Game 1. Chronic able to extend this way down towards that offensive third. And Justin will be there. Chronic in the box, has a shot, and gives it to Justin on the give and go. Might have been able to rip that one, but instead leaves it for his teammate and unsuccessful in the attempt.
Yeah, you can tell the Criminals defense is still adjusting. That's why you're having some of these double commits. They want to 50 Food Esports a little bit earlier so that they can't find each other on these infield passes and trying to deny them as much of these angles onto the net as possible. So you're seeing Chippy even look more active on the offense than ever before. And it's really been up to him and Reb, I should say, to be the tips of the spear, the weapons of the offense. It's already looking better compared to Game 2.
Yeah, some chances there to stabilize on the sidewall, but not the launch angle that I think Tho wanted to take on that pass. And it might just sneak in. A bit shaky defensively, as Criminal have had to readjust in some of their routes. Dangerous save from Justin, and still play through. Backboard secure. Chronic gonna play it down. Catches a teammate in the wing. She's able to get into the midfield, and with that, the extension now through off the ceiling. Following a bump. Alive for Tho. And a giveaway for Reb. That should be a goal. And it's not. Did they miss the connection? What the hell happened?
I don't know, something got tripped up, and then just an extra second allowing Cheese to get into position to save it, and yet again he has to race back, and you can tell that slight adjustment of spacing for Food Esports allows him to have a reliable third man to not let any open nets happen. As wow, this is just sailing from coast to coast, and Food Esports haven't confirmed the lead yet.
Yeah, one's gotta wonder at some point, is this actually a good thing for Criminal? Because they're still tied.
Yeah, you're expecting Food Esports to eventually bleed over because they've just been hounding this net. I mean, we don't have access to the stats, but the shot count's got to be crazy for Food. And, you know, it's not always about quantity, it's about quality. And how about this one against Justin? Chippy will find the gap.
Finally. Sign of life for Criminal. Great second effort by Reb. It can be as easy as that when your teammates are ready for the touch. Finally, they start to pull back into this game.
Yeah, Food Esports have been trying to send 2 down to give themselves a wealth of options to score from, but leaving your third man to kind of hold back the storm that is the counterattacks of Criminals are very fast and ruthless, as you have observed a few times. The way that Cheese has had to stretch back to save, and just now Justin can't even cut off those rotations, and he's tried. So a lead now for Criminals after I caster curse it, of course. 30 seconds for a response, and doesn't matter the number of shots, it matters if you can score, which Food Esports are very much struggling to do.
This is NA's last hope right here. Chronic, ceiling, Almost got the 50. So close. Extra effort was there in the extension, but no fingertips as of now as Cheese breaks up the play into the corner. One swing downfield and the counterattack begins. 6 seconds on the clock. Cheese waiting, patient, chronic. Justin back down to no man's land, and unfortunately just in the traffic. But Criminals do not waste the opportunity. 2-1 lead.
And one game away from pulling off, I think, the biggest upset of this bracket, or in even this EWC LCQ so far. But hey, the effort is surely there, and the resilience is what matters, because Criminals were putting up the most insane defense that lasted forever. They could not clear. They could not counterattack for the longest time. It was 1-1 throughout, what, the whole first half until the second? Until this finally went Chippy's way. He had to quickly out-rotate Justin in that moment. Here's that goal that gave them the lead. And this team feels so momentum-based. The way that Criminals, the more hyped up they get, the more aggressive they're going to get too.
I think that's exactly the method to the madness here for today's qualification matches. Obviously, this is the upper side of the bracket. You win this, you will continue on for another few matches, all best of fives, remember, until best of 7, which is our grand finals on Monday. We will keep you updated with that action on that side. Still round 16 for now. Now let's keep it going.
Yeah, if Criminals can continue to do this tug of war, you're gonna frustrate Food Esports eventually. But every time Food get kicked down, they rise up to the challenge from the ashes like a phoenix. I mean, the way that, of course, they lost game 1 4-0, getting shut out, and then they responded in game 2 with a 4-0 win of their own. Like, Food Esports know what they have to do to adapt. You could see a champions field. Or really, this could be a lower bracket run for them, as Cheese has all the time to just put this in the net, but defense holds.
I've forgotten how many matches we've actually already played through Group B. So again, right at the precipice of that main event qualification spot for the LCQ for Monday, really. It's all about making it to the playoffs. And right now, Criminals are 1 game away from doing so. They'd send Foot down into the lower bracket. BS Plus competition against GK currently happening on the other side of the winner semis. Nice shot. Good angle. Good accuracy.
Criminals kicking us off. Real scary. Reb and Chippy, again, just can work their magic. If it ain't broke, don't fix it. And Though will find his way to set everything up for them. Food Esports, it's not as clear what the structure needs to be. And you saw in game 2 that when they can get their mechanics going, they're double tapping, they can make Criminals look AFK. But Food Esports haven't accomplished that yet.
Yeah, absolutely. They've just been getting beat on counterattacks. Again, the rotations have been much more polished for Criminal. We saw it in game 1, how quickly they were able to get Food uncomfortable, especially rotating back in that box. We start divvying up the field into thirds. That's where usually Food have trouble, as Criminal will be more than happy to play this around the bend, trying to sneak it in, catching the defense unaware. This time, though, Chronic grabs possession. Man on point, holds possession all the way to... Okay, that was an interesting touch, and almost a dunk as Cheese flies his way forward. Justin couldn't get the angle, and now a foot race to the other side.
And if that ball was centered out, that could have been terrifying. Food Esports are still racing back on their rotations to just stop the flood that is Criminals. And their way that they punch back, and now it's a big beat that gives Criminals the second goal in this game 4.
Yeah, waiting for this connection to come back from game 1. Great redirect downfield. A little bit of a Blue Angel action as they both get a look at it. Good fake and an easy read. Again, doesn't have to be too complicated. Once more, Criminals are very, very keen on going for the space they've been given and not having to overexert much. That's all they need. Now the question remains, do Foot have anything in terms of changing up who takes the first shot or who runs point? Because so far, they haven't really gotten Chronic involved in this game as much as I'm sure they'd like. Justin's been a bit more on the rebounds, and Cheese has been relatively late to some of the plays. Hasn't certainly found any demos, so curious if we're going to see a bit more physicality from this Foot roster, or we will simply go back to playing boom ball, because now it's just been 2-0 after goal after goal. It's been nonstop.
All 3 of Food Esports were there, and that means all 3 were not on defense. An open net, the counterattacks from Criminals. yet again beating them to the punch. Food Esports, it's looking rough out here. Hey, that was only the first half though. Bounce back imminent. But also I want to give credit to someone like Chippy. Positions just such an impactful like cog to this machine, being at the right place at the right time. Now though, we'll be on the front lines, and Food Esports just one step at a time. That's all they need.
If I watch an NA team overcommit one more time, I'm going back to Nam. I'm going to stay there because I cannot take it.
We're going to fly to Paris.
Yeah.
Have a word.
Crossbar. Better players hit that shot, Chippy. I'm kidding. You're doing great. 3-0. It's looked great. This team is poised for a 3-1 win and a qualification. Somebody's got to do something. Cheese. Oh, no, not even close.
So he can work his way through traffic, but not to the back of the net quite yet. Reb over top. Chippy setting up and sees Justin. Reb will abandon the mission and hunt for a better opportunity. Though, has a good beat against Food, but Chippy even beats Justin to that point. So Criminals just have Food on the back foot at all times.
It's just domination. There's no possession. There's no time on the ball. There is no structure to this rotation. Again, you're kind of forced to playing solo. I understand the situation. The game state is what it is, but where is the IGL? Through the 50? There we go. Got to hit that one. They will eventually get a demo. 54 seconds. Can Criminals hold on?
Demo in the midfield, the missed challenge there from Though. Chippy gets bumped off the play, and it eventually works out 4 minutes later for Food. But hey, 2 goals away. They can continue to come together to unite as the team that we know them to be. Food Esports could easily force that game 5, but they did not show a lot of evidence of that in the first few minutes, as now everyone's getting tossed in the net. Food Esports now have to rotate back towards their half. And any miscomm there could cost them another open net if Food are not careful.
Cheese masterclass incoming. Watch this. Everybody lock in. Focus. Watch how he does it. Watch him more.
Watching.
Justin wins the 50. Here comes big man Cheese. Carlos. Okay, wait for it. 20 seconds. Justin. Oh, no, not even close. Wait, where's Cheese? There he is. He's dead.
Demoed.
He's dead.
And he's dead.
And he's dead. Okay.
You hyped him up. He didn't have a great touch. You hyped him up. He got demoed. Low ball, Chronic, getting tossed into a locker right now. And this will be the biggest upset of the bracket. Criminals knocking Food Esports, one of the big favorites of this group, to the lower bracket. And that will confirm top 16 as well for Criminals. And I was kind of wondering who my 14 was going to be between BS Plus Competition, GK, and Food Esports and Criminals. I think we're up there in terms of just namesake. But now that we've seen them execute on broadcast, I'm a believer.
Yeah, I mean, they kind of made it look easy. It's really tough to, I guess, gauge what the floor right now is for Food Esports because, I mean, just simple things that I guess at this this stage of the season, but for these players, you know, there are parts of the rotation that just should not be this open. And you got to give credit to Criminals for one, I mean, straight up out-meching the other side, but 2, kind of dominating. Just straight up on rotation, just didn't give them a lot of space, as I have a stroke. Food Esports didn't really have much to bring here. This was a cook, is what my team.
Yeah.
And I'm confused on what the game plan was going in.
I just really got to commend just how flexible Criminals are to work off of each other and off of any opportunity given to them, and even just off the game 1 kickoff, they're scoring in under 30 seconds against Food Esports. And that's the kind of like fearlessness that you need to have when you're a ranked player. You play a lot of 1s, you play a lot of 2s. It's where the bulk of the talent is coming from on the Criminals side. And to play that kind of scrappy, aggressive style that Food Esports weren't expecting out the gates, they adjusted well in game 2, obviously, to 4-0 and shut out Criminals right back. But silence from the Food Esports side ever since. So they'll take a trip to the lower bracket to face Oxalis Bunch. And that will be for one of the spots left in top 16.
Really curious if this is a sign of things to come, or if not, we are running into another question about the longevity of this FUT roster. Again, sample size being a game or two today, but the mistakes I'm seeing, like the simple things that we're seeing are years old mistakes for some of these players. And at just some point you have to wonder whether it's just simply the composition of the roster that's not working. If not, what is it going to take? I don't know, but they will drop down to lower quarters and have one more chance to qualify, as Frida's Esports currently 1-1 against Smart Is Comp in their series. And we already have one push through on competition. Food Esports, again, lose here. Criminals move on, and BS plus competition GK still in their matchup. Lemon Kiwi, final thoughts?
Yeah, no, that's great. We got some really good competition. Speaking of BS Plus competition versus GK, the upper semifinals right around the corner, so don't go anywhere.
is in our DNA. Whenever we let it out, it becomes our superpower. Now imagine an entire city being built to supercharge it. Qadir City, powered by play.
Welcome back, folks. Some more Rocket League action here on the EWC Road to EWC happening next week. This is the last chance qualifiers for Rocket League. Best of fives throughout for Group A and B. Almost done with Group B. A couple of matches more to go. Lemon Kiwi joining me here on the stream. Very excited to have you, and for more matches coming up as we have Foot Esports, Oxley's Bunch lower quarterfinals. But before we get there, BS Plus competition and GK Esports, again, getting kind of into that zone of more of a RLCS style event now as we look for one of these teams to qualify from upper semis. And Jen, I think we're in for a real show here.
It really is. BS Plus competition, CRN, KV1, and Wisty, who just came off of a regional win and also have been finishing top 4 in the South American side of things, while as GK, I've seen some really cursed matches out of GK. The team that could have been had such a good start to the Boston major side of things, I think finishing top 8 there, and then not able to make Paris, and then not able to get through the LCQ when it comes to RLCS. So this was this GK team, Tempo, Mitzer, Alpha, part of the biggest talked about trade of RLCS this year, bringing on Tempo, and just not able to get the results that everyone expected them to in the EU.
It's the best way to sum it up. Also, nice jerseys. ES Plus competition. Cool to see them not only getting some reps here at LAN, but also a chance for this squad to prove that they've turned the page. CRN, KV1, Wisty was always a fan of KV1 ever since back on, good lord, G1 at the time, I think, if memory serves. One of the best double tap experts in the game over at GK, however, have changed up the roster quite a bit, but still finding the success. As always, world champion Alpha 54, Metzer, and Tempo will be rounding it out. You've seen them, you know them. Very peek behind. How you doing, sir? Last chance qualifier here, Rocket League, and I got a feeling this one could be a high-octane match. Ha ha ha. We keep it going.
Okay, bro. We've been up for too damn long, as you guys can hear, so.
8 hours
yeah.
now? Yeah.
When women's cardball was around, of course, BS Plus competition also has sponsored a team there. They've been supporting the scene for quite a while, so that was really cool to see. And GK, they've also been in RLCS for quite a while and still hoping to, I guess, get back into a top 4 position. And this is, I think, like you kind of said earlier on, that getting into the EWC main event is not even just a consolation for missing out on Worlds, but almost feeling like just another World Championship to compete into.
That's wild to think about, that not only is there, you know, the $1 million tournament up next week, which feels like its own, because it is, culmination of international competition outside of the fact that FIFA is also out there. But we have a World Championship coming in a couple of weeks in Dallas, Texas, Fort Worth, I should say. And I mean, we're going to be crowning multiple international champions over the next 2 months. Kind of a wild spot to be in, and wouldn't want it any other way. We'll make sure we get all players in. There we go. BS Plus competition versus GK. Best of 5 on your screen. The road to the playoffs for top 16 on Monday. Again, you win here, you move on, you qualify for that playoff spot. Let's get it going.
It's nice to see kind of, I don't even know if I want to say new South American talent, but just for KV1 to find himself on a very different roster than he's been known to be for so many years. Now you get to bring up some fresh talent, and clearly it's worked out for them when it comes to the regionals and SAM. Now you have to go up against a, let's say, struggling EU team. I think that's fair to say, but one that is in the toughest region known in RLCS. So we'll see how GK measures up to one of the best in SAM.
Yeah, it's tough when the comparison is, a struggling quote-unquote European team, which is still like top 8, top 6. And in comparison in NA, that would be top 3. It's definitely a question about simply what engine do we have out of GK today? And can KV1 dominate the backboard? Can we see CRN control more of that boost game? A team that loves to go for demos. We already see them opening up proceedings quickly as Wisty was good for 1. Let's start back down to the ground and back into trading possessions here. We'll see who gets control of the ball first.
And KV1 also came off of a win against the 1v1 South American Open in RLCS. So this guy's just an all-around talent. 1s, 2s, 3s. KV1 can do it all and has been known for so long, but he's also going up against some very familiar entities, to say the least, on the GK side, as both teams really trying to been setting the tone as who was that? Oh, Wisty. See, I'm going to mix up Mitzer and Wisty easily.
Oh,
dyslexia. That's crazy. I know, right? So we're going to be chasing people downfield is what I meant to say.
I mean, this thing has barely touched midfield. It's been back and forth off opposing sidewalls for about 2 minutes now. Another boom ball clear. Right back to the sidewall. Connection, 1-2, but that's about it. And we'll take our possession here. So often, as we see for KV1, likes to play it up directly up the gut and usually gets a pass from his teammate where he can play off the ceiling. This time, though, ground game is the call. Centered out into the box and bumped away in the goal line. Another chance now for center ball as Wisty burns boost, hesitates, waits, and kicked into the corner.
And just like GK, BS Plus are also missing out on the World Championship after placing second in LCQ. But hey, getting up first is GK with the first goal and just now rounding out the first half. Nice downfield pass. You've been waiting to see that be executed from GK right over KV1's head.
Yeah, I don't think it was the pop that KV1 was worried about. It was just the immediate challenge after that caught him. Usually pretty good. Again, a Champion 1's player who is well adjusted for those situations, but this time caught off guard. It happens. I think that was a demo in alpha, but we'll see you in UE6. Tempo off the backboard. This one not going to happen here as 2 will commit, though, keeping the offense alive for the double. An extra challenge goes wayward, and KV1 takes control. Be more than happy to stretch this field out now. From the ceiling, Wisty was waiting. Got caught rotating up in the box, and a nice challenge off the back end helps GK stay alive.
Now BS Plus are still looking for their first goal. And it's gotten pretty close. How about now? Everybody's up in the air. Triple, double commit, whatever it takes, but no possession for BS Plus to write home about. And if anything, you have to make a goal line save. Definitely awkward as someone has to make the space out front. CRN has the red carpet down to the net, but just couldn't just tap this in. That extra second allowed for GK to get the defense going.
So close, so far. Nice, clear, but what a catch from KV1. Almost made it work. Still back in the threatening distance here of trying to find a shot, but every time something starts to get set up, we're back to boom ball. Minute 17, 1 goal affair. GK just holding on, a demo. They're going to clear house here. And back into the possession of CRN. It's going to be a waterfall shot. An interesting save from Wisty. 60 seconds to go.
Yeah, a lot of talk about Mitzer as that emerging French talent, maybe feeling right at home, I imagine, to help them navigate through France. But it's been kind of really nice to see for him to be joined by, the offensive prowess of Tempo and Alpha, who's just so consistent. And hey, it's working out so far. You're up a goal. It's probably like to be up by 2, just because you never know if BS Plus can try to respond in these next 30 seconds.
We're going to get into a war of attrition against GK, let alone most European teams. We're going to get kind of in this back and forth tug and pull, I guess. I don't know. There is going to be a moment where your defense will break down. The European system obviously is just a bit nuttier than every other region. We've known this for a long time, but skating alongside is okay if you're tied. Otherwise, it's not going to be enough. Waiting to see where the offense starts to make their mark. Not going to happen here in game 1. GK successful. A very laissez-faire approach to that opening match. And 1-0's good.
Yeah, I was worried we had shaky hands there, but I know. We're just locking it. Maybe it's the caffeine. Either way.
Yeah.
GK, all I care about is that they lock in. And all it takes is to be up by 1 goal. Maybe the nerves starting to set in. Maybe it's just a jet lag, lack of sleep. But just love to see Alpha really believe in this team, because I remember when he was on KDOT Corp and, you know, he came back from a break to really try to find the right roster to be with. So Alpha's on this team. He truly believes that they can be the best. And so far, they're the best in this series because they're up a game.
Always curious about the careers of players who, one, obviously still can dominate. I've had successful runs to this point, a world champion nonetheless, a legendary performance in 2023. And you look at the history, the span of this guy's career, and you say, I mean, you won the world championship. There is no surpassing that. That is the ultimate goal. And watching them kind of grow into the second stage of their career, seeing what things either they change or who they eventually team with. We saw it with Fairy Peak. We saw it with the likes of Alpha now and other members. But curious if we're going to get more of that aggressive Alpha 54 that we would see on Vitality here on this squad. And when he starts to take over, Metzer from the ceiling got a double, and he got him beat.
Wow. BK really good at these icebreakers. Well, I gotta tell you, it's just first goal even in the last game. You already have BS Plus having to wake up and smell the coffee right off a kickoff. It's only been 8 seconds. Let them fight back. And I mean, BS Plus have been together through a lot of the regionals, through trials and tribulations. And now it's time for them to come together for the last time. Because this is, I guess, technically the upper bracket. So not the last time, but important to make top 16, or else it feels like your Rocket League year is over.
I mean, that's kind of the point. It's like this is the event for a lot of teams where you don't make worlds for squads. This is the last kind of hurrah you have. We'll see how good the roster looks at the end of the year, or if we're just playing, scouts for our best players and trying to raise the stock price for sure. It's definitely been a long year for many, and a chance for new beginnings for others as Mitzer will fly his way through the corner. Tough bounce to Reed, and he doesn't, but Witsy is right there to pick it up.
Even just initially, GK were a bit off target, and we thought this was a moment that they were stable. Maybe the one player grabbing the boost had the other one worried, and they both got in each other's way. Both had the same idea in mind, but not able to keep the ball out. So that is, the first goal for BS Plus? That was, love to see some signs of life after forcing a mistake from GK.
Yeah, first one of the series so far. Potentially doubling it up, but at least giving us something to root for here. And tempo, perfect angle. What a shot. Ew.
Ew.
Ew. I mean, come on.
You're just flying on top of the opponent, just able to find your second man. Usually when you're divided like that, you just got to go for the solo play or buy time, but hey, you're just cutting through them like butter. Here's Mitzer, doesn't care who's challenging him off the ceiling, even gets the second touch, but
oh my God,
Tempo just now realizes, and hey, better late than never.
All right, well, we give our flowers, and now we have to start to cull the field a little bit. GK, what a pass to Tempo. Metzer doing all the work off that back wall. Every time you gain an inch, they take a mile. And what was a tie game is now a 2-goal affair. Deficit for BS Plus, advantage GK. Full boost for Mitzer. We've seen this before. Reset over KV1. Got him beat. Can't find the second touch. No worry, though. His teammate's there for support. And Tempo will call in that backup cavalry as Alpha 54. Towards the ceiling. Stalling, buying time for the rest of everybody to get in position. There is a demo that certainly helps things, but we'll play it slow off the back dribble, and with that, take our time getting to midfield.
Well, Mitzer had a full tank, but couldn't get fully under it.
No way.
Is just gonna get that done, I guess. 4-1. It's already 4-1, and barely any time has gone by. And that's just a done.
Yeah. It is tough. This is tough.
What's over there? Let's look over here. GK absolutely demolishing BS Plus right now. As Wisty, I believe, had the first goal for BS Plus, and it was off of GK. kind of getting you team bumping a little bit. Maybe just not being able to communicate in time, but that already seems pretty fixed up. And man, I guess you can't make defensive mistakes if you don't have to play defense too much, as Wisty is just rotating around them. But let's see if we can get behind the ball. KB1's in the box waiting for a pass, but it's never going to come.
There's a great shot, though. It was a bit of a question through the corner about who was going to really wrestle for this ball. KB1 did get bumped out. A miscue from Tempo and leaves way to a free look. Ciaran's going to take that all day, every day. Back within 2.
And confirming now with League Ops that if you get to top 16 into playoffs from the upper bracket, you're going to have a better seed, which means a better matchup for that top 16 playoff bracket. And we'll show you what that will look like at the end of tomorrow. Top 16 playoffs will be on Monday. So it's going to be a tough, grueling week. As you can tell that BS Plus just being able to cut that lead in half has given them some spirit and some fighting chance. They're already playing better off of each other. But Tempo getting that beat means the offense is over for BS Plus for now.
Yeah. Threatening shot for sure. But so much of the tournament still to think about and to consider as you pace yourself through this as much as you can, really. It's going to require everything you have every single series. Still best of 5s throughout, as you know. But a little bit more chippy than the boys in blue upfield. Immediately taken away. mibr, 2 goals, 2 assists. Looking for his 3rd assist of the day. Tempo right off the back wall. Nobody else there. A demo from KV1. A response on the defensive end. KV1 in a 1v1. But a great defensive effort from mibr to get out in front and jump ahead of the read to shut down the counterattack.
That's all it takes. GK wins the 50s on their defense, and they get to just dribble away to success. But most importantly, GK find the rebounds, and man, they got power behind these shots. Holy. BS Plus being demoed. Just not going to be able to reach this ball in time, so GK fire one back, not on target. Now Wisty is just trying to buy time. He's got no boost and no chance to score. And BS Plus are right back where they started.
Wisty's not going to quite go for that. At least got a little touch on into the corner, but looked like it was a bit too shallow on the read. That's a dangerous one off the crossbar. Follow-up defense still there. Hand up in time. And mibr on low boost still plays the 50. As the Chiefs would say on low boost, get sticky. Get in front of the ball. Don't be afraid to challenge. Alpha 54 can't find the connection. Lets it bounce awkwardly, and KV1 will take control through the midfield. KV1. I didn't bump that. All right, mibr avoids the demo, or I should say the contact. And KV1 now racing back with his teammates. So it looked like for a chance, a moment, BS Plus were going to find some success upfield. This time was right back to where we started.
And every second, every minute that goes by, BS Plus are improving. But now you have to try and execute on everything you've talked about in a reverse sweep situation, because in 11 seconds, 2 goals are not going to happen. So fantastic initial effort for GK to go up, 4 goals in just the first half, I believe. Yeah. And BS Plus, a little bit of signs of life, but body's still a bit cold, as game 3 will be game 2 will be in GK's favor, and game 3 on the horizon.
It's been pretty easy after those first 2-3 goals. Yeah, I mean, we saw a bit more from BS Plus. It was a 1-1 game, and then a flurry of shots, a flurry of goals. Not much more you can really say, except GK handling business. BS Plus certainly showing us more than what they have, or at least to give, should we move forward. Still winner's bracket, but got a feeling that GK are in complete control of this series the way they've been playing. The responses have been excellent. Got a little bit of offense there from KV1 and crew, but after that, it was pick apart the net, choose your spot, and just non-stop aggression.
And BS Plus being able to talk to their coach in between games, seeming a little lost on what to do at this point. So that was a really nice goal from Wisty, but perhaps in a way gifted to them, as GK weren't fully able to retaliate in that moment. But hey, forcing mistakes out of top teams is going to be a way how you can steal away some games. I was not really expecting a sweep because GK haven't been the cleanest in the past, but so far they are. And that's exactly the moment you need to be when you're in an LCQ like this.
Yeah, great teams will get you to beat yourself, and GK has been more than happy to oblige. They have caught KV1, Wisty, and CRN on the back foot multiple times. The defense has been able to withstand most of that pressure. However, again, at some point, things go awry. At some point, the European offense kicks into the second gear as Metzer from the ceiling going to try to juggle it all the way down. Almost slotted it. Good Lord. Come on now. Counterattack. KV1. Reset. Perfect spot. Perfect placement. KV1. Somewhere out there, Fear is having a great time watching that.
I'm having a great time watching this. KV1, holy, what a solo play. The confidence blossoming after talking to the coach, and this is the floor. Even the floor is being elevated for BS Plus to come in and just be in the spotlight like that. And even having a strong secondary. I mean, KV1 had options and knew he had the best opportunity to score, and I like that he held on to it. And you see the rest of BS Plus and how they can support him and how they can maintain this and mainly not let GK turn this into a hemorrhage, because one goal turned into 4, and that's how GK ran away with game 2.
And the best way to counter that is to allow KV1 to continue running this offense the way he has. I know it's easier said than done, obviously much more situational, but that's the kind of firepower you've been missing in this series. That is the ability of this kid to take over and go the length of the field and choose his spot in the net. He's a demon when he gets online. But GK's defense has been just as good. Metzer on no boost, resets it over both, centers it out for his teammate. And Tel's going to try to thread this in, but a better save from KV1. Patience on the goal line is a virtue. That buys them, again, a 1-0 lead.
And just an update on the bracket. Frit Esports Club took a Game 5 win over Smartiz, and that means they will face the loser of this match for a top 16 spot. Frit being J-Waits, Badnez, and Bosien. I always butcher that. So ideally, want to avoid that lower bracket. You want to make it clean. You want to make your day a bit quicker. So far, BS Plus look a lot more composed in this game 3.
Yeah, much more comfortable, much more confident in taking some of their rebounds up the field, specifically when it comes to those challenges on ball, like we see here from Wisty on 0 boost. A different look than from we saw in games 1 and 2. But L54 also has something to say about it. Quiet this series as the world champion. This time, not so much. Reminiscent of his match against K-Corp in the Boston Major, I want to say, is when that shot was. I'm just going for references in my own brain. That was a nice shot.
That was nice for Alpha to just stay involved, kind of recognize the trouble that his teammate was in, and a kind of 1v2, able to go up the sidewall and continue the play, to continue momentum. So GK got to bail each other out when plan A does not go the way you wanted it to. While as I'm waiting to see that kind of friendship from the side of BS Plus. Obviously, they've gone through a lot, but ACRN trying to hold back, and KV1 to the side, and save after save. BS Plus hold it back.
Still going, though. Tempo was ready for that pass upfield. He was on the sidewall waiting. The pre-jump was locked in. Al54 grabs it in connection. Plays down to the ground, grabs boost as well, fights to the 50. Metzer reset. Metzer dunk. Oh my word. They're feeling it. This is where the dangerous part of GK comes out. When you're starting to get turtled up and on low boost, there's only so many ways you can block a dunk. And GK are threatening for their second goal.
Hey, we already had one reverse sweep on broadcast today. Don't call it impossible. Not yet, anyway.
No.
But not wrong. BS Plus, they're looking a lot more energetic, a lot more aggressive. Just ground pinch right to KV1. CRN not making contact on the bump to Mitzer and sailed away. Good clear from GK, but you have to demo BS Plus to get them off the ball.
You do. We've seen a couple of those early in this game 3. Backs against the wall for BS Plus. They lose this, they drop down to the Fritz Esports Club in the lower quarterfinals and play another best of 5. Reset off the crossbar. Follow-up will be good. Wisty gets the lead right back with a minute 9. Cautious as ever, but it looks like for now BS Plus do have the edge.
Yeah, Wisty, I've really liked his positioning throughout this series of already taking advantage of a GK that made a mistake in, what was it, game 2? To now being able to cap off that play. Tempo adjusting, trying to fake against CRN in his face. mibr will take the mantle, and KV1 has to get on this quick before he gets overwhelmed. Tempo is demoed, a defense that's weakened on the GK side, but BS Plus still looking for firm possession.
That's a tough read. That's a tough read, and he doesn't even get a hand on it. And he did so much work to get it all the way back within a tie game. At least get it within striking distance, and KV1 just didn't expect it to be that shallow of a drop. 2-2.
Real sketchy for BS Plus. Looking at the lower bracket, if GK squeak one by in the next 43 seconds. And up first, KV1 taking the initiative. mibr robs him on the blue half. CRN has to get the gloves out to just fight through GK that are quick to feed the ball to each other and really not let BS Plus get any momentum going.
Yeah, really nothing else. I mean, you got to think at some point the frustration kicks in for BS Plus, unless I'm mistaken. Tough on the read. And they've been so close so often to finally figuring out this GK roster, to figuring out the defensive setup. But BS Plus are hunting the golden goal. Right downfield, is it open? It is. Oh, he gave it away. God. Oh, man, that's going to hurt. I thought for a second we were stalling here. KV1 was. He gave it to CRN, but Alpha 54 challenges right on the point of contact and does what Alpha 54 has always done. Beats him to the ball, sends it on its way. Ooh.
Not aware. Just Alpha just sneaks up on you on that sidewall. Not the first goal that he's gotten, but the response here. No, not like this. There's no way. Even GK thought that that was it. They were going to see it OT, but GK will instead see it top 16. Congratulations to them, as BS Plus will have to fight through yet another match. They're facing Frit Esports Club in that lower bracket, and Food Esports versus Oxalis will be battling for that final spot in top 16 for Group B. Wow, that's a heartbreaker of an ending, Space.
Yeah, please stop giving Fairy Peak a heart attack, dude. The dude survived enough tense moments. He doesn't need any more, but this team definitely needed that last shot from L54 to get over the edge. They do. GK will sweep their way through this side of the winter semis, dropping BS Plus competition down to the lower quarters, where they will play the aforementioned squad. I don't want to do the French accent because I'm going to butcher it, so I'm just going to say Frights.
Fries.
That's right. But esports,
call them fries.
I mean, listen, I've seen some. Oh, what was the closest one we had? Fries plus competition. I don't know. I'm just getting on a tangent now. Food Esports, Oxalis bunch, and Fritz. Sure. Esports Club versus, again, BS Plus competition. The last two matches of the day, the lower quarterfinals, again, will decide who makes top 16. If you do, you know the deal. Everybody else, your run is cut short. You will not be moving on the next week and not have a chance to fight for that $1 million prize. For all teams that do qualify for the playoff bracket or this last chance qualifier, they will all have secured prize money. So at least by just making it there, you take something home.
I can imagine that venue is going to be so loud for the main event because the French have produced some of the best Rocket League players in the world, and now they get that kind of home ground buff. And no French here, but GK looking clean. I mean, you could nitpick a few things, but you can't really argue against this sweep. So they'll get a higher seed, being able to get that top 16 through the upper side of the bracket. They qualify alongside Criminals, so if you are just tuning in, that was a big upset. Criminals took down Food Esports, and Food has to fight through the lower bracket, so we'll see if they're able to lock in on their side of things.
Yeah, that will be the big question mark, as we have reiterated all time today. It's just about, can you execute on the day and can you do your jobs? You know, Food Esports, Oxalis bunch, all the way down the last two lower quarterfinals matches here for Group B, and that is day one. We'll figure it all out when we come back from the break. See you then.
We were there. For every click, every clutch, every respawn. We were there for the years of grind. And we're here. Now. The proud founding partner of EWC. Powering the biggest event in gaming. Shoulder to shoulder with the world's best. Making history. Greatness deserves a stage. Lenovo Legion. Reach your impossible.
He can come in here and play my game. He knows nothing but go!
Tyler, why? You're done.
This is my ladder. You can't climb it.
It's better than me hard sucking masters.
You're going too far now.
Your eyes buggy. Your elbows ashy.
That airline? That's an L airline.
Somebody better hold me.
Okay, yeah. Do something then.
Raw energy. Half from blow the house down.
You look nervous.
You look short.
Everything's good? Fight.
Okay.
Do you really need the wraps?
Yeah, that feels like overkill to me.
Welcome back, folks. The last two best of fives here of the day for Group B and of the day period. Spaceman Lemon Kiwi joining you here for the action. And we have lower quarterfinals coming up. Food Esports, Oxley's Bunch. The S competition just dropped down from their matchup in the winners semis. Of course, they drop in a sweep from GK Esports. And with that, we have two more squads from Group B, Lemon Kiwi, to send over to the LCQ playoffs, which is on Monday. And for everybody else, now they get a chance just to breathe, reset, take it all in. But, you and I were having a conversation during the break of, what are we going to do for the rest of the day? And I'm curious what the players are going to do as well. Like, once you're done, you've played your match, you've played, if you're a really good team, you play, 2 matches and you qualified. You got a whole lot of time just to kind of hang out until Monday. So, wonder if they're going to get some time to scrim. If not, though, could leave questions in the air for a team like Food Esports, who desperately need a bit of a longer series than the one they just had.
Yeah, I think we got Food, we got Oxalus, excited for this one. Food, it's more about the bounce back at this point, right?
Yeah.
Kind of a tough one to go at. And on the other side, we have the Oxalus boys, which I know were on some radars. I mainly know Ray from being a Team Morocco talent, and the other one's players on the rise. But can you catch Food kind of off their game? That is the big question.
Well, so far, one team today has proven that they can. And really, unfortunately, I think the conversation comes back around to simply for Food, it's do they beat themselves? At the end of the day, this is a squad that can certainly win the series. This is a squad that can certainly make the run into top 16, potentially put up a hell of a fight into a top 8 in the playoffs. But they end up beating themselves more often than not. And as we saw back in the winter semis against Criminals, slow start to game 1, much better game 2, much cleaner, and then question marks about the rotation, question marks about who's taking possession, question marks about are we filling our spots appropriately, how's the progression, how's the read downfield, and then simply, are we scoring? And sometimes it's Occam's razor, you're not, and that's just, you can't win that way. So for Food Esports, it comes down to, can they get out of their own head and simply play the way they know how? They've been in the spot before, and certainly if Carlos is feeling comfortable and confident, it's a dangerous player to go against, and this is a team that can start to rally. But on the other side, that's kind of what you're hoping. If you're Oxley Bunch, you're like, hey, we just need to get them a little bit shaky, a little bit defensive wary, and stalled on boost, and we can dominate this team.
And this is a team that has been in a very familiar situation before, a different LCQ, just the LCQ in RLCS. And that was a grueling one. I think they finished top 50, which is nowhere near where they wanted to be. But these kind of high stakes, you got to perform on the day type of tournaments is not the first rodeo for an Oxalus gang. But Food Esports, there was so much more to this team that didn't come together in their series. And clearly you had a ton of minutes to talk with the coach. And you could tell that they're all smiles and they've already forgotten about that last series.
That's kind of how you have to be. Short memory of a goldfish, got to be in and out quickly. You cannot afford to linger too long, knowing again at the length of this tournament and how much is going to be demanded of you. You must be prepared to shake it off. Rub some dirt in it, get back in the game. Here we go. We keep it moving. And we'll see what happens now in our lower side of the bracket for quarterfinals. Who's going to move on? Who will go home? Chronic with a beautiful start, and Justin just couldn't sneak it in. But already, Food Esports coming out with a bit of fire.
Yeah, holy, just already on top of them. But I like that Oxalus were keeping up. That's all you got to do. As Ray has no boost and Oxalus already struggling in the resource department. So if Food aren't getting a goal, they sure are getting a ton of resources. Even Justin with another steal, and that's how they're going to overstay their welcome. He doesn't net that goal because Food have showed us that they could definitely set up camp on the opponent's side, but executing is something that seemed like their wires were getting crossed quite a bit in their last series. But I'm already liking what I'm seeing out of Food so far.
Really beautifully said. I mean, this is a team that just mix smashes their wires at times, and when they kind of untangle themselves, they get back on the horse, and they're an entirely different squad. But until then, we will wait to see when the first shot does fall through. It's a nice volley, as Nolta will send it on its way. Tomio all the way back to his own offensive third, picks up some boost to burn, and Chronic will take control. Nice preset from Chronic. Love to see it. All the way down to the corner, looking for a little bit more of an aggressive Chronic in this series. I would say off the backboard would be ideal. Otherwise, she's going to have to lead the charge, especially on the physical front. Looking for more demos for sure. And right back into a 1v1 as Cheese takes control on the rotation, gets a bump at midfield, and Justin will keep it alive.
Not an easy schedule for Oxalis when their first match was against GK and they got swept, and they're trying to make this lower bracket run happen. If you're wondering why Food are here, well, they got upset by the Criminals, which is those team. So kind of already some interesting looks in this group stage so far for the EWC LCQ. But still looking to see if Oxalis can get first blood early, because Food Esports have, despite kind of some good pressure early on, still haven't found the back of the net.
Oh, that's, however, a very nice backboard clear. Justin was up for it, read it, passed to Chronic, leaves it. Nice little give and go. The fake was there. The defense as well. Cheese will watch this one precariously move into the corner. Decisions to be made. Low boost, but Tomio will unfortunately lose that challenge. However, his teammates pick up the cross, and the slack leaves it down to a 1v1 in transition. Tomio trying to dunk it, so close, but again, the defensive foot not jumping it too much.
Nolta just gonna catch this, but uses his whole boost and couldn't make some progress. So it's up to Ray and Tomio to steal some boost, get some magic going, and Ray will find the first goal for Oxalis. And it's off of the efforts from Tomio to even just get the drop down so that they can keep it going.
Good plays in close space. Relatively routine. Nothing you shouldn't unexpect if you're Food. OXP, first goal of the series. Nice job all the way around. Again, questions about simply maintaining control of the ball even on pop 50s or simply clearing it out from your own side. Has to be cleaner. But they do have the defensive hit stalled here as Justin will try to take control and create some offense for this squad. Otherwise, still fighting for control of the ball as of now. Food Esports unable to break out.
Oxalis, if they get that second one in, I mean, this is looking real scary for Food Esports. Like, one upset is one thing, but to get double upset, not to call it early, but I was a fan early of Food, but the lack of goals here is making me really worry. The defense, are able to clear out. At least they have control of their own boosts, and Oxalis, they just keep rotating back in. Like, Tomio is just 1v3ing and refusing to let Food Esports leave their side.
That pressure at some point will suffocate this team. We've seen it for years, and gotta wonder who's going to be the player to break out and reestablish a baseline. He played so well off the start. Now a breakaway chance. Working underneath. Chronic leads way to a free ball. Nolta circling towards the box. This will be easily taken back. Tomio's going to play it over the flick. Does so. Gets one to bite. Ray. Tomio. Teardrop. Follow-up touch. Almost able to get it through. But Food Esports again able to stand up strong on the goal line. Send one back the other way on their own side. And we'll go back to boom ball.
Yeah, Oxalis able to withhold Food Esports for so long. This is shutout territory. 40 seconds left. Good opportunities. Chronic to the backboard. Can't get the second touch. Cheese with the follow-up, but double jump as Oxalis keeps this out, but really are caught watching as Justin finally caps off that tying goal.
There goes just a couple of shots. Good setup and pass back from Chronic. Justin. Perfect. Some offense. Food Esports tied up. 30 seconds to go in game number one. Keep it easy for the veteran, and all things will turn up as Cheese will play it from his own side. And follows through on the 50. Nice job by the young one. And caught by Nolta. Ray. Tomio still there, and unfortunately for them, chipped away at the last minute.
I worry about Chronic and Cheese just getting tangled again, though, but as long as you execute at the end, you could just do so cleaner. But this is to the orange half. Justin about to collect, too far away. Tomio's got him beat. To the blue half we go when Cheese intercepts Nolta to the ground, and it's OT for game one. Food forcing this the distance. But now it's time to show up or show yourself out for game one. Cheese will be on it. You need comms to be clean here for Food Esports. Stay organized and stay on top of it. And let the experience and the mech speak for itself. But so far, Oxalis have been so good at boxing them in until this very point. And it's Food Esports trying to bulldoze them.
And if you're Food, this is your chance to score here. You've been able to keep Ox back on low boost at the midfield. They've been challenging everything. And now you have a full tank of resources to work with of your Cheese. And Justin underneath, waiting for that touch. This is the swing. This is the counterattack that could make the difference. This time, though, again, on low boost, Ray's going to continue to get it downfield. Nolta doesn't have a whole lot, but still goes for the challenge anyway. So credit to Foot for being able to maintain most of their resource upfield for the first time in a couple of series, but that's going to amount to a whole lot. And as right now, they're still looking for that opening window.
Romeo gonna read this and tries to clear, and Cheese denies. So this is how Food can start to suffocate Oxalis. You want to maintain them here and try to steal their boost, but you need enough time for Oxalis to stay trapped for that to really materialize. As wait a minute, Ray is just jumping at the ball. Tomio wanted to be part of that equation, and now the race is on. Chronic for the final touch. No, Ray denies.
Downfield, defense got to be there. It's got to be clean touches across the board. Anybody rotating out of spot to pick up ball has to make sure they get in and out. Chronic over one. Waterfall, this is your chance. Chronic can't reset it in, but don't worry. Here comes Cheese. An absolute missile into the net. And game one turns things around for Foot Esports.
Good to see them bounce back after what it took them several minutes to get that tying goal. And even then, it took all three of Foot Esports, eventually Justin, to be the end-all be-all. And forcing the OT. Oh my God. And I wish I had that much energy right now. And then even Foot are getting real hyped up. You just have to outscream your opponent sometimes. And that's...
You gotta believe.
I mean, the coach is screaming louder. He has to be the energizer over there.
You gotta believe. I mean, I'm just like, at the end of the day, if you're trying to qualify for this playoff bracket, at any point in esports, if you're ever down, you're ever backs against the wall, or just trying to make the run, you can't do it. You can't do anything if you don't believe that it's possible. And so far, again, small adjustments that were made for Foot Esports, definitely much more confident from the decision of Cheese in that game to, one, be in the right place, right time to fill his spot, and two, to not give a lot of those errant rebounds away for free. And on the other side for Ox's bunch, again, plenty for them to work with. No worries about them going forward in the series. It seems the vibes are still good. Kept it into the OT. But again, curious at what point we'll see either team start to make those blunders, those mistakes. And if you're Foot Esports, it's literally just delaying. It feels not like delaying the inevitable, but it's like if you can just delay that moment, if you can keep yourself from shooting yourself in the foot, you can survive this series and make the playoffs.
Oxalis just don't have as much time together compared to Foot Esports. I think only about 2 months, but they did battle through, like I said, the EU LCQ, finishing around top 48. So Oxalis, this is out to face GK and Foot Esports in this bracket. I mean, you have to beat the best to be the best. It'll be a tough task, but hey, almost stole away game one from them. Ooh. Chronic second touch, and he does it all on his own.
What a read from Chronic. Was waiting for him to find some success in this series. Great readjustment. Beautiful placement. Easy as it looks, not at all. 30 seconds gone. Cheese is already getting comfortable.
And the timing is looking better for Foot to not kind of be too synced up where you're getting in each other's way. But wait a minute, Nolta is almost sailing away, unstopped.
Yep.
Until Foot put a stop to that eventually. Oh, Chronic, can he get the second one? And I mean, Oxalis looked like they were running on fumes, but they're still putting up a resistance.
Yeah, this is a team that's very, very sound on low boost, so it's always going to be a problem. And to your point, Lemon Kiwi, you're absolutely right. Like, for Foot, it's just about, again, like we hit on earlier, getting out of your own way. But sometimes stop overthinking it and just play the game. You will fill your roles as you know. Let the practice and the muscle memory kick in. So far, they've been doing just that. As Chronic will try to get it back over to Cheese, will do so. Both strikers move up now. Justin on low boost has to take a 1v2. Box is open, and the flick didn't matter much because Justin got up in time.
Yeah, the transitions have been really nice. From the Oxalis side, I'm seeing Nolta make a lot of space. Not only that, he's scoring too. As the answer is there from Oxalis. Chronic caught midair, Justin tossed to the side, and Cheese misses that touch. So, hey, if Oxalis can punish these mistakes, this series can go to the distance.
Absolutely. I mean, for 5, maybe. I'll take 4. I would take a game 4. I'd like a Coliseum. Something a little bit different. just to make it interesting. Long pass downfield, connects for 2. And the third, called a triple. The fourth, Ray. No space there on the ceiling. The defense ready for it. They know exactly where this one's going. But they do not have the boost. Stay alive on the contest as Justin will buy as much time as he can and get out successfully for the grab in the corner. Allows for Tomio again to get up the wing. Right side of the field open now with the demo, and with it, power play now for Foot. Can they escape?
Oxala's win these challenges. Like, this offense has some serious threat that can form, and Katomio getting right under this ball. Nice reset, tried to get it to Ray. Good timing there from Cheese on the touch as Justin wants to take over. Just barely has any time on the ball to go for a solo play and even look for a secondary. So Food have to play a little quicker, a little punchier, while also trying to punch back because Nolta just got the second one for Oxalis.
I mean, perfect communication, perfect transition. What more can you say? Everybody understanding their spot, their role. They catch the defense rotating. They have an opportunity, a window, and they punch it through. Off the kickoff, a win again. Foot Esports tried their best, and it's not good enough for this, as the kickoff goes awkwardly, but ricochets just out in the nick of time.
Casual hat trick against Chronic, Justin, and Cheese. Gonna have to tell Mom about that one. Great showing from Oxalis in this lower bracket where pressure makes diamonds, and Nolta surely is shining. As Justin wants to almost do a deja vu goal from, what was it, Chronic earlier on. Gonna happen here. As Justin wants to be able to have better 50s on the defensive front because Oxalis can force these mistakes. They've been able to get a lot of goals, mainly Nolta capitalizing on that.
Hold on, though. Cheese underneath. He got him all to bite. Cheese, great patience all the way through the play, finishing what he started. Again, he's a missile when he goes from north to south. And another instance here where he just needs to stay on ball, stay on the possession, and finish the play. And he does. That could be the difference for this team. They get back within 1. See what happens on the kickoff now. Oh, we got him. Gee, I lied. I thought that was a way faster shot than it actually was. I'm sorry.
Yeah, small flick, not a punch that Cheese needed to do there. But hey, at least he steals boost and he's ready to intercept Ray. At least slow them down on this transition. Now Chronic has Oxalis on the 180. So Food can kind of generate some speed here. There's some moments where our Oxalis are kind of caught having to turn around, and Food aren't able to transition as quickly.
That could be the Achilles heel that continues to get him. However, it's just about getting back within 1. Striking distance, 1 goal at a time. Quality clear. Chronic gonna follow. Hard catch. Once again gives away to a possession for Ray. Tomio on no boost. Still resets first center. Follow-up shot, an absolute dagger. An absolute dagger from Nolta.
This guy is something else. It's just when
just open.
There's not as many expectations on you. You really can play like your heart's on fire, and I love to see that. That the Oxalis boys 4-2, doubling the score of Food here. Ready to respond in this series. 1 minute left though. Let's see if Food Esports still has some kick to them.
Starting to chirp a little bit. I like what I'm seeing. More trash talk in esports, please. I want to see it on land. Tomio. Fine time. Fortunately, need more of that if you're Foot Esports. Again, only game 2 of the series. Quick pinch for Cheese. But after a very strong overtime win, came out, scored a couple. Since then, have been dominated. Oxalis will likely, absolutely, take game number 2 and tie up the series. Better response from this squad, knowing how good, again, that their passes can be. And we'll see what Foot can do on the adjustment side as they make some changes going into game 3.
Yeah, give this Nolta guy a medal. Holy cow, what a Herculean effort in that game 2 with, I think, all 4 goals, but most of them at least on that side of things. So good clap back as Food Esports will have a quick minute to talk to the coach because this is not their peak at all. From losing 3-1 to the Criminals in the upper bracket to dropping a game against Oxalis. Definitely the weather could be better on their side. So we'll see if we'll be able to respond because it seemed like when Food started to suffer at deficits against the Criminals, they were not really able to heal from those moments.
Yeah, and look, credit to Food for not only cleaning up those mistakes, but getting out of their own way, which has allowed this offense to feel a little bit more loose, feel a bit more open downfield. Definitely things to consider going forward, but, I mean, they played it correctly. They've played this well into game 2. We're now seeing the offensive capabilities of Oxalis and how quickly they can stretch the field, or I should say shrink the field from the backboard all the way down. Everybody's in position to be able to extend that ball, and when that happens, you only have so much room to work with if you're Foot Esports, especially with Little Boost. And they'll get ready, I believe, all set for our next match. They will into game number 3, and you could just see in the player cams the energy from OXB. It's like they realize they have Foot right where they want them, and they are so close to breaking the series open.
Food Esports, they have plans off kickoff, but for the rest of the game, it's still not really sure who's taking that first step and then who follows through afterwards. There was some, flashes of brilliance and maybe one here as Chronic stopped at the line. Cheese can't put it on target. You just need to lock in. If you're Food, you already got one chance. You're not going to get another. At least the series can continue, but the lower bracket is unforgiving.
It is. This is do or die for all teams now fighting for a chance at top 16 on Monday. You lose this, you're done. It's a best of 5, and that's it. Great shot. Better save. Justin going to take the second. Nice rip from Justin. Great placement as well. Allows Chronic to move up into the lane. Alive for Cheese. Follow up. Swatted away. And an extended. Wow. An extra touch. And chain dash on the wall for Nolta, but it says, you know what, Ray, you're already up there. Go ahead and do your thing. I'm going to get out, get some boost. Make sure I get my teammate in position. Tomio now takes the catch. Over 1. All the way in. Oh my God. He got him. He did do it.
He did the thing.
He did the thing.
And Oxalis start off with a goal. And just when you thought, okay, all eyes should be on Nolta. Go and demo Nolta. Be on top of Nolta. Guess what? There are other threats on the Oxalis team. It's been a lot of enablers, a good supporting cast, but Tomia shows that he can do the solo plays too, but okay, kind of missed there in the midfield, gave Cheese some pretty threatening possession in that moment, but already sent back.
Now can they just get it down through the corner? Another big center, and there it is. They've been hunting for this one all series long, really all day. Just couldn't find an opening. And once again, the race to the ball, Justin wins it out first.
Wow.
And he's there right on time.
Chronic was already downfield, and if it wasn't to catch the pass, it was to just bully everybody out of the way. And sometimes you just got to go and make space, but you don't want to overcommit because we've seen some inklings of Food Esports being desperate enough to do that. As long as they just have that third man back, they can try and get an Oxalis space when they do have that really frustrating defense that they've been able to build. So Food Esports with a response, but can they get control back of this series? Because they did win game 1, but in an OT, and yes, coming back from an 0-1 situation, so Food have to have a lead, really, and a confident one to kind of, inspire the fans a bit.
That's kind of the sentiment Jack and I had for a long time was you need at least 2 goals, and even then it's not entirely safe, but you want 2 if you're a Food fan. If you're a Cheese and Justin watcher, you want at least 2. Start to feel confident if it's 3. This time, though, again, war of attrition so far. Oxalis been winning it. Credit to Food for being able to make those adjustments. They have not been double committing on rotation. Don't cast curse it. Chronic 1v1. Got him. Lead.
Wow. Like that.
Fun to say.
Kind of like a bird noise. Yeah. Leaning in, Food Esports. They don't care what kind of trash talk is on the other side. All that matters is who comes out of this lower bracket and who gets top 16. Which the stars align, and it's supposed to be Food, but they weren't even supposed to be in this lower bracket. So a weird day. And Oxalis able to punch back, and right now their defense really getting tested. As Cheese beats him to the punch, mischallenge. Ray has to get in front of the net and can't read it.
Nice job, Cheese. Cheeky little smile. Got the first touch. I'll let the defense handle the rest here. Bamboozle. And how quickly things turn around. Again, what was at one point in game 2 a lead for Foot turned into a volley of shots and goals, a 4-2 finish. Foot now out by 2, and this is the moment where harkening back to the conversation we just had of, all right, now you have a 2-goal lead. It's not safe, but you're starting to feel a little better about closing this game out. It's really the biggest factor here. Just see if they can kill the last 2 minutes.
Chronic had me worried how he was centering out that ball, but it's able to just put a full stoppage to Oxalis on the 50. Cheese to receive, and I was going to say he was having better control of it, but not if Oxalis is just going to immediately challenge him. So there's just got to have that perfect first touch and immediate secondary to send it to. Food Esports, they got to act fast because Oxalis are ready to clap back. Look at this pass, and Ray gets it done.
One way to break down the defense is to harken back to some 2022 SSG infield passing, beautifully set up all the way down. Justin stood no chance. It's a 2v1 break, and broke they did. OXB within 1 goal, plenty of time. Situations that would have been in before. Cheese and Magic Bear understand, Justin, good lord, understand what's required.
Living in the old days.
I know. Drop down, good shot from Cheese. This time, just bout boost management. We'll see if the boys in blue can stay up.
It's only by 1, and Oxalis is just playing so much more aggressive and now just needing to get out of their own end. And these long sendaways, Food Esports don't feel as stressed to rotate back into. Calling each other off, better communication. Now you need better touches as Justin off to the corner. Chronic is able to add on to the layers of offense. Food's still trying to develop as a quick fire back. As if that was on target, that could have been scary. As Ray has Food Esports also stressing.
30 seconds now. A look, a demo. Oh, beautifully timed. Nolta just had to send it netward, and he had his teammate in position to pick up the cross. Enforcers downfield. Chronic is a victim, and Nolta ties us up.
And Ray is, you can see in the cams, just rallying the squad, knows how this win is so achievable in the next 30 seconds. We could be avoiding overtime. Everything is going to let loose. Cheese to Justin. A high touch. 2 defenders in the way. Not a direct shot. And a chance for Oxalis to get a breath and even to fire back. So close as Nolta, not the placement he wanted.
Trying to cut that down. Don't want a free look for Chronic, even on low boost. The last thing you want is a challenge. Way we've had it. Nolta going to try to go for game here. It's still up. I lied. We're going to OT. Golden goal off the kickoff. Lord knows this is a dangerous one. Up the gut, Nolta. Slow. Plays it through the 50. Allows for his teammate to fly in aggressively. The rotation will be clean on the back line. Everybody starts to move in. And Cheese will kick it downfield on low boost. Massive clear by Cheese just to get out of harm's way.
I was worried how you let Food already establish off the kickoff there and forced some saves to follow through. The counterattacks already being denied as Food have them locked in a cage. And Chronic is just dancing away, low on boost as 2 players of Oxalis, and it just bleeds through. Justin will confirm game 3 and match point for Food Esports.
Just GG's on to the next. Justin, easy as it looks. 1 game at a time, back and forth we go. Very reminiscent of the series we had earlier in the day of Novus Esports and Valair. I swear I can read. One apiece, back and forth we go. My brain's tired. Oxalis looking great, but Justin is a world champion. Here's a look at the replays brought to you by STC, and it started off with Tomio's dunk that was about as violent as you're going to get, and quickly came back to Cheese saying, okay, you want to get aggressive? I can do that too.
Both of Foot's wins in these series have come off of overtimes, which they're going to be invoiced for all of chat's heart medication, because you would expect this to be more one-sided than it is, but it's really just the amount of effort that you see from the individuals from Oxalis' side. I mean, Ray had an incredible goal. Nolta had 4 goals in game 2 to his name, to Tomio always being able to help them get downfield. So it's coming down to everyone on this Oxalis squad having to peak and play the best Rocket League that they can to put up a fight against this Food Esports squad.
Seen some brilliant goals today, and also seen a lot of, lack of a term, Stacks would say, passion on some of these dunks. I mean, you got to fight for every single inch in this series. There is no doubt about it. Your backs are against the wall in the Coliseum for Game 4. Best of 5. If you lose this, you're out. If you win it, you qualify for Monday. We'll see who comes out on top, and if there can be a response from Oxalis moving forward as they try to get cheeky off the start. A couple of opening threats there on the bump. But the pressure is handled. Food Esports get upfield, grab boost to burn as well, and try to maintain some pressure back at that 50-yard line.
And Justin's just such a good frontliner too, and he tries to bail out his team. He does it all, and even on defense, will put up a save to try and guide them towards more open space. They need more better 50s out of Food. I mean, when they started losing those a lot, that's how Oxalis kind of ruined them in game 2. How they created more offenses than not. So now Oxalis are getting shoved. Chronic with an up 50 and Justin right into the net. What a goal!
Let's watch this one more time. Skirts by Cheese. Chronic just puts it in play. Justin's got the veteran touch. That's Bardowski all day, every day. That's why you got Justin on this roster. Somebody's got to take a shot like that. Who do you want to take it? A 1-0 lead and 4 minutes away from qualifying for top 16 for Food.
Yeah, if you say Justin's a world champion so many times, he's going to show it. I like that you're hyping it up, and he's putting in the work, and so is Cheese. Now they're really starting to strangle this defense of Oxalis. And you want as much insurance as possible, and this is how Food, and they can really put on a show when it comes to this first half. And Oxalis need to get a handle of this before it's too late.
It's really nice starting to see the confidence blossom for Food, but like you said, Oxalis getting behind the 8 ball here a little too quickly. It's one thing to be down 1. It's a second to have to will your way into a brand new ball game. Very much leaning on the ladder here. Time continues to dwindle away, and Justin will take it all the way forward. Skies it towards the back wall. Backboard clears off. Cheese gets the call. Around Ray. Nice extension. There goes Justin. Wow, that was an interesting bounce, but Chronic is there just in case and cleans it up nicely.
A lot of bodyguards on this Oxalis side, but they need some clears, and oh my god, I thought that double was in. Tomio keeps it out, but can you get it out of your half? Oxalis, they got no boost, they got no ball. Oh, Cheese couldn't get high enough for this. Chronic last man back, and he has to race to get to the net, and Oxalis smelled blood in the water, but couldn't get a shot in before the defense stood up.
Wondering when that hesitation is going to come in, and when we'll see Oxalis start to change the pace as they move upfield, when they're going to split the cadence between full send and see if the defense bites on anything. Saw the reset there on the back wall a little bit just to get the likes of Cheese and Chronic to jump. Cheese is up there. Cheese relaxed it all the way down back to midfield. That's a nice little give and go, and a better read by Chronic defensively to be ready for that kind of touch. Justin back to boom ball. Over 1. Follow-up from Cheese, and that's a good look from Justin, and it is. He is so clean from every side of the field.
Just threading the needle. Justin, just the light bulbs are turning on, and this is the Justin we know and love. Whole team coming together for this potential win. 3-0, tons of time for Oxalis, but it's a game of cat and mouse, and Oxalis are looking like prey out here. Just not the same version of them that looked like they were in full control of the series and had us wondering if Food could even make it out.
Yep.
Now, consistency is key, though, so let's see if Food can maintain this.
This is the most confident we've seen Food look all day. This is the best they've looked, and equally so, the most strung out that Oxalis have felt all series. They need something, need some magic. Just can't shove it through. Centered, maybe. Just tell me we'll again try to keep it in play. It is. Nolta stalls. Ray goes for the bump. Nolta underneath. Oh, they're making mistakes, but they can't punish. Foot gave them a window, but nobody scores.
Not the team bump. Not like this. 90 seconds. Just don't lose it. Don't lose your hair. Don't lose too many goals to Oxalis. Not yet. And okay, Tomio, wrong team. Here comes Cheese to Justin, and now you're playing the mind games. Look at the fakes. Oh, almost to the upper corner.
Oh, close. I mean, it's just a dagger right there, if that is the case. Already 3-0. You're probably thinking this one is done. You're a minute away from qualifying for Monday. Oxley's got to get something going now. Are they too waterlogged? Are they stalled? Tomio over the top has nothing to give. Defense is there. Right back to the other side. Justin can play with this one as long as he wants. She's going to take it downfield. And another instance where in traffic, you're looking at Foot just to kill time, and they do.
So far, so good for the Foot Esports camp to try and get to top 16. Just have to kill the next 30 seconds. Ray trying to get that ball from the 50. It worked out well, but just the immediate contest, like Food Esports, just have good coverage on every single playmaker on this Oxalis side. And Nolta, that shining star that got the hat trick, that just beat down Food in that game too. He's been silenced. He's been on watch. And Food Esports, the gauntlet that they had to experience to get top 16 is one to investigate and question later on, but all that matters is top 16 confirmed for Food Esports alongside Criminals and GK. They're going to have something to say, especially to those Criminals guys who put them in the situation in the first place, but fun series.
I love the fact that Justin has been in this game for so long that when you win a close one like that, or even just a scrape of a series to get into top 16, you're leaning the chair back and you feel like an old man. You're like, all right, we did
My
it.
back.
Yep, just gotta breathe it in. You know, this was a squad that had a lot of questions and a lot of concerns, at least from my end, coming into this match. And obviously their matchup against Criminals was not very impressive. But the resolve to bounce back into play, just fundamentally cleaner, is tippable nonetheless. Oxley's, their run does come short here, and they will exit the tournament. But the job is not done for Foot Esports. Again, they're going to play into Monday in the top 16 playoff bracket of the last chance qualifiers. Should they win the whole thing, then they get to play in EWC later in the week. But they got 16 teams they got to fight through, and that's the big takeaway now. So here's a look at this series recap and some of the replays. And again, it was really Cheese leading that aggression right up the gut, and eventually Justin was just there for security.
Speaking of security, you got the coach from Food Esports back there just trying to bark louder than the other team and just kind of show his team are the loudest and also in game, which is really what matters at the end of the day. Really fun series. I hope to see more out of Oxalis in the future, but the year will be cut short and Food Esports will have to battle through having technically a lower seed now, having confirmed top 16 through the lower side of the bracket. Up next to get that final spot out of Group B is BS Plus Competition versus Fit Esports, or Fries in French.
Yeah.
And this is how the series broke down. You guys should definitely rewatch this one.
It was a good one. It was a very good one. If you're a fan of NA Rocket League, it was at least better baseline. Foot took the game 1-2-1, bounced back in games 3 and 4. And that was all that was required as they won that again, that OT from Justin's shot in game 3. 7 goals in that one, by the way. It was a banger. Foot Esports, quote-unquote, sweep through the 3-0 in game 4 and take the series 3-1, move on. Oxalis, hope to see him again, and we'll be curious what players get up to in 2027. But with that done, it means we have one more best of 5 to conclude on the day. Like Lemon Kiwi just mentioned, BS Plus Competition, Victay's Esports is the closest you're going to get from me. And this is the last you're going to get from this Yapislan. We're going to go quickly to a commercial. We're going to go to a commercial break. When we come back, we will have the last match of the day, the last best of 5 for Group B. See you then.
come in here and play my game. He knows nothing but go!
Tyler Wine, you're done.
This is my ladder. You can't climb it.
It's better than me hard-sucking masters.
You're going too far now.
Your eyes buggy. Your elbows ashy.
That airline? That's an L airline.
Somebody better hold me.
Okay, yeah. Do something then.
Raw energy. Half and blow the house down.
You look nervous.
You look short.
Everything's good? Fight.
Okay.
Do you really need the wraps?
Yeah, that feels like overkill to me.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to the last match of the day here. Group B, concluding our action for day one, the last chance qualifiers for EWC Rocket League Edition 2026. I'm Spaceman, joined by Lemon Kiwi, and we got ourselves one more match to go. We've concluded like 11 best of fives. I think this will be number 12. So it's been a long day of action, and none of it, outside of like the first game, has disappointed because we've seen some brilliant passes, some brilliant solo plays. And again, one more game to go. With that, let's give you an idea of what we got going on. It's BS Plus competition. First, Jen, I'm going to let you say this name because I can't get it right.
Friet or Frit. I guess we can just say Frit. Yeah, see, production. Friet.
Yeah, well, production
fries
speaks
in French, guys.
very eloquently. And I am just
cool.
a
It's
meat
cool.
sack.
I can say 2 letters, BS plus competition. Don't forget that part. CRN, KV1, Wisty coming in from Brazil. And then Friet consisting of Badness, Woes, and J-Weights. And that's going to be exciting. And I think they are no slouch. It's their first time on broadcast. They they dropped a game 5 to Criminals, who just locked in top 16. And then they made their lower bracket run against Time to Shine, against Smartiz, also in a game 5. And now to see if they can conclude their bracket in positive fashion. So looks like these Frit guys are the kings of game 5 so far.
Yeah, and look, if you're them, you don't want to be going all the distance. It just puts extra pressure, extra nerves on your shoulders. Last thing you want is an errant goal or an overtime to go against you, knowing you're so close to qualifying, but that's what it's all about. Top 16 is Monday, and this is your chance to figure it out. We'll see how things go, and we begin quickly into the blue half. BS Plus, FEC, 5 games of Rocket League, 3 to decide it.
It's all about...
That's where my sense ends.
Yeah. Period, queen.
Oh,
all right. Whoa, wow. Anyway, so period on that sentence as well. Exclamation mark even for BS Plus competition. Holy, just a double off the sidewall. Or back.
Shocked myself with that, and then Wisty came up, crashed in. BS Plus off to a hot start. I want to see a little bit more of KV1 in this series. Was pretty quiet in the last matchup. Interesting takeaway. And again, this is a squad that comes in off of a loss against GK, where again they were kind of going toe for toe. But when the dogs came out, they were not their dogs.
They were, yeah. The other side was barking just a bit more.
Yep.
And GK had a clean series against them, which was really cool to see. And it felt like a more one-sided affair. I didn't really see BS Plus competition kind of come together and be competitive. So I think this is going to be a more even matchup for them, but Frit, they've been doing the work of this lower bracket. They're trying to make miracles happen.
Nice. It's been a long day. Been waiting for that reset.
It's funny because I saw your face while you did it.
Yeah,
so.
yeah, it's true. Yeah.
I
sometimes you just gotta stretch it out. Like you just gotta let it rock. When it looks good, it looks good. And back to the point about specifically what we saw from BS Plus earlier. I mean, we had that game 3 where KV1 went coast to coast and had that reset, a beautiful opening shot. But after that, I mean, there was really no offense from there. So if this team can turn it around, they can absolutely put a number up on you. As so far, the 1v1 game of field has been clean.
Yeah, KV1 got the fly swatter out. Get out of here. Forces J-Weights to jump a bit early, miss it, and then the rest is history. BS Plus will be up. And for how long, though? It's only been, what? Not really that long in this game. I don't even want to do math this early. This late?
Something like that.
All right, there we go.
Sorry.
And no, you got me.
The one time my math actually locks in is... Yeah.
Pastor math.
Thank you.
Right. BS Plus, though, they're not stopping now. The train keeps on going.
That's a dangerous little touch. Extended. Back into the box, corralled and picked up. The VC will try to break out. Holding on to a 1-goal lead. Where's the offense, though, as they get chippy downfield? And still hunting for some boost. J-Weights is a bit out of position here. Not a whole lot in the tank either to work with. KV1 looking for his teammate, gets him in connection, but still, that midfield completely cleared away, and that line's not going anywhere.
MVP from CRN as he was the last one back, but it's all up to him apparently. As the ball fed right back out to Friet. who took full advantage of it. Even some body blocking happening so that BS Plus couldn't easily rotate back. So good teamwork to make the dream work from the Fritz side. And we go into the second half tied 2-2 apiece.
Nice response for a team that, again, has certainly been asked to do quite a bit to slow down the likes of KV1 and Wisty. They've done a great job clearing off that backboard with low boost and keeping those redirects from the sidewall out of the corner. Everything in front. KV1 in a 1v1. Flicks it over, gets one, and grabs for boost. That's the veteran play right there. Creates some space, second man up, open double, and he got it. He got it.
All that matters. Jump scare from the cat. And it's a lot of this game has been physicality, and sometimes it's not even actual contact, but rather what moves you can force the opponent to do to get out of your way, or to force a mistake, to force an earlier action. So some fun, basically a chess match, checkers, I don't know, but BS Plus will be ahead. Is Frit already looking for the answer? Is okay, Jup is behind this. We'll try to get ahead of it. They rotate back and the defense holds.
Can they hold for the next minute 30? Can they work downfield? So far, no. They're jumping at everything. Here comes a bump. It's there, but bump actually leads way to a block yet again. They will keep the hand up in time. KV1 bumps him into the corner. Fights for boost. Doesn't get anything. Luckily, does have the midfield there. Here he goes. KV1 right into the hands of the defense. But they're keeping this offense pressed up, and they are taking look after look, forcing the defense to make a save. Jay Weddy's reset around the bend, not going to happen. Back to the midfield.
Yeah, it's actually Jup that's on this roster, so coming in last second. Good addition. Now hoping to bring that FIFA experience to fruition and get a win here in game one, but they are trailing by one. Long send down. This needs to be picked up immediately. You gotta get something done. If you're Frit and KV1 and friends, not giving them any space to work with.
Yeah, really nothing else to give here. It's gonna have to be a solo effort upfield. Somebody's gonna have to make the play themselves. As Jup is in position to potentially try to shove the net there. It wasn't really gonna go very far. CRN recognizes that he can just play stall in the corner and does just that. Tight shot. Demo. Power play. Defense should have no problem getting out. Nice touch as well to extend it. KV1 follows suit all the way around the goal line. That midfield pressure, really, really clean from BS Plus.
Last opportunity coming up. Good bump from Woes, and who's going to pick it up? It's Jump, and the bump into the net, and the equalizer with 4 seconds to spare, man. What an absolute rundown from this squad.
Makes no damn sense. Every time they put themselves in a position to close it out. Today has been full of comebacks. We'll see if things continue along that trend. Kickoff win. Jup over KV1. Not gonna happen. And another golden goal opportunity today, this time in game one of the last series of the day. Man, what an overtime this is.
BS Plus just got to put the nail in the coffin. Already forcing out some saves, but Jay waits back to Jup to the backboard, and Woes all not on target. And the follow-up from Jay Waits, now 2 out of position, all up to Jup as the last one back, and he somehow puts a stop to what looked like an end overtime. It's KV1, and CRN was bumping into the net. Frit better be careful.
You can go coast to coast with this if you're lucky. Oh, I mean, that's actually most of the work done. KV1 doesn't elect to cut it. We'll let CRN do the job. KV1 will instead pick it up. CRN's going to take the corner. So now you put the pressure on. Great pickup. Not the touch he wanted. CRN, he beats him anyway, but if he was able to get that up towards the backboard, it's likely a center and at least a shot attempt. Starting to see BS Plus feel much more comfortable in the orange half, and with that, they've been putting the pressure on consistently.
Now, still need to use that physicality, but a good beat there puts Fritz back on a offensive spot as Jay Waits anchored, pushed off from the midfield. You got to put a stop to BS Plus because they are knocking at the door of this net. But a united squad here, Fritz has tried to just keep possession, and even with the whole squad playing as tight as they were, BS Plus just pick them apart. The CRN just wanted to slam into this defense. The rest wait and survey the best opportunity to end this overtime. Now in minute 40 in, KV1 chasing into the net, forces jump out of position. CRN can't muscle through traffic, and neither can Wisty.
Neither team wants to make the first mistake. It's a massive game one. Such little room for error. The defense low on boost as the defense jumping. There's the pat. Oh, he had him for the goal. He just got too much of a touch there. They do get a demo. A bit of panic now and some mistakes from BS Plus. Let's see if they get punished for it. Stalling out to the midfield. KV1's going to pick it up on the pass. Wisty try to get out in front. Not going to happen. Kick back out from the corner. CRN following through. KV1 backboard double. And too high of a balance. It's starting to look a little awkward here for BS Plus, but they're still winning the challenge.
And they also still have the midfield, but they are lacking in boost. But they are just going to keep them busy, keep them guessing. Game one in overtime to BS Plus competition. Being able to regain that lead after really having to have this tug of war. This was a fun game one. We'll see what the rest of the series has in store.
It's only a matter of time. Again, a little scary there for BS. They do eventually calm those nerves and put those skeletons in their closet to rest as they're able to close the deal. And they do take map number one. Again, this is a series that not only decides the fate of both these rosters for the rest of EWC, but might just be the last match happening in the entire venue.
I was going to say, there are so many empty chairs. Imagine moving all of those.
Yeah, good Lord. I mean,
glad we just have to yab.
Yeah,
Yab, we will continue.
Back in the day, the locals just get up early and update all the PS4s, set up all the chairs. Do not miss that.
Oh yeah.
You know, back in the day. But this is a passion game. When you're the last team in the venue, nobody else around to pressure you, nobody else around to make any noise. It is just you in the game. What do you have?
And there's just like a crazy echo in there. This point. Oh, you got some observers back there. Okay. Spectators. Wait. What time is it over there? It's probably dinner time. That's probably why, right?
What time is it in Paris? Like 7? 8 p.m.
5?
There you go.
Oh.
Yeah. They're 6 hours ahead. And there goes.
All right. Into the night we go. 10:40 a.m. where I am. Who asked? Nobody.
I did.
We go into game two.
Okay, sorry. My fault. I should have picked that up quicker.
I'm going to get breakfast after this, but Wisty is feasting. Perfect setup for CRN and BS Plus kick us off.
Yeah, that's a good way to get the thing going. Everybody gets a look at the ball, but CRN able to put it away. So they work so hard on the overtime. This time they just come through. Have an open look at the net. They slot it. BS Plus opening 10 seconds. A bunch of kickoff goals today, I should say. It's been quite an interesting affair for some of these LCQ teams. Some quick shots. KV1. Bump. And it's in.
Wow. Now they're really putting it on. They're feeling the pressure and haven't been able to generate some threat. If anything, have two legs to stand on. Poor guy just got pushed over. My net, my ball. BS Plus, commanding start in the first 20 seconds. Don't worry, guys. I know math. And here we go. BS Plus still commanding the real estate. CRN with the 50. And imagine if there was a pickup there from KV1. He's going to sit in the midfield, minimize risks, and really get Prit to chase him around the field.
This is the tough part. When they start to get mechy, they start to get aggressive. And when Wisty's going for backwards Brezzy flicks, I mean, come on, man. It's starting to get dangerous. This is a team in BS Plus led by the striker of KV1 that can put on a clinic on you in no time. You have to have a response for FEC or it's going to be a sweep. No other way about it. We'll see if they can control possession here. If not, going for some pinches, just misreads the bounce. Which leads way to, again, another good look downfield, but too sharp off the hood. KV1 kicks it. CRN leaves it. And the next man up will, I guess, send it back to his own half. And yeah, okay, well, that's a play.
Right, so BS Plus had this long clear. They really trusted in that. They had two downfield. How did they not score?
I want to say it was getting to the corner, but, you know.
Strange goal, but hey, welcomed if you're an FEC fan. It's an open net. It's pretty easy.
You're going to get one. Every now and then, you're going to get one. Yeah.
You're only going to get one, surely.
That's right. If you get it, don't waste it. That's your look. KV1 reestablishing a bit of that dominance that made them so aggressive early on in the series. CRN, great recovery off the side wall. A beautiful recovery. Back to the midfield. Still pressure here. Much more confident now on their challenges as BS Plus come in from the last series and shake off all of the rust they had. Blocking away the follow-up attempt. Low boost, 37 in the tank, now 85 is Bozwin. Was next one up on deck. Jay Waits now trying from the ceiling. His teammate is absolutely annihilated.
Bulls is trying to be the one that bumps in demos and finds himself to be a victim. So I'm seeing FEC get demoed a lot more. So BS Plus, definitely the bullies on this field. And so far in the scoring department as well, if they can maintain. Racing back, though, is Wisty. Gotta be careful how aggressive and fast these challenges are. BS Plus don't want to get out of position as the post was clearly in position. Wow, that's just air in front of Jay Waits. Nothing stopping him.
Yeah, it's just air. I mean, straight up.
Must have been the wind.
Yeah, sometimes it must have been the gust or a little bit of a breeze. That's, again, this is now 2 times now where the ball's kind of been in an awkward spot. And for BS Plus, they've given more room for FEC to work with than they really should have.
Just part the sea like that. It's really nice how FEC can have some frontliners like that. Now we'll see the rest of BS Plus get organized. Now trying to get some speed on this ball a little bit. Now they're back with some boost. They're back with a vengeance. BS Plus, holding on to a lead is a whole different story with this team. I mean, we shouldn't even gone to an overtime in that game 1 till FEC ran them over, and Wisty will get them back in the driver's seat.
It just keeps on trucking. Big bump from KV1. Big rebound read from Wisty. And how you doing in the net? Be careful. 3-2. The lead right back to BS Plus. Now the question is, will they get in their own way? Will they pull a Food Esports? Oh, nice touch from KV1. Very controlled, very measured. And kept that double attack out of the corner.
Jup and J-Ways just missed their challenges, so Woes has to hit this perfectly. Delays enough for the defense to restabilize. KV1 down low, J-Waits gets involved, and now there's a lot of shoving happening until finally a much needed clear comes out from the FEC side. That equalizer on the horizon here in the next 90 seconds. KV1 takes it high, brings some speed, has FEC on the back foot, and it just bounced off the crossbar until CRN finishes it.
He's been so clutch in the opening kickoffs and now in crunch time. Gets it, the crossbar down. The finish is there. The follow-up, the rebound's good for BS Plus, doubling up their lead. FEC have to find a response, and they have to find it quickly. They're running out of time in this tournament, in this game. Only down by 1, but a 2-0 series lead is dangerous when it's a best of 5, and top 16 on Monday is in the wings ready for you. Nice touch, but KV1. And a better recovery again at the midfield to challenge that touch. Right back out into transition.
Now Jay waits for a pass, and all eyes were on him, and it's Jump that was the real final boss all along. FEC keeping it within 1. CRN even jumped for this. All 3 of BS Plus involved. Just couldn't sandwich this one out. Less than a minute to go. BS Plus look to make this match point soon.
Four, 3. Come on now. Give me something special. KV1, light tap. All the way to the corner. It's going to race it. No, gives it. Go ahead and take full boost. Wisty extends great as well on being able to use that last flip. The pinch looked like into a mini chain dash. Didn't quite finish the mechanic. Made it interesting. 30 seconds on the clock. Wisty all the way to the backboard. Somebody be there. Nobody's there. Oh, most squishy save, but didn't need it. Low boost. They give up possession, though. KV1 says, okay, I'll just take the ball away. Jump. Gets a full tank and burns all of it to get to midfield. And right back into the orange half. No advancement from FEC. However, there's a pass and a shot. Nice little give and go downfield, but it won't break the door open. Counterattack. 5 seconds. Tough read. There's the... Oh, no. Got to keep it up now. That's the only way you win this one. Into OT, a bump that stalls it where it stands and keeps this one from Jay Weddy's all the way around the edge. Into the corner. It's still alive, not for long. Here we go. 2-0. BS Plus, 1 game away.
Ooh, but just like barely, you know, first game OT, this second game by 1. FEC just been on their tail at all times, but BS Plus, they begin with the lead and they end it. That's what matters. What I really like is just to give credit to someone like CRN, who I feel like seals the deal on a lot of these plays that just need, you know, as we said earlier, a period to the end of that sentence. And CRN is that period. Because KV1 and Wisty, they bring that flashiness, they bring that firepower. And you just need someone to kind of clean it up at times when everybody's jumping out. There's double, triple commits. CRN is there to capitalize. So BS Plus, it's all they need to do is finish off a play. Because one misexecution and you find yourself in a 6-minute OT or something like that.
And honestly, like, it's to kind of rounding out that idea is if you're gonna have to lean on those, you know, those outlier games or those moments where your team is outperforming. Obviously, it's a different conversation. It brings up the baseline of a squad for FEC of, all right, are they just running out of gas? Maybe that is the case. But for BS Plus, they've had their answer every single time in these counterattacks. They've had really no issue outside of some defensive mistakes, simply just keeping their third man back or making sure that the rotation wasn't wide open. They've been able to respond in kind often, and that is just enough to get you to top 16, and that's really the end of the day for the main goal for most teams. Just make it to Monday. Don't got to worry about anything else. For FEC, it's do or die. This is your chance. You've got to make this series a real one.
Oh, and you don't want to come this far just to come this far if you're FEC. Like, the lower bracket run has been real up until this point. Round 1 all the way to trying to qualify, but now needing to do so in a reverse sweep and beginning with a lead is how you really get the tempo going. Really the morale as well, because this is the most stressful position to be in. And now KV1 is resetting off the ceiling, so now you got to be awake.
Well, if he's doing all that but still not scoring, we'll take it. And defense didn't bite. KV1, however, did quickly get back out. He's on rotation. Don't worry, full boost. CRN moves it up to his striker. Now takes control. All the way to the goal line. Flick, never mind. Teammate's dead. CRN catches, pops it high. They're going to push this pressure towards the goal line and force the defense to make the save on low boost. Almost made it squeeze in. CRN was still up for the challenge. KV1 now gets a second look at the net. Follow-up going to be there. BS Plus putting a lot of pressure on the net, but nobody else around to pick up the rebound. Credit to the defense. FEC finding clean touches off that back wall, but that demo's not going to help much. This should be another good look, and it is, but Jump is there in time.
Yeah, FEC, though, have found some open nets in the past. They will make space through you if needed. BS Plus, I mean, the clears haven't happened yet until now, so they could have kept committing, and they had to fall back eventually. Now, the retaliation here from FEC off the corner, not fed to a strong secondary yet, as Jupp tries to keep the play going. But it's all up to CRN, how he transitions, but really good resistance from FEC so far to not let BS Plus find the equalizer yet.
The fact that they've been... that's in. No, it's not. The fact that they've kept this so close to the 1-0 game is good for BS Plus. It's good for FEC because they're answering the challenge. But again, at some point, things will crumble. At some point, you can't play perfect defense forever. Rule 1 knows that well. Double. Beautiful save all the way around. Had it right there for a 2-0 lead. Could have sent us to 4. But instead, BS Plus will survive just within 1. And 1 counterattack away from tying it up.
Now with the full tank, CRN still is able to win that 50. Setting up BS Plus for another fight, but it's kind of so chaotic in that midfield, and it's who's able to be the most adaptable in these moments and quicker on their feet. Now Jupp versus Wissy, no one touches it. Now it's a free ball. CRN will lead the charge, and now dead in the water. This BS Plus, what could they do without one of their star players? Buy time, now fall back.
Oh, wow. I mean, that was as close to a dagger as you're going to get. They can't ask for much more. This might help. But BS Plus, again, defensively are just trying to hold on for dear life. Jwetty's follow-up shot. No, it's jump over the top from the top rope. And had that rebound locked in, eyes loaded downfield. Watch him cut back in rotation, realizes he has a look. The defense stood no chance.
And it's important to communicate in those moments when you have all three players like sandwiched into a play of who is going to have the best look at it. And it takes a lot of trust to be called off a play like that. And Jump, very new to this roster, able to get FEC in a much more comfortable position. Oh no, just being up by 1 goal at any point, BS Plus can force that overtime. Usually it's FEC that need to come back from a deficit, so this is a whole new ball game as KV1 and the rest of BS Plus are still trying to break the shutout.
It looked really good in the opening minute. Back half of this game, not so much. Credit to FEC. They know they have to extend this. No other way about it. It's getting awkward again on the goal line, but the window isn't there. KV1's still sitting on a full tank. Hasn't had much success towards the backboard. Really where he shines most. Sidewall's been pretty much cut down. CRN now trying to force it through, but the defense too strong. Really, really excellent defense from FEC in this game.
You almost cursed it. Yeah, I was going to say. 2-4 now for BS Plus, and also there's a lot of attention given to someone like KV1. He is kind of the main person on this team to just air dribble across, but CRN, once they get locked in the box like that, BS Plus, they know how to pierce through when push comes to shove, backs against the wall, win these really, really critical 50s, like I said, to seal the deal on a play that was still developing. So good looks from BS Plus. They cut the lead in half.
It's a great kickoff as well. I mean, you win the challenge, you get full boost. This is your chance. Forever was one for BS Plus. This is the time for them to form that counterattack, orchestrate downfield now. The KV1 in connection, not going to happen. CRN bites on the touch, and he actually jumps ahead of the ball, almost got beat. Got a 1-goal game. KV1, great control. But taken away by Jump again has been so crucial, especially down lane. Just trying to play with it here. 13 seconds to go. Trying to extend the series one more time. BS Plus have to break out, and they have to do it now.
Oh, and KV1 just gets demoed, and that was their best chance, and Wisty doesn't have possession. They just get scored on. So 3-1 for FEC here in Game 3 to extend the series, keep themselves alive.
Big sigh of relief. Cool, calm, collected. Take your time. One game after another. It's doable. It's entirely doable. But it has to start slow. And FEC did a phenomenal job completely dominating the defensive line in this game and bought enough real estate downfield to eventually sneak 2 of those goals through.
But not to judge a book by its cover, I'm going to do it anyway. BS Plus are the ones that lost that, and they didn't speak a word. And then you look at the player cameras, and FEC are already trying to download what is next. What is going to tilt the scales even more in their favor? Because 3-1 was already a good showing. But they really want to beat BS Plus competition down into the dirt. So BS Plus know they're capable of doing it, but it always takes a pretty big fight out of them. A lot of stamina to get to the end of the series.
Stamina is the operative word of everybody in this tournament, us included. Production on the back end as well. All the admins in the venue. Just about to hit 8 p.m. for the last team there. I mean, you can see like the twilight behind them on BS Plus. It's getting a little ambiance, a little moody in the Coliseum. That was a really awkward and weird voice inflection for me. I'm so sorry. Here we go. It's been a long day. My throat hurts. CRN almost made him punish for it. BS Plus, FEC coming down to Coliseum, and this is the one for all the marbles again. Match point, series point, BS Plus trying to get to top 16. FEC doing their best to stay alive for a Champions Field appearance, and should they get there, oh man, I'm gonna scream.
I think we're entering like hour 8 when it comes to Rocket League here. So this is a lot on both these teams as well, to play the same way you did in scrims, the same way you fought through the lower bracket if you're FEC, to hoping to have a better showing after you got swept by GK if you're BS Plus competition. And to be on match point, so close to tasting victory, can't falter now for the boys in blue.
1 minute gone. Switch my voice, good lord. AV1, midfield. Fights to the 50. There's the pass, though. No redirect. Oh, what a give and go. Come on. I want to see some magic. I want Doctor Strange to pull up the little eye of Agamotto and make some weird stuff happen, man. Look at this. What a fake.
So much going on and so much for Wisty to juggle. No, I love it. Because that is the type of hype that FEC are going to need. They want to pull off a reverse sweep. We already had one today. Already said it. Never say never.
Don't do it.
Please. Be funny. Kind of hilarious. Not for us, or not for ES, but for us, yeah.
Yeah, I mean, hey, that's up to them now. That's in your hands. Imagine a game 5. Oh, Lemon Kiwi. I can vision it. I can see it. It's in my brain.
I see the vision.
Yeah.
Hey, if it stays this way, it will be game 5.
I kind of want it now. I want to see game 5 overtime. It's the last match of the day. It's passion. I know. I'm sorry. I should have asked for it, but I want to anyway.
I feel like reverse cursing it now. All right, Jub. I like the way he's just in everyone's face. He's just always attacking the ball, even when he has no business to. And it keeps BS Plus competition, well, their head on a swivel, but also forces them to get rid of the ball and go for passes a lot quicker. And to not always have the most stable play going on. So FEC, they did get demoed off their offense, so only 2 are up, as Woes is buying a lot of time, unable to steal that corner boost. Well, until now, I guess BS Plus are just going to let him have it. FEC want to overstay their welcome.
There's a look, though. I mean, I understand you want to play it high and try to get teammates in position for these follow-ups. Questions, though, for a lot of teams today has been, when do you choose just to keep it on the ground and force a little bit more physicality on the goal line? Instead, giving the ball right back. Reverse 1v1? Reverse roll 1? No, we're okay. Everybody breaks out. AV1. 1v1. KV1. Got him to fake. Oh my God. Oh. Unplug your controller. Put your head down. Think about what you did.
Holy.
Yeah, that's it.
J-Wade saw something shiny off to the side, but threading the needle. KD1. Huge play for the team. Get themselves back in the race. 2 minutes to go to decide Champions Field for a top 16 for the boys in blue. And Jup and friends, Tello, getting angry now. They're getting involved. Now sitting in the midfield, this just sails right across them. Second touch, still trying to adjust as Wisty wants to clean it up and at least pave a path, but defense stands.
They just say, you know what? Closest distance between the 2 nets, just straight up the gut. Just at the end of the day, man, it's just gotta work. It's all it takes. Tie game. Still challenging for possession, fighting tooth and nail for this one. Tournament life on the line. Centered into the net. Still in traffic. It should be picked up by BS Plus, and it will be. Towards the sidewall we go, and it will be taken away immediately. No follow-up. Jeff's just gonna have to let this one slowly work back towards the box.
Jeff just is so good at trapping BS Plus into their half, and now it's J-Wade's turn to do just that. Trying to really scoop this out from the corner. It's tough to carve through that post. You got 2 jumping up here from the BS Plus competition side who have not left their half in quite a bit. It's costing them a lot of boost. I mean, there's 2 people on BS Plus that are running on fumes, on 0. Until an FEC will finally let them out. Not yet. Knocking at the door of that lead. 44 seconds. Champions Field on the horizon.
It's looming. It's getting closer. But Wisty has one to beat. Never mind. Teammate tried to be a lead blocker. Did so, but when you double up on the ball, again, the momentum's going to stall pretty quickly. 30 seconds to go. Getting closer and closer to turn the game clock off. Wisty works his way around on no boost. Saren has to backflip to make sure he has help on the ball, and he does. KV1 is there for the read. On the ground. KV1, time for you to show us what you're made of. 1v1 God. As Wisty centers it. Not really. Not the sharpest angle. And game clock is officially off. 6 seconds to go. Will we see an overtime? A demo. Jump. Oh, he pops
Misty
it.
still believes. Okay, his team has a little bit more boost, sending it. Now KV1, he's also trying to sail this across. CRN is already going to jump for it. 50 right down. There's demos, there's blood on the floor, and we go to OT. The first game beginning in OT, going BS Plus's way. It could be ending in their favor in OT. All eyes are on CRN, how he adjusts against this challenge. FEC keeping their heads above water. You got to stop this, and good heads up play from Jup.
This is not a match that BS Plus should be struggling with. I mean, their offense has looked entirely different in this game. But Wisty calls game all the way upfield. Nobody put a hand up. It was dead center net. Come on now, BS Plus competition. Take control of the end of the day. And our 16th team to move through and close out a long day of matches here for Group B. So somewhere in there was a lie. But all we know is they get to Monday. And that is what matters most. Somebody called game, and they do.
Yeah, heartbreaker for Friet Esports Club. Battling a Game 5 against the Criminals. So close to moving on to that semifinal. And then had to fight through the lower bracket. Sweep against Time to Shine. Game 5 against Smart's Company. And getting against BS Plus competition. The final boss to qualify. And couldn't get it done. It was so close to a champion's field. And then the OT, both of them going BS Plus's way. And they're quick to clock out. They're unplugging. They're packed up. They're ready to go to dinner. And we're ready to crown our 4 teams from Group B to go. It's Criminals, GK from the upper bracket side of things, and Foot and BS Plus competition. I think pretty much according to all of our expectations, minus Criminals defeating Foot Esports, I think really surprised me.
Yeah, at least a series that should have gone more than it should have been more than 4, and the fashion in which that back half obviously was for Group B. You heard it here first: Criminals, GK, Food Esports, BS Plus competition, and of course over to Pool A, where again it was more opportunity for more players to punch their ticket into Monday. Here's a look at the series layout: Manchester City earlier today, Novo Esports, Lentique Esport, and Valair will be the other teams rounding out the A side of the bracket. B as well locked up. We have C and D tomorrow, but this was BS Plus competition's match to win, and boy, did they. It went all the way down to the Game 4, but that finishing touch was a statement, a nice way to cap off a long day. As you can see, it was as close as you'd expect. 4-3, 4-3. Really, I should say, it was much closer than I think BS Plus should have had any business being, but they fought their way all the way through, and now the job's done. At least for now, they can take a breather and set up for Monday.
And setting up for tomorrow, if you guys are looking forward to some other favorite teams, we got Virtus Pro in Group C. That's a Wavy Talk and 2-piece. Really strong talents there. Speaking of, you have Team Stallions, Nush, Truk, and Twiz. Really good Mina talent. Dignitas, 5-Up, Bora, apparently Jack. They're sitting in Group C. So that's just some of the teams that you'll want to look out for on that side of things. And then Group D has PCS Stride. That's AJG, Atomic, Dorito. You have Genji, Magic Bear. Hey, you like Magic Bear. Frosty, Evo. That's going to be some, those are going to be some fun matches. M80 have Goffs, Mech, Vorse. There's so many good teams in Group D as well. So that's all going down tomorrow because only 16 teams from these groups, 4 from each group, get to go to top 16, which, like Space said, is on Monday. And this has been a marathon.
It has been a marathon. And look, I've had a great time. It's been fun to at least see some more passion's not the great word, but folks, bear with us, right? Like, it's been nice to see these dunks come out later in the day. It's been really great to see finishing touches like that to close out some of these matches. So at least we're not getting a lot of what we had, I guess, to begin earlier today at like 5 a.m., 6 a.m., where it was sloppy, to be honest. I mean, no other way to really sugarcoat it. It was a lot of sloppy Rocket League. There was questions about, is this the best we're going to get? Obviously, as the day goes on, players warm up. We really ended today on a much better note, and especially for teams playing tomorrow for B and C, or for, excuse me, C and D group. Questions about just simply matchups alone, we will dive more into tomorrow for sure. But now that we've seen the action, haven't been mind blown really yet today, but have definitely seen, okay, this is kind of where teams are at. The weatherweight fights have been back and forth as we expected. Lemon Kiwi, I guess, closing thoughts from you. Tell me, has anything really surprised you today outside of the food matchup? Has anything really surprised you today, or are we just waiting for stuff to get underway?
Hey, food looking kind of half and half, sure. GK looking clean. I wanted to see that. They had kind of a wobbly year, but you want to end it on a high note. Yeah. And we do end Group A and Group B on a pretty high note, a pretty exciting note. And the competition, the action continues tomorrow, same time, same place for Group C and Group D. Thank you all so much for joining us. Make sure you follow the channel. We'll be live tomorrow. There's a lot of esports going on at EWC. That was Spaceman. I'm Lemon Kiwi. We'll see you tomorrow.
Come on,